Fan Room, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for the opening address, please join me in welcoming on stage the chairman and editor-in-chief of PW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra. I know, sir. I am very sir.
Okay. Can we settle down there at the back? Be quieter. Yeah, I have a professor in me. My parents are academicians. First of all, it's my honor and privilege to be here. My apologies, we are starting late, but I'm sure the gentleman who's the host will be able to catch up on time. I see some familiar faces and friends. This is the second edition of the BW Retail World. We have a long way to go, but we will continuously work it and scale it up. My friend and colleague Ved has really curated this. I just want to say, he was talking about 23. There are 27 communities. We are building a community in security. We're building a community of facility managers. Business world is B2C, but some of our communities are B2B, and like well-being community is B2C. So we are building, we're not in the business of magazines, websites, events. We're in the business of building communities. And communities help you do three things, which are essential for business and impact. One is build a team and talent. Second is customers. And third is capital. So whatever we do is geared to helping you do these three things. We started BW Retail World about 2 years back. I see that Mr. Rajesh Jain of Lacoste is there. He was in the inaugural cohort. I don't know where he's sitting. I saw him outside. He's also one of our jury members. So welcome to Rajesh, wherever he is. Rajesh, here you are, talking about you. Thank you for being part of our both the years, and he was also on the jury. Please give Mr. Rajesh Jain, he's the MD and CEO of Lacoste in India. Larger, yaar, abhi lunch kahan hai? Larger round of applause. I also met my friend, Mr. Sanjay Bhutani, who I only see at events, but hopefully one of these days I'll go and have lunch with him. He's in Gurgaon. So he's the MD and CEO of Bosch and Lomb. So thank you, Sanjay, for being part of our initiatives. See Rajesh. Thank you, Rajesh. See some other familiar faces, my friends Rahul and Samesh from Beanley. So I just want to say it's a very young community. There are other people who do fantastic job in retail, and life is about abundance. Me and Rajesh have a common friend. First, we met at his event in Conrad in Bangalore. I happened to be staying at the Conrad. This was 5 years, just before COVID, right? 2019, right? That's when I first met Rajesh. I just want to say that I said this, we had the Women Entrepreneurship Summit and Awards, which is in the 6th year. And I want to say three things, and I'm already running late. We do our awards honestly. You're in the jury, you don't have a brief. We don't tell you who not to vote, who to vote. The quality of winners is very good. So thank you. I saw the list and I told Ved, very good quality. And I have some perspective of doing this for 20 years, 20 plus years. That's the first thing. So thank you. Please give our jury a big round of applause. We do the contrast to context. So, a lot of jury members some ask, what is the ROI for us? They don't say it like that for being on the jury. It's meeting and seeing new talent and new ideas. That's what we can. And, young people are doing amazing things. Second thing is, in our awards, we discover people. Aman Gupta's first award was 5 years back. I mean, in exchange for media, whether you like him or not like him, Arnav's first award was 15 years back. We gave him his first award, right? So we don't do awards to recognize people who are established. I mean, they're evergreen and I'm sure they will continue to do well. But our awards as a media company, our role is to discover new people who are on the cusp of being discovered. So when you see the list, I saw the list 35, though it's called 40 under 40, but the jury felt that, from the criteria and the quality and where they wanted to peg, they only found 35 winners. So there are 35 winners. So that's the second thing. And the third thing I want to say, I have two children. They're growing up, and I'm sure they'll do better than me in every aspect. But we don't award famous, established entrepreneurs' children just because they apply. And I'm saying this for some reason, which I'll not get into, but, I'm sure they'll do well because they have the genes, they have the training. But when they do well, just because they have a role they're called ED, or they're on the board, or they will inherit the business. And I'm talking large businesses. We don't do awards for them. They have to apply, do the whatever everybody else does, they have to do. So I just want to say that because, sometimes I see. Can you be quieter, sirs? Or you can speak here. It'll cost you a lot of money. But these are three things I want to say. I don't want to stand between you and the winners and the deliberations. Retail after COVID has come back. You go to a mall, it's maddening. Physical retail will never go out of it's an experience. Look at the rentals of malls. Best is economic indicators, numbers. Don't go. Look at the footfalls. Uh, Look at the new brands being. So omni channel is really working. E-commerce is growing. D2C brands are growing. Physical retail is growing. Everything in retail is growing. India is a consumption story, and it continues to become stronger and stronger as the aspirations of people grow. Second is this trend of premiumization. While we are a bottom of the pyramid, and in a lot of categories, the volumes come from, you know, the right price in every segment. But there is a trend of premium, whether you look at real estate, you look at auto, and I'm sure in retail, these three categories, there is a trend towards premiumization. So I genuinely believe that as India grows in the next 6, 10 years, it's India's moment. India's retail will add to our GDP, both omni-channel retail, and the retail is leading to boom in warehousing, boom in delivery companies or supply chain companies. So retail has an impact. It employs the number of people it does. There's space in retail training. So retail is just growing. It's back in a big way. In COVID, a lot of people wrote it off. You know the numbers. You run brands, you have stores. I'm just contextualizing what's happening. I just want to, because I have your attention, I want to end by saying, I keep talking about it, that I do ask this question: how many of you sleep? जैन साहब कितने घंटे सोते हो रात में? दिन में तो नहीं सोते होगे. How many hours do you sleep? That's less. We so I this is everyone knows this is very basic. Like I know exercise is good for me. I do walk and yoga now. I don't do I don't go to a gym and all. But sleep is the most foundational level health. It is 60% of everything. Rest is nutrition, what you eat, and movement, which is exercise, yoga, whatever you do, Pilates, swimming, running. So I want to reiterate, Bhutani sahab, aap kitna sote ho? Huh? 6 hours. So I slept 8.5 hours last night. I sleep 8 to 9 hours. That's why I'm calm, happy. My phone is not with me. So I would encourage all of you to sleep more than 8 hours. It's essential for your health. Second is, I talked about kindness. We all are into perfection. We try and be better as entrepreneurs, as human beings. But I keep talking about pursue progress, not perfection. Progress over progress. Because perfect तो दो ही लोग हैं जी साहब. एक तो शिव जी और दूसरी मेरी बीवी. बाकी तो कोई so we all in our pursuit of building businesses, building brands, we are perfectionists. I meet a lot of CXOs, founders, but put progress over perfection. And the last third thing is sustainability and love for the planet. Climate change is not a hoax. It's happening. Look at the wildfires in Europe, America, Australia, Sub-Saharan Africa. So in whatever you do, build sustainability practices, build sustainability consciousness. I know some of the organizations that you represent do care about the environment, but as leaders in the retail world, who have an impact on your community, on your company, on the sphere of influence that you have, whatever little you can do for sustainability, please do that. The current issue of business world, which is on the stands, is on the pet care economy that is turned almost 20,000 crore if you add all pieces of that. The next issue we are doing, so new sectors are growing. I mean, pet care was always important, but look at the scale and look at where it will grow. Our next issue is on the astrotech economy. And again, I met a very large player. She was in a, there are companies that are doing 300 crores of turnover and 100 crores of profit. It's a service business after paying their network of astrologers. So new sectors are coming. Retail tech, I'm sure, will create new kinds of companies. Retail tech is enabling the whole ecosystem to serve the customers better and create experiences and make a bottom line contribution uh, by using retail tech. Wish you well. I'll see you at the conference and I'll see you at the awards. BW Retail World is very young. Please support it to become bigger. Keep reading BW Business World. And thank you for giving your time for the jury. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the opening address. While they set up the stage, just to understand, everybody had lunch. We have 30-40 seconds. Everybody had lunch, yes or no? If you've had lunch, your right hand in the air. Okay. For the ones who haven't had, can we now just see your hand? Which you've not had. So you've not. Here. Sir, बाहर का तो मालूम नहीं. Okay, left hand in the air, everybody. Just picking you up. Left hand in the air. May I please ask all of you to raise your left hand? सर आप मेरे सामने बैठो, प्लीज उठा लो, वरना मेरा मोरल टूट जाएगा. Right? Just shake them. Just shake. Join your hands. हवा में take a deep breath. Release it all. That's it. अगर आपको अभी भी नींद आ रही है तो प्लीज आप हमें बाहर आके मिलें. Okay, while they do that, I shall introduce the first panel, which is from consumers at the core to the core of the consumers. And please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same, Rajesh Jain, MD and CEO of Lacoste India, Rajat Agarwal, CEO of Barista Coffee, Mayank Mohan, the CEO of Mohanlal and Sons, Rajesh Tiwani, the Managing Director of Abbott Digital, Rahul Jain, the co-founder of Beanly Coffee. Joining them is Sanjay Bhutani, the MD of Bausch & Lomb India and SORC. And this session will be chaired by Rima Baduri, editorial lead, BW Business World. Let's collectively welcome all of them, please. You know, I personally feel all the brands that at least I'm announcing, I was not even born when they existed. So I think we can give them a warmer round of applause. They've worked really hard to reach here. I mean, there and here as well. Rima, a humble request to you and all the panelists who are coming, along with the session chairs especially, please take a note of the timer because you also have the awards ceremony in the evening. Yes? All the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya. So everyone, welcome firstly to the first panel of BW Retail World second edition Building Blocks of Retail Summit. So we have our first panel and very crucial panelist in it. Starting off with our first panel when we talk about consumers at the core, to the core of consumers. We start with everything at the consumer level, what the consumer needs, what the consumer wants. So firstly, I would quickly want all our panelists to quickly give a brief introduction.
I think we were already introduced by Anurag, but maybe for the sake of doing it again, my name is Sanjay Bhutani, I'm Managing Director of Bausch & Lomb India, and also looking after the SAARC country. So we are a ophthalmology company into contact lenses, lens care. We've got cataract, refractive equipments, and a small aesthetics business for skin tightening, wrinkle reduction, and all. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mayank Mohan. I'm the partner and CEO of Mohanlal Sons. Mohanlal Sons is India's oldest retailer. We are into men's and kids celebration and formal wear. I'm a fourth generation entrepreneur, and now we are spread across 20 different cities.
Hi, I'm Rajat Agarwal. I'm the CEO of Barista Coffee. As most of the audience would know, we are the leading cafe player in India with about 400 odd stores, managing across 100 plus cities. We're the largest business out of Sri Lanka as well. And we have been the pioneers of coffee culture in India, have been in existence for the last 23 years.
Good afternoon, friends. My name is Rajesh Jain. I'm the MD and CEO for Lacoste India. Many of you would know what Lacoste is. It's an international premium lifestyle brand. Those who do not know about Lacoste, they can just look at me. I'm almost like a walking Lacoste ambassador. I am wearing all my things Lacoste, from footwear to my polo. So that's it about me.
Hi everyone, I'm Rahul, co-founder at Beanly Coffee. Beanly is an online-first coffee brand in the FMCG sector with presence across all online channels, marketplaces, quick commerce, now foraying into the offline space. And yeah, that's about me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rajesh Devani. I'm from a company called Avid. So we have two verticals, Avid Digital and Avid Lifestyle. So we are into very different categories of technology and lifestyle. So as Anurag just said about sleep, we started selling sleep 15 years back and getting into India the world's most expensive mattresses called Hastings. And we are still selling. And I really appreciate Anurag for taking sleep so seriously.
Thank you, all our panelists. So, when we talk about the retail landscape, when we talk about consumer centricity, when our interesting topic from consumers at the core to the core of consumers, Mr. Rajesh Jain, if I would like to, how do you define the shift from consumers at the core to the core of consumers in your business model? How would you say that shift, that transition has taken place?
Thank you. Thank you, Rima. So first of all, I would like to say, I think consumers have always been at the core and they will always remain at the core. There is no way that the consumers cannot remain at the core, especially for retail. What is happening is now that we are trying to reach out to the core of the consumer also. It is not that it was not there earlier, but now I think the pace at which we are trying to reach out to the core of the consumer is quite different, quite fast. And the reason is very clear because the consumers are evolving very fast. There is nothing called loyalty. If you don't reach out to the core of the consumer, to the soul of the consumer, they'll just turn away. If I look at the phrase itself, the core of the consumer, I think I can divide it into two parts. One way it could be divided as core set of consumers. The other could be the heart of the consumer. When you talk about the core set of the consumer, I would say that what we have been trying to do is that as you would know that we are a very well respected and very well received brand in the country and across the world also. When I say that there is no loyalty in today's consumer, but I'm very proud to say that at least about over 63% of our customers are repeat customers, and we're very happy about that. We have a defined program called Club Lacoste program. It's a very successful loyalty program. We reach out to that core set of consumers separately with the dedicated specialized messages for them only. We don't believe in reaching out to the consumer and intruding upon their privacy everywhere and anywhere, but we do some targeted marketing to them. On the other hand, which I think is more relevant in today's discussion, is the core, the soul of the consumer, the heart of the consumer. What we do is we believe in something called 3 C's. So 3 C's is I would define them: collection, convenience, and care. When I say collection, so if we look at just a few years ago, like just about a decade ago, if you had a good product, decent pricing, you have a good place to showcase your products, then the consumers would come and they would buy your products. That is called collection. That collection has significantly gone up today. We have to keep bringing that freshness into the stores and online also, so that the consumers keep coming again and again. Similarly, we have to keep playing with the kind of fabrics that we use. So the collection has to be extremely good and extremely fresh, so that the consumers in fashion category specifically, they need to come back to you again and again. Second thing, convenience. Now, especially after 2014 mid, when online started entering India, we see a lot of boom in online retail. Consumers slowly and gradually, and especially after COVID, has got used to the idea of buying anywhere, anytime, at his convenience or her convenience. And that has brought a lot of challenges for the retailers also. From consumers' perspective, it is just a simple thing, buying anywhere, anytime. It should also be omni-channel, it should also be multi-channel. But for a retailer, there is a lot of work to do. I think we have done a lot of work in that field also. We are present online, we are present offline. We are present in travel retail, city retail, MBOs, EBOs, and all of them are mapped with each other in two perspectives. One is in terms of inventory, which I don't want to take too much of time there, but I don't think omni-channel from inventory mapping perspective has been very successful. But maybe that I'll take up some other day or maybe in, subsequently. But mapping in terms of we look at the customer as one customer. We believe a lot in one brand, one voice. So whatever merchandise, whatever pricing, whatever end of season sale discounting, that is available across the channel in the similar manner, whether offline, online, city, airport retail or travel retail, everywhere is the same thing. So from that perspective, convenience, providing convenience to the customer has become extremely important. Third, and one thing that is becoming very important even for Indian consumers now, as Anurag also put it, is the care. Care, when I talk about, it's care for the environment. A lot of customers are becoming very aware of environment responsibility. As brand, we have defined timelines to reduce our carbon footprint over a defined timeline by a certain percentage. And with that thought, we have brought a lot of new merchandise also into our system, which could include, let's say, recycled fabric, which could include organic cotton fabric and those kind of things, which has been received very well by the customers. In fact, customers are also willing to pay a little extra for those kind of products which care for the environment. So I would say, given these three C's, collection, convenience, and care, we are able to attract the customers again and again to our stores and to our online channel.
Lovely. So Mayank, on these grounds, if I would like to understand from you, I mean, Rajesh sir has already, covered a lot of aspects on it. But if I come to you, that this transition from consumers at the core, like wherein consumers were given priority, but now consumers are the only priority. What they need is what the brands or the retailers are serving in today's date. How has this impacted in your business model? How would you per se that?
So, as Rajesh has already put it very well, agar customer ke dil tak pahunchna hai, one of the simplest things that any of us can do is to smile at the customer when they enter. So customer service plays a very big part. Something as basic as smiling, something as basic as, offering them a cup of tea or coffee makes a whole lot of difference. But one biggest thing that we in our business that helps us to reach the core of the customer is personalization. We offer bespoke tailoring in our store. So when you make a product to a customer that is totally to their size, to their specifications, to their tastes and requirements, and when they feel that only they can wear that garment and they can go somewhere and no one else will actually wear that, that makes a very big difference, in reaching the core of the customer, reaching the core of the customer.
Lovely. Rahul, if I come to you, when you talk about Beanly Coffee, it's a relatively new brand. When you talk about the changing, evolving consumers, we have seen boomers, we have seen millennials, we have seen Gen Z, and now Gen Alpha, and probably everyone is a coffee lover. How do you cope up with the changing consumer mannerisms and with the products that you put out in the market?
So I think one thing is clear that we've realized it's very important to first have your customer figured out. Like sir already said, loyalty is very difficult to find with consumers. But also with coffee, for us being a fairly new brand, not a legacy player, a lot of customers who try our product first are people who are, looking for something new, or they just want to try our product. If they're trying our product, subsequently, they might try another product as well. So to keep that customer engaged and bring that customer back is a very big challenge for us, but also something that we work, tirelessly towards. Whether it's through our Instagram, creating engaging content to keep those people glued, whether it's through NPS tracking, reaching out to customers, that's something we do very actively. Randomly picking out customers and we call them just to get their feedback on what they thought about the product that they ordered. Or even another way, I think, for us, because coffee is a product that a lot of people so what we do a lot is we speak to a lot of customers, especially those with complaints, and I think that helps us build a community, and gets them to come back to us. Customer service is something that we put very high on our agenda of things to do. We never fail at that, and the angrier the customer, the more active we are in resolving their issue. So I think these things are there, and then obviously for us also a big thing is millennials and Gen Z are a big customer base for us. So understanding their pulse, what they're leaning towards, what are their preferences, what are they looking at nowadays, and trying to emulate or be in places where we will find them, whether it's via ads or via a plugin somewhere else. We do a lot of we go to colleges and do events where we sample our products out. So just being there in their face, I think that is something that helps us do that.
So an omni-channel presence is what you're catering to as well.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely. So Rajat, on that note, like Beanday is fairly a new brand, but Barista has been there for ages. Like when I was a child, I remember Barista was one thing that we used to go to, prime places to be at. How, with the changing consumer preferences, what strategies are you employing in order to maintain that image, that reputation, that consumer centricity? How do you ensure that you are consumer centric truly when it comes to a brand like Barista?
So to answer to that, so we belong to a cafe category. If I were to kind of look at the way we look at our business, cafe is what we break down as cafe as a word itself. We broke it into four key pillars: consumer, adaptability, frequency, and engagement. And that's how we look at our business. So if you were to look at these four pillars, pretty much addresses the large moot point is to kind of engage with consumers, look at solutions which are more adaptable basis your consumer needs, looking at increasing frequency, which is one of the foremost pillars for you to kind of create an engagement with the consumer and to get a recall at store level or at any engagement point, the way we are interacting with our guest. And also consumer again, which is the core, is always remains the core. That itself is the biggest opportunity. You have to customize solutions basis the customer needs. Anurag just spoke about that there is a lot of premiumization which is happening, and there is an adaptability and a consumer shift in the last 4 5 years to really consume something which is premium. Today even the middle class is actually looking to create an opportunity to engage and consume a premium product. So again, with the changing lifestyle, with the changing consumer preferences and so much of digital content being available, the consumer is very, very well educated. You need to create preferences, product profiles, something which suits the customer and your audience. What we have been able to do as a brand is, now that we are pretty much in 100 plus cities, we one solution does not fit all, and that's something which which we have understood well as a brand, and we have been able to customize solutions basis the locations and the audience we are targeting, whether it is the age group which is 40 plus, which is also a very, very important age group for us, and the new age consumer which we are engaging. Almost 40 to 45% of our consumer set today is repeat customer, and that is something which we take very, very seriously. There are a lot of new activations in terms of data profiling, consumer CRMs, etc., which give you a very, very meaningful insight on the data to really create those data into meaningful information and then create target user content, which is something which will help you to yield more value. And that is something which we've been able to do well as a brand, and which is why the journey has gone pretty strong. And the way it is growing, we are heading towards being the leading cafe chain in India sometime in 2025.
Got it. So, Mr. Rajesh Devani, you mentioned earlier that you are selling sleep. As Anurag sir loves to sleep,
Yes.
he prefers 8 hours of sleep every day. So, preferably. So, since you are selling sleep, how would you say that what has been the key challenge in this transition? Because naturally, earlier there was a point of view that founders have, that CEOs have, MDs had, that how to reach out to the consumer. Now you are there in the market, and the consumers are also now choosing you. They have the ability with that omni-channel presence. What are the key challenges that you have witnessed in this transition from consumer at the core to consumer to the core of the consumers?
Yeah, thank you. See, the key challenge which most of the retailers find is the human resource. Because what the CEO, happens in the boardroom does not directly go to the store level or the shop floor level. Because that is the only place where the connect is happening. A customer coming is only connecting to the person on the shop floor. So are we able to skill them up? Are we able to deliver them, make them deliver what the boardroom wants them to do? So that's one of the most important thing. Plus, again, remuneration. So what if you really want to get to the core of customers, you really need feedback and more of reviews. So these are the things which most of the stores are afraid of, most of the businesses are afraid of taking from the customer. So, how would you make the human resource uh, get remunerated by not the quantity or value of sale, but the quality of sale, which is very important. So, these things really matter out there. And scaling up with the quality which we are talking about is again a challenge. So, these are the major challenges we find.
Understood. Sanjay sir, on your end, if I ask that, Bosch and Lomb, especially it has eye contact. Eye contacts is what you focus on. Of course, there have been a changing times in this industry as well. We have seen from people being scared to use it, and now even if people have absolutely perfect eyes, they want contact lens in their to themselves. How do you see this transition, and what challenges do you cater to in your industry in this transition?
So I met somebody from business world at lunch, and he said he was working for a contact lens company, the marketing agency 30 years back. And they were doing the work to give trials to the consumers, right? So the business has not really changed. The penetration levels are quite low in the contact lens industry, not only in India, like worldwide. So people think if I put something in my eye, whether that's kind of really safe or not, which phenomena we call also as like pocophobia, like I'm poking something into my eye.
Right.
But as a company, as a brand, I think it's our responsibility more so because we are also the market leaders in the country. How do you get like more consumers into the category? So just to give you some numbers, out of 100 people who require vision correction, only like 6 to 7% of the people would wear contact lenses. And now with color lenses coming in, the target consumers, like everybody, like you can, even if you don't have eye power, you are a potential consumer. So we segregate the consumers into different categories. So that's one. And how do you kind of reach out to the consumer to get more people into the category? And we do like various stuff around that. So we would be present at the retail store where we would give like a lot of trials for the optometrist to give it to any potential consumer. We also call it like patient walking in, and we give them the trials for free. Then on the color lens side, we will go to the colleges, malls, where we do like various activities. And in terms of now what we're doing is, even if you launch any new product, so you would do like a lot of market research and other stuff, whether this color would really kind of would be liked by a consumer or no. So if we get some color and people don't like it, for example, if I get a red colored like contact lens, people won't take it. So you need to be very, very careful, like what products you're launching. So that's where like you do kind of different stuff. And you present like both online, offline, and then various things you do.
So you mentioned online and offline. Mayank, I would actually like to ask you on this, that with the digitization coming into place, uh, Mohanlal Sons have been, present traditional retail, and they have been offering those experiences. But with this digitization, a lot of consumers prefer to go online and see how things are working. The price rates, or maybe how the product looks like, the design. how would you say, how do you create or balance that centricity between the digital and traditional um, retail stores and also add a personal touch to it? How do you strike that balance?
That's a very good question. So in our product line, customers still want to touch and feel the product as much as possible, but the discovery of the brand, especially in the newer cities that we go to, happens online. So we have we've revamped our website completely. So, lot of not, I would not say every article that is available offline, but about 50% of the articles that we sell in stores are now available online as well. So the customer is able to explore what the products are. They're able to see the pricing, the new collection online. We have become very active on social media as well. We are looking at hiring influencers as well. We've just recently done music video with Justine Royale, and Devakonda is part of that. So we're trying to do just cater to the newer generation, and also when the customer now comes to the store, their expectation is like they should have endless options like they have online. So online you can go and search for, say, a cream color sherwani or size 50, and Amazon will show up some option. So what we've done is, even we've trained and we started giving out tablets to our sales staff in stores, and so they have the same functionality at the store level. If a customer asks for anything, they can search on the tablet and it will come up with pictures, even if it's not present in that particular store. If, for example, they come to my Jammu store and the piece is in my CP store, so their customer can show them what the garment is, at least the picture of it, and that garment can be called, or it can be ordered on the tablet as well. So we're working in that direction, but it's still a work in progress.
Understood. Rajesh Jain sir. So Lacoste also being a brand there in the industry, with this omni-channel presence that the consumers today are wanting everywhere, they want every option available. And since the topic again is on consumers and how the consumer patterns are changing, how do you maintain that balance between online presence and offline presence? And of course, that personal touch, that personalization, we were having a conversation before, that personalization is also very much required in today's date. How do you strike that balance between the two of them?
So first of all, we believe in one brand, one voice. All our merchandise, whether online or offline, it's exactly the same. The pricing is exactly the same. In fact, we go to the extent of mapping the consumers also. As I was just explaining in the first question, that we have a beautiful loyalty program called Club Lacoste. If a customer walks into our store and he buys something and he or she accrues some loyalty points, they can redeem it anywhere in the country, including online channel, and vice versa. If they buy online, and they can redeem it offline also. So from that perspective, we look at the customer as one single customer, and we see a lot of customers who are online customers also and offline customers also. It's not that there is a complete segregation between the two. When you come to the omni-channel part, omni-channel, I was just explaining that omni-channel in terms of looking at the customer as one customer and having multi-channel presence, yes, we are pretty much there. And obviously, nobody can say that it's over, because everybody is evolving. The retail itself is evolving across the world, and especially in India, it's evolving quite fast. On the other hand, if we talk about omni-channel in terms of mapping of inventory, that if you don't get, let's say, a product in an offline store, as you said, that on online, as Mayank was also saying, that online you have so much of range available, because the online has the ability and capability of presenting and having all that inventory. But in offline channel, you have limited space. So you can't have all the options available, all the sizes there. Then we do have omni-channel. If a customer walks into our store and if he doesn't find a size or a color or a particular product, we can always immediately order it from some other store, or from online, or from our mother warehouse, from where it can get delivered to the customer's choice of place. However, having said that, I would also like to add here that omni-channel in terms of inventory mapping has not been very successful, especially in our kind of brands. And also, I see a lot of other retailers are also saying the same thing, because typically what happens, if a customer who is willing to wait, they would go online and they would buy and they would wait for, let's say, from 1 day to 5 days, depending upon where they are located and what are the delivery channels they are. But if a customer is coming to offline store, they're coming there for full experience. They get complete experience, customer service, look and feel. They feel very nice when they come to the store. Either they come alone or with their family or with their friends. They get complete experience. And if they like something, In our category, they would like to immediately own it. They don't want to wait even for a day, even for few hours to have that product in their hand. So hence, from that perspective, omni-channel for mapping of inventory is not very, very successful. Yes, it is there. It is a tool and we use it, but not very successfully in our case or in
The
several other
traditional
retail.
retail aspect works more in your industry, you would say.
No, so we have a beautiful mix between the online and offline. Traditional retail, if you're saying that brick and mortar is traditional retail, as Anurag was also putting it, or brick and mortar stores are not going to go away. These online and offline are two beautiful channels of distribution, which in a country like India, in my view, will coexist for several years. Because offline provides you complete brand experience and online provides you convenience. So online and offline are two beautiful channels, and they provide they're complementary to each other.
Lovely. Rahul, quickly, if I want to ask you, like when you talked about millennials, you talked about Gen Z, you talked about, going to schools and colleges. So there's a lot of personalization in today's day that happens. Also, there is data that we are collecting. There are privacy concerns that we are, progressing towards. How do you channel that and, also respect their privacy in terms when you're articulating the data?
So, as standard, what happens is, so like any D2C business nowadays, there's so much access to knowledge, and most of us, we partake in retention marketing activities, and we record everyone's, number, etc. It automatically gets stored. But, there are ways where you can kind of still market to that customer while keeping their preferences in mind. There are all of these tools, they allow you to kind of get their permission for what you can and what you cannot do, what you can store and what you cannot store, or even if you do store, you let them know, and then they can write back to you with a click of a button saying that, guys, I don't want you to market to me. So these tools are there. So having said that, to quite an extent, those who want to keep their privacy intact, they do help us with that. But yeah, I think that's pretty much how we
So
tackle it.
privacy concerns are do taken care of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Also, Mr. Rajesh Devani, when I ask you that, of course, that privacy concern is naturally there, but also with the emerging technologies, how do you maintain that balance when it comes to also taking their, taking care of their privacy because they don't want the data to be shared? So how do you take care of that?
See, data is always there with you, but it is the ethics and value of the company which owns the data, which have the data. I would not say own the data, who has access to the data. It is very important that your ethics and values should not uh, be against what they have shared, and more important is what they have shared for is very important. It is for service. It is so most of the messages should be service or information or knowledge oriented rather than promotion messages. So we are very clear on that, and because most we handle very premium and high end customers who doesn't want to be bogged. So as a company, it is your choice how you want to use that data.
So Sujay sir, your last comments on it? On the
I
data
think
privacy concern?
being a healthcare company, it becomes all the more important that data privacy, and specifically with the laws in US and India becoming too tight around data privacy. I think every company is kind of accounting for that. In our company, for example, any offline, online, where we collect data, I even don't have access to that data. So the way we store it, we've got softwares. We, as a company, like for example, somebody wants a trial lens, so we would direct them to a retail store. So the retail store would also not get a number, so they just get a dial button. And if the consumer is willing to give, then it's between the retailer and the consumer. So lot many practices, software, and other stuff you're using as a company to do that.
So we are almost out of time, but Rajat sir, if you want to, like in one sentence, if you want to close the argument.
See, the data in the current set is becoming very, very important. And as everybody rightly said, there's a lot of data and consumer data which we are storing at our ecosystem. The intent has to be clear. I think I completely agree to the point that you can't be really pushy about your campaigns to the consumer. It has to be done in a way that it is something which is acceptable in the same spirit. There is a lot of data to kind of use, but again, as I said, there are a lot of tools available today to look at recreating the data, curating it in a way that it at least becomes meaningful. It may become informative. Occasionally, it can be more marketable, but largely, if it is something which is informative, the consumer would consume it in the right spirit. And I think that's the way to kind of handle a certain level of data, which we are all getting on a daily basis.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Our session is over. So thank you so much for your insightful sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Can you come forward, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Rima, for doing that. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. And with that, it's now time to move ahead with our next panel discussion, which is on diversity in retail, navigating the new formats of retail spaces. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for this one. Varun Tangri, CEO and founder of Qbuster; Lalit Kumar Jha, National Head, VM, Retail ID Landmark Group, Max Retail; Ramaswamy Lakshman, Director, Emerging FBA in Marketplace, Amazon; Sharmila Senthil Raja, Industry Platform Leader for Consumer Products and Retail, India. Keep Gemini, and this one will be chaired by Jyotsna Sharma, Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. So of my panelists, 3 of them have come down specifically from Bangalore. In fact, one of them has a hard stop because she has to get to the airport. But thank you so much for your time and for making time for this discussion. And of course, I mean, we all saw the pandemic gave all retailers a headache with all the supply chain issues, and then there was geopolitical tensions, the economic uncertainties, and all retailers have overcome that. But another thing that emerged was these new formats, these new retail formats that have come up. So now the question is, and they're quite fun actually, and there's a lot of, so we've got the best of the best here with us today. So let's hear from them. What are the changes that have come in? What is it going to look like in 2024 and beyond? But let's start with a bit of introduction. So could I request you all to introduce yourselves, but when you do, also add what is that one aspect about your job that you really like?
Hi everyone, my name is Varun Tangri. I'm the founder and CEO of Qbuster. Qbuster is basically a Android-based point of sale solution used by retailers, grocery, restaurants, spa and salon, basically all kinds of merchants to manage their in-store operations and online operations like billing, inventory, khata, CRM, loyalty, all combined into one. So Qbuster is basically a super app used by any kind of retailer to manage their in-store as well as online operations. What I love the most is it's challenging. I think I love to take challenges because from a very beginning, I have been a studious kind of a guy. So went up to Delhi College of Engineering, did that, then took the plunge in entrepreneurship when entrepreneurship was not even famous in 2012. So I think because it gives you challenge on a daily basis, I really love that part of it. New problems every day, totally unknown, uncharted territory, and I love that.
That's nice. So you wake up saying, okay, where's my problem? What's going to be my problem today?
If you're an
Give me a good
entrepreneur,
one.
that's given.
Okay, awesome.
Hi, I'm Ramaswamy. I lead Fulfill by Amazon here in India and the emerging markets. Everyone knows Amazon, so needs no introduction. So I'll talk a little bit about FBA. Fulfill by Amazon is the business model where sellers all over India send their inventory to Amazon warehouses. And when the customer orders it, we pick, pack, and ship the item. And this is what we do at a national level. We have warehouses all over the country supporting customer orders. And recently, we have also launched another service where sellers can fulfill their customer orders with their FBA inventory, even if the order comes from their off Amazon website. So that's the kind of service we provide, and we want to support sellers through outsourcing their fulfillment operations.
Thank you, Raman. First of all, I'd like to thank Business World for giving us this opportunity. I'm Sharmila Sendilraja, and I lead the industry platform for consumer products and retail for a company called Capgemini. Now, for those of you who do not know, this is the company which runs the POS machines. Every time you may have bought a burger at your famous burger joint. This is also a company which runs the supply chains for the largest FMCG company in the world. We also help sell the most expensive of Hermes bags. So yes, so we work across the consumer products and retail companies across the globe, and we work from engineering all the way. And when I say hardcore engineering, like automation and like building, Coca-Cola's freestyle machine. Some of you may have experienced it. You can mix any kind, Sprite, or whatever is the different colas and drink that. So that machine is built by us. We run ERP programs, transformation programs. We do data and analytics, and we also do business services. And you asked me what makes it interesting in my work. I started my career with Food World. I was in the business of retail before I moved into the tech of retail. And there were times when I used to go to the warehouse and look at the shelf and say, yes, I have 2 weeks worth of Sunsilk. Probably I will order it next time the Unilever guy comes. To the time now, when we are talking about hands-free, automated, touch-free forecasting, where the system will do everything for you. And the buyer just needs to say whether it looks nice, eyeball it, and say, yes, this is my order to the company. Yeah. So the ability to bring tech into an industry which I love is what keeps me going.
Nice.
Thank you, Sharmila. That was lovely. I mean, very good afternoon, everyone. Lalit here, representing Landmark Group India. So Landmark Group basically is representing the retail at front, not only in the apparel, but we also sell footwear, accessories, lifestyle products, even the fun, even the food joints also. And I do the visual merchandising. I'm a visual merchandising specialist for many more years. And you know what best I love being in this industry and in this field is when I go to any store and when I find the consumer, what when they are walking on the floor and they're looking to the product and they feel, oh, this is so nice. This is one aspect of it. The satisfaction, what they get after seeing the look, what they are desired for. And the second is when as a retailers, we all understand the consumer is the best one, which is the buyer of all the services, and the actual sellers, the floor staffs. And when they feel anywhere, when they feel low, it is the visual merchandiser who help them. We go to them, we provide them solutions, we help them delivering the output at the end of the things. So that gives me real excitement. And that is what I love the most. Yeah.
Yeah. That's wonderful. So let's start our discussion with 3 aspects that you all want to highlight about changes in retail formats since 2020 that stood out for you. So maybe we can start with you, Varun, and then.
I think now retail spaces have grown from just being a buying place for customers. It has evolved to become an experiential store. So let's say you go to Hamleys, you don't just go to buy toys for your kids, right? You also go and encounter a lot of new things which the brand has to offer. So I think traditionally over the years, things have moved from just being a buying place to a more experiential place. And second is the advent of technology related stuff inside a store. So merely moving from pen paper to a lot more engaging activities happening on a tech level inside the stores. That has been the second biggest thing. Thirdly, omni-channel for sure. So I think everything has started converging to a pure play omni-channel play for brands. So I think these three things have stood out for me, which I've experienced personally. Um, Malls have taken it to a bigger extent than the high street or maybe just the local neighborhood stores. So I think that is the next big thing that will happen, that your local neighborhood stores will start getting better and better in terms of visual quality, in terms of product assortment, in terms of technology adoption, in terms of a lot of that stuff. So like grocery, for example, a typical Lala Ji ki dukan is now getting actually into a kind of a shelf space supermarket. Chota hi karte hain, but they are actually upgrading their visual appeal and bringing some technology inside in it. And it is a long term game, not going to happen in, let's say, next 5 years, but that's where the industry is moving.
So Ramaswamy, when we come to you, in terms of, the changes that you say stand out for you, perhaps a focus on e-commerce, what would you want to say?
So ever since COVID, right? So we have always had e-commerce and digitization happening, but since COVID, we have seen a rapid acceleration in digitization in every which way in the retail space. So if you look at it now, most people are comfortable buying most of their needs from Amazon or other marketplaces, digital marketplaces, right? For example, they would buy garden equipment, they would buy fashion accessories, they will buy, even pharmacy is online now, right? So, and this was not the case before COVID. Now, with COVID, people have changed behaviors, and some of it is sticking, and some of it is here to live forever, right? So that change in behavior and the pace at which it changes is very mind blowing. And the second part of it is, before COVID, it was always considered, e-commerce was considered a metro play. It was only the big cities, and it was only the already people who are exposed to the online world who would go and do e-commerce shopping. But after COVID, we see in Amazon that a lot of the business comes from tier 3, tier 4 cities. So the general buying pattern in the whole country is changing. And this is just the beginning, right? Because we are just at 3 to 5% penetration in the retail world. So I think this is a long way to go, and this change in behavior is very encouraging. And thirdly, digitization of payments, right? So everywhere you go, everybody has a UPI QR code, and they all want UPI payments. Long gone are the days when you would ask for chutta and the guy will say, I don't have any. Now they say UPI kar do, right? So this is what's like really interesting and encouraging.
What about you?
So I think and this is very, very dramatic after 2020, when the world was raising the physical barriers, I think businesses were breaking it because digital, and many of them scrambled to become digital, that is no doubt, but that has kind of set the playing field level. So gone are the days when retail was all about high capex stores, locations. Now anybody who has a good product or a good service to sell has the access.
Yeah.
And that access is to customers across the globe. So what retail has seen, the format has changed, is suddenly there is a huge access to customers, consumers, which was earlier not available. Not only access to these customers, but you had access to their time. I mean, thankfully for the 2 years when everybody was in lockdown, most of the other categories like travel, for example, or education, where the time was spent mostly, or at work. Now, a lot of that work time was available to people.
Yeah.
And retail almost became an entertainment at that time. There was a time when shopping by online was one of the things people did. And the third is access to that wallet. Because spend was reduced in so many other categories.
Yeah.
Spend we saw increase in many non-discretionary categories like apparel, like entertainment, gaming, etc. And this gave rise to one very, very interesting trend we see now, and that's direct to consumers. So I think direct to consumers along with omnichannel is something that probably got accelerated because of what we saw in the last 5 years.
So basically, I'll say just after the COVID, and even the time spent during this COVID has taught a lot of new things to all the people. The terms what we read today, Gen Z or Gen Alpha, all of the people become that, and everybody becomes so tech friendly. And even so, the retail also has evolved and taken those things in a very serious way. The stores opened after COVID or the stores operational prior to COVID. All our stores is having a kiosk which has a omni, like the product which is available inside, or maybe if in case you are not able, whether you are online, whether you are offline, you have the availability and the visibility of all the products. It is totally depending on the customers. As the customers become patienceless, you just think the moment you have the internet on your phone, and the moment the server shows that the circle is going on, you immediately switch it off and you switch to new tabs or finding the new way whether Wi-Fi is working or not. And this is the case for everything. Whether you like the product or not, you have n number of choice. The earlier discussions was happening about loyalty. This is not something, I mean, now the people is not looking for loyalty. They are looking for the looks, whether they are finding it online or offline. They have the availability. The shops is there on the phone. They are prefer to go to a fast fashion stores where maybe the product is something maybe they are wearing, they are able to wear twice or thrice, and they move away. They change the wardrobe in a maybe earlier after before COVID, when you see the wardrobe changing style was the phenomenon, almost like people used to buy clothes in the 6 month or maybe in a yearly span. Now it is happening. There is a concept of monthly drops. People change the wardrobe on a monthly basis, and that is the capability, and that is the benefits of having the best products available in the best values in terms of monetary benefits. That's the advantage what we all got.
In fact, in tech has made this even more easier. You know, this brand called Shein, I'm sure you know it. It's now banned in India, of course. But it's back in a different avatar. Yes. So they take 10 days from spotting the trend to making the product available on their website.
And one very good thing is after this COVID, even if you go into the online model, the kind of visibility as we as a customers has, the moment you place the order and the moment it is getting delivered to you, you have a selection of choice. You can stop it, you can exchange it, you can even convert it during the transit time. So there is lots of options which is easily available as a customers to all of us.
So there's, you all have highlighted digital, you've highlighted tech. There was this, just 2 days back, I was reading a story. I won't take the name of the brand, but there's this supermarket in the UK. They have self-checkout counters. And they were saying that, customers are having such trouble with it because it doesn't scan your items, your grocery items and things like that, or it's double scanning. And so that was highlighted as it was a headache. Then when you talk about fashion, there are people who say that they walk into a store when their eyes are looking at, or they stop at one of the racks, looking at a red shirt or a red top. They walk out of the store without buying it, and they get an email or a text or an SMS from the store saying a discount on this lovely red shirt. So, and you didn't do anything. You just paused next to that rack, So now my question is, while tech is really good and all that, what do you say about things like privacy, if we talk about the red shirt, or seamless experience for the consumer when we talk about the self-checkout counter? So let's come to you.
Yeah. So interesting question. In the previous panel also, they were talking about privacy and how it's being handled. So one of the important things is, yes, with the advent of e-commerce, there's a lot of access to data, not just to customer data, right? It's also to product performance. It's also on supply chain performance and your working capital and all of those things, right? So there's a rich availability of data based on which you take a lot of decisions. And one of them happens to be customer preferences, right? Now, customer preferences comes with its own liabilities, or even how do you call it, responsibilities of customer privacy, right? And in Amazon, we manage this through strict data retention policies. We follow the law of the land in every marketplace we operate in, and we make sure that we only use the data which the customer has allowed us to use it for, right? If they don't want marketing information, then they won't get any, right? At the same time, it helps customers to sometimes get curated products because that's what they were looking for, right? Sometimes they prefer to get that, in which case they use it. Otherwise, they let us know and we stop that.
You mean like the red shirt?
Yeah.
It was so scary.
Yeah.
Because you walk out and
Yeah.
Actually, playing devil's advocate here, really, how much is data privacy really worrying the youngsters? I think as the generations are moving ahead, there are some things which everybody takes for granted. As long as it's not intrusive, as long as it's in that moment giving them a specific information. However, it is the responsibility for retailers and brand owners to ensure that they are legally compliant on what's required in the country. And GDPR and privacy laws are so different in different countries. So some things that probably might shift it is, you might have heard that the third party cookies are going to become illegal and banned. So in such cases, probably you may not be talking to somebody about a certain product and you see an ad for it the next day. That might not happen. But if you have opted in for a retailer's loyalty program, then you are opting it by choice. In that case, then the retailer has that responsibility to honor that.
Just wanted to add to this.
Yeah.
Alexa is listening everything all the time, right? So I think Amazon should be the last company to say anything about being listening to customer preferences or not. So I think so yes, we are being heard, we are being looked at, we are being monitored throughout the time. It's 24/7. And because of the companies like Google, sorry to say Amazon as well, you are always on their radar for your preferences and choices for purchases. And this is not going to end because there is no definitive policy around it. You sign a agreement saying that my data should not be shared with n number of third parties, but you also at the same time sign an agreement saying that it can be used for their internal processes and training and all of that stuff, and it falls under that ambit, right? So I think it's a very loosely held term. Data privacy is very loosely used, especially in India. Outside India, there are stricter laws, but as far as India is concerned, I think we are still guinea pigs for a lot of tech companies because we don't raise our voices much, and we don't actually point fingers and say that this is wrong or right. We let it happen.
I have a bit different point of view here. If in case we as a person is so much concerned about the data privacy, then maybe on behalf of the retail community, I will request all of them stop using online and come to the brick and mortar retail. That's where the life is. Shopping is one of the biggest therapy. Where I mean, I'm
Absolutely
sure
agree.
Sharmila will agree to this. Being a customer, or when we walk into any stores and we found it, whether willing or not willing, we end to buying something. And that's the beauty of brick and mortar retail, which probably you will not get online. Maybe after seeing 1 hour, you will switch to Instagram Reels, and then you will spend another 1 hour and doing nothing, switch off the phone and keep it inside. But when you go to mall, you will certainly find something and you will buy. So come to the retail stores and probably you will not have those doubts of leaking the data. It's
point.
very enjoyable.
Fair point.
Yeah.
So now on that, why don't we start with you about tell us about a physical store that you recently visited and really enjoyed and had a great consumer experience.
So when I started from Bangalore, I mean, I reached Delhi yesterday, and I tried to make a couple of stores also, like I was visiting a couple of stores with the high street, because high street stores in Delhi is very good. You have lots of opportunity to see and experience the local market also. And fortunately, I'm from Delhi, so I known this place for many more years. And I was there in Lajpat Nagar. And after spending my half of the day there in Lajpat Nagar, I visited one of the upcoming retail sector in Gurgaon, where lots of buildings is there, but no customer was there. I was quite surprised. I was amazed. Such a beautiful place, such a beautiful architecture, a great looking stores, a very good looking malls where the customers is not there. So I would say it is not only about the making the beautiful malls. It is about how we are getting the customers inside the mall. Because if customers is not there, whatever thing that we do in terms of design or making them expensive stores, malls, there was a very newly opened mall in Bangalore. I don't mind naming the name Mall of Asia. This is one of the kind of mall where we have, it's a very newly opened 3-4 months before. You go and experience the mall. I mean, every brand you go, they have the best setup there. And every store speaks by there is a different language of that mall. And eventually, which is the upcoming and which is a trend of all the retailers, all the brands. Everybody is trying to to keep it simple. That's the real trend going forward. We all are understanding the practicality of the stores. We are, as and when we are progressing towards future, we are trying to become bit more simple, bit more practical, which is a fantastic thing. And we all should praise this fact.
Right. So, I can see the timer so why don't we'll start with you, Varun. Let's wrap up. Tell us your thoughts on how retail formats are going to change in 2024, the rest of this year and beyond.
So there are two thoughts. One is around technology. I think the cash counters are going to go away pretty soon. You will find more technology, and I'm talking from a very selfish perspective because I'm the one who is automating the checkout counters. So what I personally believe is gone are the days when you have big Windows-based systems being installed at the cash counter for very basic things. So I think that will go away. One. Secondly, advent of quick commerce. So I think retail experiences will actually move to quick commerce more. So fashion under 10 minutes, we will see that coming up. So I don't know physical brick and mortar, how that is going to react to that kind of a change. But very soon you will get your phone in 10 minutes, whatever phone you like, whatever dress you like in under 10 minutes. That is definitely going to happen and it is happening now. So these are the two things I think which are going to happen.
Ramaswamy.
Yeah, so I double that thought. Definitely quick commerce and same day delivery, within a day delivery. These will become more common and more accepted practice in e-commerce. In addition to that, I also think that customers are becoming a lot more sustainability aware and conscious. So that's coming up a lot, and we heard it in the earlier panel as well. So customers have started looking for products that are sustainable. So in Amazon, we have made changes to cater to customers like that. Our packaging is plastic free. We use a lot of electric vehicles now, and so on and so forth. And in that line, we're also advocating for digital invoicing. Invoice is something, every transaction comes with a paper invoice. So we are trying to get that digitized so that we can improve, the speed of operations, the cost involved in the operations of printing and storing paper and filing papers and all of that stuff. So that's another area that you would see more and more businesses being known for sustainability.
Thanks, Ramaswamy. I'd like to assure you, Lalit, retail stores are not going anywhere. They're going to stay, and we are going to enjoy both physical retail and omni-channel world. And it's going to merge together. It's going to be a hybrid retail world. And even there, what we would like to in the tech world call as headless commerce. So whether you're buying from a mobile app, you're buying from a gaming console, you're buying from a website, you're buying from Alexa. So that's all the front end. And it can be anything. As a retailer, if you plug into any of these systems and these gadgets, you can still give them the kind of experience they want. So retail is moving there, and retail is also moving to a lot of demand sensing and demand driven retail. So when consumers demand it, you will deliver it. So that's why quick commerce will also increase, and more it will become a sharing economy. Everything is available to everyone, provided by everybody.
I believe experience is going to take the win. Experience as in customer, wherever we get the best experience, we tends to go. And we as a retailer, the care is going to win the game. So one side it is experience and one side it is a care. More you care, more you acquire your customer base.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just ask the audience, is there a question? Does anybody want to ask a question? Okay.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Vineet. I had marketing for Qbuster. So my question is for actually any one of you. This is related to omni-channel, which has become, a very a norm nowadays, especially for the D2C brands or especially for the online only brands. Is omni-channel going to stay for a very long time? Obviously, it is benefiting brands because it gives them, especially those who come from online to offline, because it gives them a way to make their product experienced by customers. But I also see a lot of D2C brands shutting down their offline stores a lot, whether it is kiosk or shops. It's a common observation when I visit malls. Obviously, they have a compulsion of a 1 year lease or so, but the moment that ends, they shut down that shop and maybe go to another mall. So how are they going to have this balance, right? Because if they're not making any profit at the offline outlet, how it is sustainable in long term?
Yeah, I can take a go at it first. So I think I heard everyone's view. I think we all agree that omni-channel is here to stay. That's for sure. I don't know about the specific store or the brand you're talking about, but then omni-channel is also a difficult play to get right. In the last panel, the MD of Lacoste was also talking about how omni-channel is a difficult thing to get right. So it's very important how you merchandise online, how you unify the supply chain behind. If you're trying to build a separate pillar called retail, offline retail, then that's going to be a difficult one for you. You will have to find synergies, and only your front end needs to be either online or a brick and mortar store. But you will have to find the synergies. You will have to use technology to bring the back ends together, your supply chain, your financing, your systems, your vendors, and everything to play to that combined back end. Only then this whole model will be successful. But a lot of people, for the number of stores that may be closing, you would see more and more brands move to omni-channel. So I'm very convinced that omni-channel is here to stay, and that's probably one of the ways to win in this industry.
Okay. Yes.
So I am into essential oils and based product brand, and I'm into 100% pure essential oils, which works on your hormone and I manufacture products for sleep disorder, anxiety, depression, and all those. And the challenge what I face when you talk about omni-channel, online my sales hardly is 25 to 30%. And offline only I am able to do. When I go to, as you said, that being seeing in your go down that this is what, the stock lying, and then accordingly you used to order. Here, what happens with me is people are not aware about essential oil, number one thing. When I talk about, let's say, sleep disorder product for 12.95 rupees, 12 ml bottle, and that too, I am not competing with the actual brands, the world leaders. They are 5 times more costlier than me. So this is where the challenge comes up. Offline, they can experience, they can see immediately, they pick up. Online, they don't have believability in the product. So the people, those who buy online, are only those who have already experienced the offline, thing, and then only they go and buy. So this is where, as you are coming from that industry, the product and all you have seen. So how to work on that part of a thing, and from Mr. Ramaswamy, how we can increase it online and how we can create the credibility. That is what I need to understand.
Thank you. So if I understand correct, this is a new brand and new category you've launched in the market.
Right.
And every time, even an established player like Tropicana, at that time, they were bringing in the 100% juices in India. It took them a lot of effort to create the category. So they started, no doubt, from in-store, because at that time, online was not that popular. They did things like sampling, they did things like, co-branding, they did things like different ways of communicating and educating the customers. So for a 1-year-old brand, if you're still doing 35% online, it is still a very tremendous achievement.
Oh my God.
I would urge you to continue to build the brand, continue to educate the customers, and perhaps you may have to think your strategy of going to market a little bit more in a nuanced way. Perhaps, this is more medicinal, and probably you have to then market it accordingly. And also the digital world can be very confusing because you don't know which cohorts you want to go out and communicate this to you. So whoever is your digital marketing agency or whichever platform, whether it's Facebook or Instagram that you're working with, probably you work with a dedicated person over there and give them your brand positioning. So they are able to find the right audience for you. So audience selection could be something you'll begin with.
Okay. And what's
So,
your
yeah, I'll build on some of the points that was raised earlier as well. Lalit was talking about how when people walk into a store, they would pause at the item that they have put up on merchandising or the red shirt that you passed on. So those are things that happen naturally in an offline world. You are there and the customer happens to pass by, they walk in, they take a look, they make a purchase, and then they build a loyalty with the brand, right? In online, that doesn't come like automatically. Like people are not browsing the web internet and then suddenly walk into your store, right? So it's important that you drive traffic to your site, and when you drive traffic, then your products get discovered. Then the things that she mentioned about educating the customer on what the value of the product is, what they could derive out of it, and all of those things are important. Then comes a sale, right? So there's a long journey before the sale happens, and you need to cover all of those. Build awareness of the brand, build awareness of the product, and then the conversion happens. So that's something that would happen a little differently in the offline store. So that's probably where you want to focus and put some energy in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really out of time. Can I take this one more question? Yeah.
Also, are you a single founder? And what is his core expertise? But you have a good co-founder, I think. My suggestion was कि अगर आप ये नहीं करते तो एक co-founder ले लो, but you have a good co-founder. I think you'll be able to crack it somehow.
I just have one question. I'm Kushbu. I'm from a communications agency. I have a question for Varun. So I was just getting coffee at Imperial and they asked for my number and my name. So you raised a issue about
नहीं देना
data
था.
privacy, but I mean, it's
दे दिया.
mandatory. I think it's just a misconception out there. So what do you have to say about that?
Misconception about what? Sorry, I
In
didn't
terms
get.
of companies using your data. I mean, if it helps companies to give me like good recommendations and help me, like sort of streamline my shopping habits. I think that sort of helps.
So if you're giving to a hotel like Imperial, I think they will do a direct communication with you, and it would stop there. But in more scenarios than less, generally gets percolated to a lot bigger uh, audience, and it generally get misused. So I think you should avoid giving your numbers out specifically at, I would not say retail outlets. Sorry. But you should avoid doing that and rather go for a loyalty kind of a program wherein you get direct conversation from the brands. But I think outside India, people generally don't share their numbers, and there is a reason behind it. So we are a little loose in that in that department. We should not. बहुत जगह जाता है आपका नंबर, आपको पता भी नहीं है कहाँ कहाँ जाता है.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to the audience and all the questions. Thank you, panelists, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Aye. And thank you, Jyotsna, for doing that, for moderating it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now it's time for our next panel discussion on transforming retail ecosystems, strategies for thriving in a dynamic market. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same, Manish Mehrotra, Senior Vice President and Head of Operations, DLF Malls, Atul Jain, President, Aqualite Industries, Pranjal Barua, Founder and CEO of Renew Sleep India, Akash Shrivastava, Head of Store Development, Raymond. And this session will be chaired by Soumya Sehgal, Senior Editorial Lead, BW Marketing World.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be sharing the stage with you, and a more pleasurable feeling to be chairing an all-male panel today. So before we delve into the conversation, I would request each of you to take a minute, introduce yourself, and also tell me one aspect of your job that motivates you to go to your workplace each morning.
Shall I start?
Yes, sir, please.
Hi, this is Atul. I'm the president of Aqualite Industries, basically into fashion, footwear. One aspect which really motivates me is the opportunity to do transformation in the organization, especially with AI ML coming in such a strong way in the last 3, 4, 5 years. So it's a little overhyped, but when you apply those same concepts into business and to take tech and business together, I think that's what really is so exciting to me.
Yeah, hi, this is Akash. I work with Raymond. I take care of the property expansion part. I think the most exciting part for me is that you have to literally dig a well and take out water every day. That's how we do. We are property people, so we do one property a day. So that is pretty exciting. We don't have set SOPs, so you have to literally do it every day, day in and day out. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Manish Mehrotra. I work with DLF Malls. I think we have a very exciting job. I have a very exciting job. We get almost 2 lakh customers every day in our malls, and our first consumers are our retail partners. So I think every day is a great journey. Every day is a new learning. Every day is a new challenge. It just keeps us going. So it's exciting.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Pranjal Barua. I'm the founder and CEO of Renew Sleep India Private Limited. Now, you asked me a very pertinent question, what keeps me going and what is exciting about my job? Well, I mean, let me tell you, generally, what is our basic needs is roti, kapra, makan, right? We at Renew Sleep add the fourth angle, that is the sleep, the need, you know. We know that, normally we ask a question to you, what time do you start your day? You know, or no, what time do you start your day?
Is 8:30?
8:30 in the morning?
All right.
Perfect. That's a normal answer. But we say I start my day at 10:30 or 11 in the evening, because that's the time that's the first activity I do is to go to sleep, wake up fresh, then I start all my activities. So you know what I'm saying. It's very exciting. You make people sleep and then you make sure that they have a wonderful day ahead to do all the activities that all the gentlemen are actually leading them to. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Srivastava and Mr. Barua, I would first request you to lay the tone of this conversation, so to say. Could you take me through the present day contours of the retail industry? How has it really panned out in the past few years? And is 2024 any different from the past years, basically?
I think from a consumer adaptability perspective, the COVID has taught us a lot of things, both good and bad. The people who are resilient enough have been able to adapt to the new changes. In terms of the way people perceive retail, uh, people want tailor-made solutions for themselves. Gone are the days where retailers were telling what people should eat and what should they wear. Now the consumer is super knowledgeable. He's traveled all the world and he's been through ups and downs in the COVID times. He wants to live life king size. He's not very sure till how many years will he be living. So he doesn't want to get imposed on his thoughts on what he should eat, where should he go. He wants independence. And he's also telling people what should he wear, what should he eat. Now the companies are getting more bespoke. They're trying to reinvent themselves. They're trying to make sure that they are going to the consumer and asking, what are you wanting to wear? What are you wanting to eat? What kind of content do you want to see on OTT also, or even in the cinemas? So from a company led to a consumer led, the journey has been pivotal in that way. This also follows the advent of a lot of D2C brands who are going to the consumer and trying to solve a solution. They are also kind of challenging the status quo of conventional setups like ours, where we've been in the business for 90 years, 100 years, 20 years, and they are challenging everybody to change the way we are doing our work. I think it is going to be good for the entire ecosystem that way, because when you have good competition, somebody, a set of people who are very agile, uh, who are really enthusiastic about offering the right things to people, things have to change. So they are the torchbearers of the change right now. So that is a big shift from COVID to now.
So bespoke customer centricity and personalization is something Mr. Barua and I were discussing backstage. So taking cue from your answer, Mr. Barua, would you
Yes.
like to add to it?
Perfect. I would actually agree with what Akash has actually just mentioned. Absolutely perfect. I mean, okay, earlier we used to talk about customer satisfaction. I mean, you have tackled the customer satisfaction, you are good. Today, I would say that it is the curated customer experience is what we are looking for. I think customers looking for what you are doing for me, then what I want. You need to find a gap and then curate the solution to give it to him. It's solution-based business today, I would say. Normally, retailer or a brand would talk about product offerings. This is what I offer. It is, I would say, the change has come now to see that what solution do I find to your problems? It's more about understanding, more and more, and then would offer. Then I think it's a time of fast fashion. In the sense, long gone are the days when we say, I have this collection for a year, in fact, 6 months, or it depends on the product, of course. I can understand that category wise, but it's about, what is required today. I don't need it tomorrow. So it's as fast you change your collections is going to be more and more successful. We have a lot of examples like that. I would again go by what Akash has just said, is that companies are built now, all due regards to all the huge companies that we have, legacy companies. We have seen in last couple of years, companies are built and made to thousands of crores within a couple of years. There has to be something good going on. This is what exactly I found out. We find out, yeah.
If I may just add, I think one thing which has changed over the last, let's say, a decade or so, it's that it's become extremely competitive. So why it has become extremely competitive is because of the opening up of the online channel, discovery of product, availability, designs, and availability in the smallest pin code has become so easy that today, that is what is, I think, creating this entire, should I say, Brownian motion in the retail industry. So, I too, sometimes I slightly disagree with what was being said here, that the consumer has become far more knowledgeable. He's become far more aware, yes, but has he become knowledgeable? As a little outsider, I don't think so. I think he just has today far more access to information For example, I want to buy a nightwear. Let's say I want to buy my pajamas. Earlier, pajama is a very normal product, maybe 300-400 rupees. Normal pajama, 500 rupees. Earlier, I would probably go to the neighboring shop, which I know stocks one of these kind of things, and I'll go and probably buy. It's not the most important thing for me, right? Cotton hona chahiye, patla, jo bhi hai, comfortable. Today, I'm sure if I go to Amazon or Flipkart, any one of those other platforms, I'll find at least 20, 30, 40 different designs of pajamas, different price points from 200 rupees, 300 rupees to probably 2000 rupees, all kinds of material. I am so empowered. So I think so I'm not become knowledgeable. It's just that I just know too much. It's not that I know this pajama is good or bad. I just know that there's so many pajamas available. I thought वो white वाला, वो check वाला है. यहाँ तो बहुत कुछ है. मैं सोचता था 500 का, यहाँ तो 300 का भी है और 1000 का भी है. That's my point.
Perfect.
I don't know how you guys react to it, but that's my.
No, I mean, I think Manish. Yeah, a fantastic point of view. I mean, now, it's the word is spoiled for choice. Earlier, as you rightly said, you go to the neighborhood store and then whatever he gives you 5 sets of pajama, whatever it is, and then you kind of choose one.
At best, maybe one more. At best.
And that's but then today you have everything. So that's why I'm saying everybody, all brands, all retailer are offering the product. My meaning was that only products are offered, but how differently do you make yourself visible to the consumer is probably going to make a difference. That's what I was trying to say.
So my view is that for independent, just to complete the point, my view is that for independent stores, independent chains to really thrive in today's world, they have to use and embrace AI in a much bigger way so that they know more about their consumers. And secondly, they have to adapt to this changing consumer in such a way that they create some plus for him. For example, continuing to the pajama point, I create such strong pull in my pajama through a brand or through something that you want to buy my pajama. Let's say Raymond pajama. I don't think you sell pajamas, but let's say Raymond pajama. मुझे Raymond का ही खरीदना है यार. तो वो मुझे create करना पड़ेगा. Thanks.
Sure. So when we talk of the customer being spoiled for choices, they're also that's when we also think about personalization and a personalized approach. And we've seen in a lot of surveys that stamp that personalization has reigned supreme in a lot of areas, right? How has your experience been, when you tailor strategies for your consumers? Mr. Mehrotra, I would want to begin with you. Have there been any specific observations, insights that you would want to share with us?
Hi, good evening, everyone. So, see, retail is a very age-old business. I think retail started when there was no money and people used to barter products. So one is retail is not a new phenomenon, number one. Secondly, we human beings as consumers of products is again a very ancient phenomenon. We have been consuming products, we have been experimenting products, just that the options and the windows are quite plenty today. It has also evolved over a period of time with different social needs. And I'll not go back 40, 50, 60 years. I'll just go back 20 years, 15 years. What were the social needs which enabled us to consume a product? When as a consumer product, imagine going to a cinema. Going to a cinema 15, 20 years back was about going to a cinema and watching a blockbuster, and the pleasure was a popcorn. That it was the cinema. That's it. You used to plan, you used to dress up going to a cinema. Today, you walk into a cinema, you have as much food options as a food court gives. You have a choice of seating, a choice of row, a choice of audio-visual experience. Right? It's the same movie, and it might not be a blockbuster, but you would still spend. So I think from the content, the whole needle is skewing towards experiences. So your product is the hero. Product will always be the hero. You'll always go to watch a movie. You'll always go and buy a pajama or a product. That will be the hero. But you also engage in experiences that come along with product. And that's how the retail journeys have evolved. So from the barter to multi-brand stores, to high street stores, to malls. With the fact that, I'll talk about malls because We operate those malls and we operate with brands, right? It's not that we operate malls. We need brands and consumers to operate. Otherwise, the malls will remain buildings, right? So what do? We deliver experiences because the brands are there. You have a Zara, you have a Massimo, you have a Raymond's, you have the whole plethora of brands in the mall. People can go and shop. Why would a consumer choose to shop online and offline? And see what happened in the COVID phenomena. When during COVID time, everyone said, "Oh, what's going to happen?" Right? And yes, there was a huge skew on online. Those 2 years, 3 years. The moment COVID faded away, the bounce back on retail, all categories was huge. Because one thing people realized that yes, we can survive sitting at home, not shopping and cooking at home. But we cannot survive for long because we are social people. We want to go out. Our work lives or our lives deal with certain consumptions. And all of us are people who consume different products. Some people consume health, food. We are all, some like art, some like books. We want to go out, enjoy life there. So I think it's an evolving stage of mankind, if I have to say. Retail is not, retail's been there always. It's just the expression keeps changing. So I think that's where it is.
Perfect, perfect.
Mr. Barua, I think you would want to add to it. What has your experience been with personalization or a tailored approach when we talk of Renew Sleep?
Okay. So coming back to how do you do personalization is important. What Manish has actually rightly highlighted is that things have changed and it's more about the experience that we talk about rather than the product. Product is there. So we don't talk about a product here. What we do is that, it's like what is a gap? Suppose you need a product. Okay, suppose from my side, my product, we are a sleep solutions offering company. We also get into a curated home fashion. Okay, so my whole point is you spend a lot of, and this is not a category. Mine is not a category. This is not a need base. It's like a more of a like something. If you third or fourth need a product, it's not something the basic. Okay, how do you then generate interest in the consumer? That is important here. Now we approach the consumers from the point of view of their need. They say, okay, for example, a mattress. Now, how do we sell a mattress? There are different options of mattresses across, as you rightly say, online, offline, everywhere. We don't sell a mattress. We don't sell a product. We ask the consumer, okay, what is that gives you the best sleep? They say, okay, I stayed in so-and-so hotel. I had the best sleep of my life. Or maybe is a pillow that I use at my home that only I keep carrying that pillow everywhere. That's an experience we're talking about, right? Okay, then we ask them a few questions, very personalized, small things. And then we come to a bingo, we come to a solutions. And that's what we give to. This is what we suggest you use. And I'm 100% sure you like it. Now, this way I've not sold the product. I have ensured that he or she gets the best solution for his sleep. And that can apply for any product. That's what we believe. It's more of curated. The word is curated. The word is talk about their pain points, talk about their needs, they talk about their what makes them happy at the end of the day. I hope we'll all agree to that. And otherwise, product, if we start selling product, the sale is not what we do. We try and understand you a little more and then try and give you the solution that probably you're looking for.
Sure.
That's our
Understood.
approach.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Srivastava, my next question is for you. So while we understand that competition and demand and the overall economy, they immensely influence how a retail strategy is devised, so to say. I want you to explain to us what really goes in the mind of a retailer when he's actually sitting on the table and devising a retail strategy.
I think the heart of any strategy has to be the end consumer. In our case, the people who consume the product, the apparel, would have to be at the center of all the decisions that we take. The other thing would be whatever decision we take, although the fact remains that the consumer would be at the forefront of it, it has to be sustainable. We do not want to take shortcuts right now, which would be giving you results for half a year. We are building companies for years. So two things. One, the consumer at the forefront and sustainability of whatever we take and the longevity of whatever decisions we take. So these can't be tactical for sure. Now, with the advent of technology, and we keep talking about technology, I think more than we should, but the fact remains that they are actually at the backbone of everything that we do. And COVID taught us that if you really do not have technology, you are bound to fail. And if you do not adapt, so if you're not agile, the core behind any strategy has to be, while you have to carve everything in stone, you still have to be very agile in change in terms of changing if the things do not fall your way. So you can't be really rigid with what you do. So flexibility in the current times are very, very important. You start a product, it doesn't show you the right results. Do not fall in the ego of running it for 3-4 years, right? Understand where the problem is, rectify. If you think it can't be rectified, change it. So adaptability would be the key, and hear your consumer. You have to keep going back to him in terms of whatever you are selling, be it experiences or be it personalization of any service. Like we run a brand called Raymond Made to Measure. So we do custom tailoring in a factory. So you get a factory fitting shirt tailor made to your body type. So that is nothing but an experience, right? We heard the consumer. He said, I want the finishing not of the tailor Babu, but I want a ready-made ka finishing in my body type. So we offered a marriage of both. And that's not even bespoke tailoring. It's very different. So we heard the consumer and we got him back with this.
So collaboration, as we all understand, we live in the age of collaboration. Let's just say that. Mr. Mehrotra and Mr. Jain, I would want you to explain to us how has collaboration really matured over the years? What have your observations been? Your inputs. So I know that you work with Landmark and Pantaloon. So you've got the history of history with retail brands. So how would you want to put it across?
Uh, See, first of all, it's important to understand how do you define collaboration. As brands, as organizations, we don't transact. Brands and organizations are personalities. When we meet people, we meet a personality. Someone who looks like that, someone has a certain habit, someone has a way of talking, someone has a way of dressing. Just like human beings, I think brands have a personality. And I think we connect to the personality. So fundamentally speaking, now let's see how it really happens. When you go to a brand, you see brands today talking about sustainability. You see brands offering collections. You see brands running promotions. You see brands associating with celebrities or brand ambassadors. You see brands taking up social causes. And when I say brands, I would say any brand, retail, FMCG, malls, any brand is a brand, right? People want to see brands who stand for a purpose beyond the product, right? It's important. I'll give you an example. And I'll take the malls example. When people walk into a mall, they see something and they believe in certain things. There are certain things they don't see, but they believe. So that's the trust factor. For example, I don't know how many people would know that the irrigation water in the mall is recycled water, right? It's a huge USP. When international brands come to us, they want to see our commitment towards safety, environment, and society. They do not choose DLF malls only because of beautiful architecture or footfall. Now, that's the personality that we represent. Yes, we do offer safe, nice, great experiences for retailers to have their stores and consumers to come and shop. But we also give an environment. We are also a brand that has a commitment towards certain social causes. Now, these are not seen, these are unseen factors, but it adds to my personality. It's like saying that, people who read are more intelligent. No one sees that. But intelligence comes in the way you express yourself to the outside world. The reason of that intelligence is, I'm a great reader. So there is a personality that you express, and there is something that goes behind that personality. So I think brands today are created like that. So I'm sorry, so collaboration is not just about a topical collaboration or a transactional collaboration that, let's come together, let's create a promo, let's do an event. It's not like tying up with a celebrity. I think collaboration is a much larger word today. Consumers want to look at the collaboration. Yes, you have to express yourself saying, what are you collaborating? Where are you advertising? Are you on Instagram? These are all expressions. I think collaboration is a lot deeper today. And today's younger consumer wants people, and I think the online business, and I totally agree with you, awareness has gone to another level. Yeah. And it's great to see today's youth. India is a growing economy, and it's great to see today's youth wanting to see brands who stand for a purpose. And I think that's the power of internet and the power of online. They want to explore brands online, come and shop offline. So that's, I think, the biggest expression of collaboration today is online and offline coexist, and they'll continue to coexist. It is beyond, it's totally against the belief that some people had that online, pata nahi kya hoga. Nothing like that. It's coexistence.
If I will just add to what Manish said just now, on the same point which he mentioned about recycled water being used in DLF malls, which actually helps one of part of his ecosystem, which is the retail brand owners to actually come and prefer their set of offering. I'm just taking that logic to a little next stage of extension, which is my other ecosystem partners are consumers and other customers who come into the mall. Can I, and maybe DLF already does this, I'm not aware, can I look at community participation into recycling water? So I'm just extending that in terms of collaboration. So the thought which is already mentioned here, maybe it's done, can that be done? To me, so much is being said. I think Anurag said in the morning that there is lot of things about how that product is made. Is it green? Is it sustainable? If we can involve the communities, if we can involve the ecosystem or retail, which is the communities around you, into some very causes which are either becoming important or which are becoming dearer and dearer to the whole planet, that is something we should look at. There are traditional collaboration theories which are there, which are not new. I don't want to delve on them. For example, supplier collaborations, category management collaborations with your key suppliers. Those are, I think, done with and dusted, and I think we all know about it. But what I would definitely like to see more of, and which I think is beginning to happen, is these strategic collaborations which go with the changing times, which is what the consumers are today asking for, and retailers are going towards in that direction.
Sure. So Akash and Pranjal, I would want you to help us understand that what are some of the retail strategies that have typically worked well for the business? Any strategy, use case examples that you would want to quote, just say company ki growth badi ho, and you would encourage them in the future as well.
So I think from a marketing standpoint, one important thing would be to realize who your consumer is and then get to the right social media platforms. Like in our case, we've been able to attract a certain kind of audience at Raymond. Now we are trying to become even more relevant for people who have traditionally not been our consumers, like the youth. You know, somebody who got into his first job, he would have known about Raymond, but he probably shopping with us. You know, the jury's out. So we're trying to be relevant to them by being on Instagram and YouTube and couple of other social media platforms. So on from a marketing standpoint, we are also pivoting around knowing our consumer and getting to attract them where they are going and visiting. The other could be, what would a consumer be asking for in a conventional brand like ours? So I think he's looking at a better size. So we have a 38 and a 40 shirt. So he's looking at a 39, the slim fit that we traditionally may not, a lot of companies do not have. We are also looking at body types which are more for the coming times. So we are trying to innovate there. In terms of what Manish also mentioned, the sustainability part. So we have our fabric which are derived from sustainable sources. So we see a lot of people going towards it. We kind of do not advertise, but then the initiative that we have taken for sustainability are kind of giving us an edge over few of the conventional brands, because people want to associate with brands who are giving it back to the society. So that comes under the product. In terms of the strategy, the other larger point would be, why don't you open more doors for people to experience your brand? So be part of the malls with DLF, go to the high streets, go to tourism and religious places where consumption is happening right now. So our only thing is that we identify where people are moving, and basically all the brands that we have 7 brands right now under our umbrella, and offer custom varieties to people in those markets. Like for example, if you are in Ayodhya, how about a very good ethnic store? Because people would be coming with certain religious beliefs. They would really want to dress up into something which is like a traditional wear and then go to a temple. When we open a store in Udaipur, people want to dress up with a lot of colors, right? Rajasthan has been about it. So why not get a store which is very vibrant and which the consumer can have it immediately. So we are trying to be closer to where our consumer is. So 3, 4 strategies that have really worked in our favor are these only.
Sure. Great. Yeah. Good highlight. I mean, like, in fact, thanks to both of you about collaborations. I had a point to make to that as well, and probably I can come.
go
I'll
ahead.
not take much time. Manish is sitting here. Probably one of the best person can come to a solution. If I can suggest to you, of course, I'm sure you've done this. Okay, suppose we are a more retailer. You have probably at any given point of time 100, 150 tenants or other, maybe more than that. Yeah, okay. So for example, not everybody is big or small. I mean, they can or cannot afford everything. But yesterday there was a session on AI. And the same, I was fortunate to attend, and I had a few discussions with Anurag as well. Now, one thing that we were discussing in at the back room was that how can AI evolve, work with somebody like a mall operator like you. For example, what we're discussing is that, okay, in your mall, for example, we have a one hall or something like that where this is an AI enabled a showroom. You know what I mean? And it's not only for me or you, Raymond or Renew or somebody else. It's for everybody. I'm sure you're thinking towards that. I'm 100% sure about it. So what happens is that this is where the collaboration come in. Now a consumer comes for an experience. This could be a drawing point for him as well. Comes and okay, he stands there and then it's just he or she gets the product in front of her or him through AI, and then goes to the store and buy. You know what I'm trying to do? So it could be an experience center, something like that. I was just when you were talking, it was in my mind. I don't know. I mean, what? Yeah.
So I'll take it beyond.
Sure.
You are absolutely right.
Correct.
So see, one
That's
is
thought process, yeah.
technology, the way you look at technology. So there are two things. One is experiences, the other is technology, right? When you talk of technology, the fundamental of introducing any technology to the mall is, it is not to disrupt consumer experience. It is to facilitate consumers' journey when a consumer walks into the mall. A consumer spends anything between 3 to 4 hours in a mall. That's an average time. Okay, you watch a movie, it goes up by an hour. Average time goes up by an hour and a half. Otherwise, anything between 2.5 to 4 hours is the broad time. The journey starts from when you enter the parking and when you exit the mall. Okay, entry, exit, all inclusive. That's the time. Now, at every step, there is a technology that can facilitate a consumer. Now, let me give a very small example. We enroll a consumer on loyalty because we want to reward a consumer. Yes, great. Consumer will appreciate it. You want the consumer, you want a loyalty app on your phone where the consumer can go through the whole mall, navigate. Great, adds on to the consumer. But then you start asking too many questions to the consumer, it's disruptive. So see, use of technology is like a phone. A phone comes with 250 apps. You don't use more than 20. See, the real thing is that, the environment is filled with options. You have to be non-intrusive and add to the experience. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to overall experiences, and AI is one of them. I agree with what you're saying. It's exciting because consumers do expect. See, when consumers walk into malls, what do they expect? We trade. They come, they park, they shop, they eat, they watch movie and go. It's very transactional. Consumers today, and thanks to the evolving nation that we are the population in terms of the economy is growing. I think consumptions are going up. I think it's a great journey for the country. People love to experiment new things, right? You walk into a coffee shop, you have 20 to choose from. You walk into a chai shop, you have 15, 20 to choose from. You walk into a food shop, you walk into a burger shop, you have 20 burgers to choose from. So people like experimenting, experiencing. Now, when our product is the mall, we don't sell a product per se to the consumer. How do we do it? We create events which is beyond transactions. Okay. Loyalty, yes, but I think before loyalty comes with experiences. You give experiences, you hold events, you hold musical nights. What are those things? Malls are social spaces, they're not trading spaces. The point that I'm trying to make is the malls are social spaces. People want to come, enjoy, have a good time. And not just shop. Shopping is it's important. We earn money out of it. So for us, it's very important that people come and shop. But they are social spaces.
On the similar connected point on AI that you used, I just have a very simple belief in this. We are business people, marketing, business, whatever you want to call us. We are not tech people as such. Tech people will do their work. Business has to see how tech can be used to enhance business. What is the goal of business end of the day? To increase your revenues, to increase your EBITDA margins, and to increase your profits. End of the day, that is the goal. You know, organizations I've seen, and I've worked in multiple organizations, I've seen that they really struggle with putting the right data, giving the right information to their internal employees at the right time, in the right format, which will help them to take business decisions in a better way. There is so much of data available in structured and unstructured form in corporates and in large companies and even mid-sized companies, and data which is not available in many companies, but which is there, that if it can be organized in such a way which helps you to take decisions, that is where I think AI, ML can today come in and help us. You know, what is really happening with ChatGPT? What is ChatGPT doing? ChatGPT has got the entire internet available to it to come up with bespoke solutions to you. You ask something, it will come up with the information which is available and gives you an answer or gives you a solution to it. Can organizations, retail, non-retail, can they make their own ChatGPT within their own environment? Can they make a ChatGPT which is restrictive which is firewalled from the organization? You know, you can ask me, why should that be done? Why there is already a ChatGPT? Why can't you just take solutions from ChatGPT? But ChatGPT will not know from this particular store, this particular design, what was the sale which happened in the last festive season. What was the size which sold, which does not sell? It will not have that kind of information available. Secondly, ChatGPT, which is an open LLM, which is large language model kind of a format, ChatGPT will also have security risk. You will not like to give your data out in the open for them to work on ChatGPT. ChatGPT also, we all know, also kind of bit hallucination also happens. Why does it happen? Because they very confidently tell you things which may or may not be correct. Because their data points are what are there in the internet. They are not verified data points. Whereas when an organization gives a data point within its four walls, they're all verified data points or almost verified data points. So you will get an accurate inference coming out. So I'm saying AI should be used by organizations in simple terms to create their own chat GPTs. So that I, as an employee, am given the tools, I'm given some KPIs, I can just go in and get the answers which I need, data-based answers, which will help me further the business. I'm sitting in front of a customer in retail point, and if through visual mechanisms, AI can tell me that this customer came to my shop 4 months back, picked up this shirt, which was blue in color, 40 in size. As a retail salesperson, that's very good data for me. That helps me to, at that moment, probably help and increase the business for the organization. Can that be done? I think it can be done. Is it being done? Probably in some organizations. I don't know if it is being done in large number of organizations. If I am somebody who's going in a B2B scenario to talk to some customer, back-end customer, and do some negotiations with him, or do some business reviews with him, if I can get some KPIs right there, the 3 or 4 key important things, how much stock he has, what has his growth been, what has his degrowth been, and available to me through my internal AI systems, well, that's a big answer to correct. So I think business and technology has to marry together to become whatever we call as AI ML, to become AI ML, which really enables you to grow the businesses. Thanks.
I think you had some very pertinent, additions to this conversation. Atulji, I would also want to ask you, how do you see the future of retail ecosystem when we say that it is going to be an AI ML driven, क्या कहते हैं, मतलब ecosystem basically? How is AI ML going to drive the overall strokes of the retail ecosystem in the coming few years?
See, as I said, let's divorce technology with business. The tech will be done by the tech guys. They're all over the world, including India. And they will keep developing newer and newer ways of enhancing the ability of tech. So I'm just divorcing that. I'm saying here I'm a business leader. I need to get information. And I think to my earlier point, which I just said, I need to get information which is relevant to me and accurate, which helps me make the right business decisions. So I think AI will be used for transforming the businesses, retail businesses, non-retail businesses they actually started in a very big way in the last couple of years already. In the next few years, where data which is accurate will be available in the right format at the right time to the people working in the organizations so that they can use it to enhance the revenue for the organization, enhance profitable revenue for the organization. So use cases of AI, utilization of AI within organizations will increase tremendously. How will it increase and what does it mean for all of us? Means we have to be completely open. The top leadership of organizations has to be very, very aware of this and accepting of this and also sponsoring of this for it to be implemented across the organizations, because any AI implementation requires a lot of pain. It requires a lot of change in the way you think and the way you work. And the top leadership has to actually push it down to the hundreds of people who actually make an organization run and become profitable. So a lot of work will need to be done in executing that AI-led innovation, whatever you have thought of for your organization. That's my take.
Sure. So in the interest of time, I will ask my last question to the all of you. There have been occasions when we've seen that collaboration has not been able to tap, its full potential. And there have been occasions when we've seen that retailers and suppliers have kept each other at an arm's distance. This is just one of the examples between the retailers and the suppliers. But how can a greater synergies be created between all the stakeholders in this strategy process or a collaboration process?
Right. So I am not sure if that exists today. I think everyone who's a part of a business, be it retail or be it FMCG or anything, I think the whole ecosystem works very well today. I think the production guys know that there's a market. The vendor knows there is a supplier buyer coexistence, as we say. At times, business priorities differ and they'll always continue to differ. My priority might not be someone else's priority. And I think that will always happen. That happens in our personal lives also, right? So this is still business. I think people today understand, accept, and acknowledge the fact that we have to coexist. There is a lot of humility. There is always, I think today there is a lot more transparency when I've been part of brands earlier before DLF, and I've seen the transition happening when our manufacturer years back was not comfortable sharing the cost, transitioning to the buyer and the manufacturing sitting together and building a cost of a garment. Okay, so in the age-old world says my business, I don't want to share too much. This is a garment, 100 pieces you'll get at this price, 200 pieces you'll get at this price. And that was it. That shifted to over the years. Let us sit together and see how can we create this at a lesser cost. You earn your margin, I earn my margin, and we give it to a better price to a consumer. By saying, okay, this design detail can be altered, this button can be modified, this fabric composition can be changed, the price can still remain 500. All of us earn our margins, consumer gets it at the right price, but we create a lot more synergy in terms of the product cost. I think the thought of sustainability and coexistence is there today, somewhere less, somewhere more, but I think there's a lot of progression happening there. I think, and please understand, organizations, traders, they understand, they're very mature people. That's why they run their businesses. And the size doesn't matter. A shopkeeper is a shopkeeper. He's a trader. He runs his business. He's the malik of his business, right? Even if he employs 5 people, he's doing a great job by employing 5 people. He's a business owner, as respectful as a big organization. So there is no difference. Stature doesn't define on station. It's just a P&L matter. So I think that coexisting happens today. People are transparent. A little less, a little more, but then that's always going to be.
Sure, Mr. Barua.
Agreed. I think agreed. We are in a business, like which actually reflecting what you're saying. We are a capex-less, business where we work with the principle of lowest MOQ and minimum inventory across the value chain. So we understand what he's saying, and then exactly, I think today when we are working with artisans, we are working with smaller manufacturers, and they are absolutely open today. And he's rightly said that they are open. They open the books and factories to us at any given point of time. And we actually work. This is where collaboration. Do we have 2 minutes time? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, I think we sit across the table. We understand each other's point. We talk about the credit, to talk about how much, upfront that we need to give and what is the kind of support he's looking for. It's not always money. It's more about probably running his factory. We take the onus of running his factory. He takes the onus of making sure that I get what I'm as a brand I'm looking for. I completely agree with what Manish is saying. Things have changed over the years. I worked with my co-founder. We worked for close to about three decades in a big organization. I will not name it in a public forum, of course. We have seen how things have changed from collaboration point of view. People are actually very open now, and things have changed completely. They are open to each other's pain points, and I think we are trying to solve. I think that's where I think positive. It's very positive from India's point of view, and we are seeing the change. That's why we are now in our company, in our brand, at least we can think about bringing a brand to this level, purely on zero capex, no manufacturing basis. So which was unthinkable probably maybe a decade earlier. I completely agree with what you're saying, Manish. Yeah.
Mr. Srivastava, 2 cents on building greater synergies.
I think the time is already up, but if people still don't collaborate, get everybody in the room and ask them to, only get out when you have a solution. Yeah. So call the elephant in the room. Be open to all the ideas. Whatever, ego you have, please park it outside the room. And you better collaborate, because collaboration for now is not a choice. It is a compulsion. You better collaborate to exist. And that is what COVID also taught us. So yeah, thanks.
Mr. Jain, we'll end with you.
So thanks. All I'll say is that the earlier point made during the panel here was that far more transparency today, far more discovery today with the changes in the overall retail. I mean, online is also retail. There is no choice but to collaborate. You will have to collaborate to survive, because there's transparency about products, there's transparency about pricing, there's transparency about customers, there's transparency about sales. And if you do not collaborate, then you will not be able to survive together, and you will only be kind of struggling to grow your businesses. So there's no choice but to collaborate and grow together at the same time. And of course, at the back of it, it's always you're serving the consumer in the right way. But end of the day, you have to collaborate.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time on a weekday. We really appreciate it. And you were extremely proactive and engaging. So thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you, Soumya, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We've discussed the consumers, diversity in this business, the retail ecosystem, and now let's move towards our next panel discussion, which is on Retail Infra 101. How are retailers looking at the cities of tomorrow? And to discuss their views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Akash Nagpal, VP, Leasing Trihan Iris, Sameer Manglani, Partner, Meena Bazar, Shami Agarwal, Director, Pansari Group, Khushbu Agarwal, Co-founder and COO of Campus Sutra. And this session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have few, but you can at least keep the energy going for them, no? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. For this panel, when I was preparing last night, I was reading the investor con calls of top listed retail companies in the country. And I was looking as to what their commentary is when it comes to tier 2, tier 3 cities. Some of the keywords that I picked, and I would like to read them aloud here. Inflationary headwinds, premiumization in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, renewed consumer sentiment, K-graph growth, targeting consumers in a personalized way. Some of the tier 2, tier 3 markets showing immense potential to outperform tier 1 markets. And some real estate developers reiterating their commitment about increasing retail portfolios across multiple geographies. All of these keywords signify the potential of these emerging cities, and that is the reason why we are discussing as to how retailers today are looking at these cities of tomorrow to expand their business. And in your opening comments, panelists, I would like to understand from you the consumer sentiment that you're reading, the macro trends that you're reading, which makes the retailers look toward these cities with such great momentum. Akash, if you would like to start.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I agree what you said exactly. All the retailers are actually eyeing towards the tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, because all the metro cities are already overcrowded and all the retailers are present in all those cities. And now the next growth part is tier 2, tier 1, tier 3 cities.
Right.
So yes, we also being developers, so we eye these cities as potential, and we also planning to explore these cities. Like recently, we have seen a lot of malls have inaugurated in cities like Indore, Lucknow, Pune, all these cities. So I totally agree, and we as developers, we are definitely eyeing these cities to get a good land parcel to bring to make a mixed use development with a retail, with entertainment, with a hotel. So yeah, I agree to that.
Thank you, Akash, for those opening comments. Mr. Sami, if you would like to add to that as to what you're seeing when it comes to those macro trends.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Arjun. Definitely. So I am partner at Meena Bazaar, and I have set out on a very ambitious growth journey. My plan is to open one new retail store every 30 days. And I'm happy to share with everyone, in the last 2 financial years, we have actually opened one new retail store every 37 days. We've added 20 new retail stores in the past 2 financial years. And for us, our immediate focus is tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I mean, everything, be it the new bus town Ayodhya with the whole temple opening. I'm very happy and proud to say that my team was proactive and we were ready with our store before the temple opened.
Right.
So, it is just our entire focus is on tier 2, tier 3 cities now. That's where the demand is. That's where the aspirational factor of the end consumers is. They've all seen the investment by the government in infrastructure. The road connectivity has improved considerably, and that has all impacted their, personal growth as well in their lives.
Right.
So the new culture coming in, new stores coming in, new lifestyle coming in, new money coming in. So definitely for us as a brand, that's where the growth journey is to tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Right.
So looking forward to an amazing growth journey.
Very well put up. Mr. Shami Agarwal.
Yeah, thank you, Arjun. I'm Shami Agarwal, Director of Pansari Group. Well, Pansari majorly is a company which provides edible oils, rice, spices, flours, ready mixes. So we are somebody, चाहे कहते हैं ना कि tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 हो, everybody will eat and sleep
ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है कि यार tier 1 tier 2 में लोग खाना नहीं खा रहे हैं. And the best part is people are more prone to change. मतलब they really want to try new things over there. मेट्रो में लगता है कि every new shop or every new stores or every new channels are there. But in tier 2 tier 3, the best part is you get all the data online these days. SFG group का population wise, मतलब how we target tier 2 tier 3 is we generally see a population census कि अगर हरियाणा में हम कर रहे थे, हरियाणा में रूरल में what is the population status in district wise, zilla wise, village wise, and accordingly what channel should be apply. You won't imagine a company like Blinkit has reached tier 2 these days. So if you're not in tier 2 and tier 3, so it's like we are losing a lot. As Mr. Samir has recently mentioned about the roadways as well. You see the road connectivity. पहले जो distance होता था ना, वो बोलते थे कि कितना किलोमीटर है, मतलब कि how far is your factory from your workplace, or now people say कितना time लगता है. So the road connectivity has changed everything. It's in India, I think every 50, 100 kilometers, the language changes. But you need to understand the TJ, the demand, and what is the requirement of the end consumer in tier 2, tier 3. I think for us, it has always been a great opportunity. Wherever humans are, we have to be there. Yeah.
Right. Very well put up, Mr. Agrawal. Khushbu, if you would like to give those opening comments on what you're reading from the consumer sentiment when it comes to these cities.
So it's just not tier 1, tier 2, but you see the entire segment, retail space segment is expanding. And I, coming from fashion, I see that you cannot just be focused on one kind of, format. Other formats work too, and with the changing, customer behavior, consumer behavior, what they want. You see, he spoke about quick commerce. It took up like a rave like last year, and it's doing very well. I think live commerce and social commerce, that's gonna be next big thing. And of course, the retail gives an opportunity for brands like us to have experience stores, and customer can come and get brand credibility and all. But I think everything should be taken into account when we talk about retail and expansion of retail. Yeah.
Right. Very well put up. And, we'll come about talk about quick commerce as well. I mean, the kind of growth that we've seen in the last 1 year, that's probably the reason why we see Dipinder Goyal nowadays talking about how Blinkit will be bigger than Zomato in coming days. But Akash, coming back to you, you talked about how and what real estate developers are looking for in these cities. If you could delve deeper into what the mix is when it comes to these cities between high street retail and malls, what are some of the cities that they're planning to, if you could give a larger picture about that?
See, in a broad way, everywhere. See, high street is always different from a mall culture, wherein high streets restrict with few categories of brands, wherein it cannot provide all the categories which are present to the consumers at one place. But however, in malls, yes, you can actually offer the consumers all the categories, may it be entertainment, may it be jewelry, may it be fashion or eateries. So there will be always a difference between high street and malls across India.
Right.
In few cities, yes, high street works pretty well. In few cities, malls works very well.
Right.
What I read that in tier 2, tier 3 cities, if we build a mall, definitely that would be a game changer and it will be a eye catcher for those consumers, because those people have not seen mall. They always travel
Right.
to different cities to experience that.
Going to malls for some families is still a luxury problem.
Exactly.
Right.
So in tier 2, 3 cities, that's why malls are much needed,
Right.
and brands which are not present in those cities would definitely do well because the potential is very high.
Right.
Yeah, that's what.
So from your group perspective, can you tell us about what your group is doing at this level when it comes
So we are definitely building malls as well. We are getting into residentials as well. Like we already have one neighborhood center, and that too in a new city. I call it a new city because it is Gurgaon extension. It's New Gurgaon. It's sector 85 in Gurgaon. So that's itself a new city in Gurgaon.
Right.
In last 3 to 4 years, we have seen immense growth in that particular corridor because of Dwarka getting connected recently. Prime Minister have inaugurated the Dwarka Expressway road. So the connectivity has become very, very good. Similarly, after that, we are building another mall in Noida Extension. So that is also a new city.
Right.
It's not Noida itself, but again, if you see the density of people living there is much higher than the main Noida.
Okay.
Because in Noida, there were earlier there was no scheme of apartments. There were a lot of builder floors and colonies which were cut earlier. But in Noida Extension, I think 90% of development is multi-story.
Right.
So the density is very high. So basis that, we are building a mall, a 1 million square feet mixed-use development,
Right.
wherein there will be a 500,000 square foot of a retail, entertainment, eatery thing, then a hotel.
Right.
So that is one. Then we are also exploring something in Haridwar, let's say, because it's
Okay.
again,
Big tourism spot
it's
as
a
well.
tourism spot
Religious
as
tourism.
well. We're exploring those things.
Mm.
So yeah,
So
we are exploring these kind of cities for more developments.
Very well put. Mr. Shami Agrawal, I would like to come to you. You see, you're in a sector which probably is the most affected by key macroeconomic trends, be it inflation, and that results into that urban-rural divide that comes when we talk about FMCG companies. Given the challenging conditions that have prevailed in the last 1 or 2 years, and now that elections are coming, if you look at the commentary, these are the cities which are the beneficiaries of key government policies, key government free transfer subsidies. They are the beneficiaries of these policies. So how do you see your expansion strategy when you look at these cities? If you could go a bit deeper on that.
As I mentioned, how do we plan if we are going rural areas? First of all, we see what is the population size over there. Then we see who are all the competitors over there. कि उनका कितना business है. What is the trade channel? It's just not, you can't have modern trade or malls at least in, say, if you go Delhi NCR, if you talk about, there'll be 1 or 2 malls recently opened in Sarita Vihar, not in Faridabad. And same in Sonipat. People prefers to come to Delhi than Sonipat, Panipat, those belts.
Right.
So first we see the population area, then we see the market size. What are the channels? Like if you talk about these days, everybody is there on YouTube, या फिर WhatsApp पे, everybody is over there. It's very easy to do a segmented market. How you want to channelize if you are targeting say Sonipat, so how you want to channelize the TG for Sonipat as well. Other than that, there are SFG groups or influencers. जैसे हमारे में बोलेंगे influencers, there are somebody who's with 1,000, 10,000 or maybe million followers, the influencer. But if you go rural, it's majorly the sarpanch, the village leaders are the rural. One of the teachers is a influencer. So how we do it? We generally see what are the product market fit as per the market. Like as he mentioned about the upstreet market, they're all nuclear families. They prefer all ready to cook, ready to eat products. जहाँ पे न्यूक्लियर फैमिलीज है, हस्बैंड वाइफ दोनों काम कर रहे हैं, उनको सबको जल्दी बनाना, जल्दी जाना है. बट इफ यू गो टू अ रूरल मार्केट, देयर यू विल सी वो एक बार 2 बार ट्राई कर लेंगे रेडी टू ईट, बट दे विल बी मोर हैप्पी मेकिंग देयर ओन प्रोडक्ट्स. मतलब rather they are still grinding their own masalas, so they buy whole spices over there. They are more quality conscious. I won't say कि if you talk about any industry, हर जगह कहते हैं यार कि हर एक को, if you talk to anybody ना, सबको सस्ता और बढ़िया चाहिए. मतलब वैसे सबको चाहिए सस्ता भी चाहिए, बढ़िया भी चाहिए. I think in food we talk about सबको बढ़िया चाहिए और सस्ता चाहिए. मतलब the बढ़िया word comes before सस्ता, because nobody wants to compromise with health, and whatever has been, they should, be it COVID or be it anything, people are more prone to be more active towards their health consciousness.
Right.
So I think if you talk about tier 2, it's majorly less competitive than metro cities, because everybody wants to be in metro cities, but you have to be very specific with respect to the communication you use. अगर regional है तो language is a main thing. If you go to south, मतलब तेलंगाना अलग है, आंध्र अलग है, केरला अलग है, there's a lot of different languages.
Right.
In मतलब you cross the border of Delhi and Haryana, you see different language. So same that matters a lot. Local कहते हैं ना localization. हमें बोला जाता है यार कि being Indian, we generally see make in India, and state wise people see यार ये हमारा अपने घर का प्रोडक्ट है. That's how the demographic has been divided. So yeah.
Right. And if you would like to give a first-hand experience of what these past 6 months, 1 year has been in general for FMCG companies, because if we see their growth, they're registering single-digit growths or even negative growths quarter on quarter. How has that things been for you?
If you talk about industry is growing at a decent pace. If you talk about Pansari Group, we are glad that we targeted 70% year on year, but we end up doing 52%. We'll be closing at 50 to 55%. It's majorly you have to analyze the market trend. As I mentioned, 2 years back, 3 years ago, nobody have ever imagined that somebody like Quick Commerce doing 1,000 crore business. Matlab Blinkit does approximately 70 to 80 crores annually for us. So it's like you have to be present on different channels. Government is doing ration, अब election आ रहे हैं तो subsidized rate of ration, subsidized rate of rice. So we have to monitor that कि अगर हरियाणा में वो oil सस्ता दे रहा है तो nobody will buy it. मतलब simple सी बात है ना. Why will people will spend more money if they're getting a subsidized rate of oil and floors?
Right.
So I think as an industry, government is taking all the measures to keep the inflation down at least till the elections. I'm not sure what's gonna happen after the election. कि exports भी G2G ज़्यादा हो गया instead of private. When I say G2G, government is exporting rice themselves than the private players.
Okay.
And flows has been banned. So government is doing all the measures to curb the inflations. But at the same time, as a company or as a individual or as an organization, we have to see what are the new channels, what are the things which are opening, how is the consumer behaving these days. If पहले कहते हैं ना newspaper में ad देना was called expensive, these days our spend on digital is way higher than the spend on say BTL or newspaper.
Right.
So all these things matter a lot. And as an FMCG, as you mentioned, for a bigger company, they are not growing because of the local players.
Okay.
As I said, no, it's very hard for a bigger company to change policies overnight or change things in quicker session. But a smaller company will do it very fast. We have different structure or different policies, different team for South, different team for say Western region. That's how generally for you have to work for being a hyper local brand. You have to be a hyper local brand, I would say.
Now, you mentioned some of the things. I'll come to you on those next questions, but very rightly put. Khushbu, you both are from the apparel sector. I'll just start with you first. If you look at trends, Zudio, they've elaborated expansion plans on paper when it comes to these category of cities. For a digital first brand, how are you positioned when it comes to expansion here? If you could delve deeper on that.
So I would like to address to say that there is still dearth of brands in India. Earlier, you would see 10 years back, where would you go and shop? In a shop that's near your house or a high street fashion. There were no brands. And now there are various segments. Okay, you have luxury, you have premium, you have budget, you have so many segments and so many requirements. And reading the customer, the urban customer is required. Expansion plans work, and then they're working, but then you have to read the customer. Some might hold sustainability close to heart, and they might be looking for homegrown brands that they want to invest in. Some might see the value for money, and then they might go to offline stores. And also then convenience, perception, everything matters to the modern customer. So understanding the customer is right now is the key. And also I always say, you snooze you lose. So I'm not just going to just D2C is not the answer. You have to be present offline, you have to be present online. And the way the market is changing, I'm seeing an integration of these two formats also, like an experience center. Recently, I just keep telling people that people have started buying skincare from the airport because they travel a lot. The lifestyle is such that you travel a lot, and then whatever is you are at the airport while going and coming back, and you're buying all your skincare from there. I've seen the trend. So that way, the mall experience will change. It will have a single outlet, I think, gaming outlet, and then and there you get food there. You can buy on the spot, on the same machine. You can do everything. So that is what I think retail is going towards with the coming of AI and reading the trends and customer convenience that we are thinking of in the future.
Right. And at a level of Campus Sutra, if you could tell us, everybody, as to what the expansion plan when it comes to offline, as you mentioned, that we have to have an omni-channel presence. So at Campus,
we are already present with all the large format stores. We are present 500 locations in India. And we are present in 22 countries, and our online presence has been more proactive from the very start. Earlier, brands would tell customers that what is coming in, what is the trend. These days, customers prompt that this is what we want, what the market wants, what we are doing. So Campus Sutra is really proactive in that and, listening to the customers.
Right. Thank you. Samir, if you would like to add to it, because the bulk of your focus is on these cities, you would be in a position to tell. And more importantly, you're doing majority of it through physical stores.
No, but very well said, Khushbuji. I'll add to it.
Yeah.
Again, customer is king. So, whatever our customer wants, we better be equipped to provide that. And especially with tier 2 and tier 3 cities, people have become very, very self-aware. They know what they want. They know what kind of skincare they want. They know what kind of clothes look good on them, what color suits them. With technology, with so much information, they have developed their mindset, cultivated it to the T, and they are very, very clear. And for any brand, be it tier 2, be it tier 3, or even tier 1, they need to be very well quick on their feet to adapt to what the customer wants. So that holds true for all segments. Definitely at Meena Bazaar, we pride ourselves on a very quick stock turnover ratio. We pride ourselves on a very quick, inventory chain. So all our supply chain is catered to what the consumer may need right now.
Right.
So it's just more focus apart from the business expansion side has been on the product expansion side. So making sure all our processes are streamlined, all systems are set up so that the time taken from manufacturing or to market is reduced, and it's quicker and quicker and quicker.
Right. Very rightly put. Akash, just a quick connected question from if I pick something about Shami said, he talked about how quick commerce is growing in tier 2 cities. Now, it may not be directly related to you, but if you could share any insight when it comes to the warehouse leasing space, as these quick commerce are using to set up their dark stores, उसका कोई scenario अगर आप बता पाएं tier 2 cities में किस तरीके का warehouse leasing.
See, warehouse is a very different chapter altogether. We are definitely not into warehousing, but I think he can only answer it well with the warehousing thing. Yeah, how
Dark stores.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Blink, I think we generally have annual operating plans with our customers as well. What is the target for next customer, next financial year? So we realized that Blinkit showed that they have opened 3,000 dark stores. So imagine 3,000 dark stores across India. And as Samir ji mentioned about the inventory and logistic, it's all about being present in tier 2, tier 3, or be it anywhere. Because if you're available, then only you're saleable. Customer these days get impatient अगर 10 मिनट में माल नहीं आता तो मतलब it's very मतलब they are the kind of things which we are adapting is I don't know where we will end up doing is अगर आज के डेट में if you call somebody if they don't answer on first ring ना second ring तक तो हो जाती है पूरी sorry हाँ but it's like that's how people are changing in for quick commerce as well. So imagine if you really want to do anything, be it tier 1, tier 2 to tier 3, but you have to be physically, or at least your stocks you have to be there. You can't tell customer that yaar कि you'll the product will be available after 2-3 days, 4 days. In India, the thing is if they want it right away only.
Right.
The planned purchases are very, very few.
They're paying for convenience. Right.
So like I am from a brick and mortar kind of a environment. So I'm not an online buyer at all.
Right. Okay.
Because as rightly said by him that consumer has very less patience when they order online.
Right.
People have patience. That's why the online industry have grown in few years. But there are a lot of people who still believe in touch and feel. And that's how we build malls and we all have offline presence. So I don't have patience.
Right.
मैंने कुछ मंगाया अगर मैं as a consumer if I talk about if I have ordered something वो वैसा का वैसा पड़ा है अगर size नहीं आया तो I have not even bothered to return it because I don't have patience to take out time to again click on it and again the guy will come and give it back. So yeah, so patience तो नहीं है consumer बिल्कुल.
One other thing, that I would love everyone of you to talk about is this one word that has gained prominence in the last year specifically a lot, premiumization. In business media, I have noticed there are two overused words since the time of COVID. One is resilience and second is premiumization. For the first time when I was using this word in my story, my phone dictionary didn't pick it up, nor did even Microsoft Words dictionary picked it up. So that's something that, is purely a result of how consumers are spending and how we have we are calling it. But Shami ji, आपने एक बात कही कि सस्ता है, बढ़िया है. But this trend shows that महंगा भी खर्च करने को तैयार है अगर बढ़िया चीज मिल रही है. From your sector's perspective, FMCG's perspective, and especially when it comes to the rural sector, if you could shed some light on it, on this trend.
I'll tell you, with respect to महंगा सस्ता, it's about the perceived value. If you go to say you go to a store like LV, Gucci, you see people are waiting outside to get into the store. Buying तो बहुत दूर की बात है. लाइन लगी होती है बाहर की 10 मतलब I think 70,000 की बेल्ट खरीदनी है पर लाइन लगी हुई है, and people say यार India is not मतलब doing good to these. It's about how you make a brand, the persona of your brand, the perceived value. Because with respect to apparels, maybe it's visible that I'm wearing a Gucci belt or LV belt or whatever. But with respect to food, it's always a value. When we say sasta badhiya, it's like कि बढ़िया is before sasta. अगर बढ़िया है, people are happy to pay the premium. But it's not कि यार कि imagine कि with just a packet बहुत बढ़िया है और brand बहुत बढ़िया है, it doesn't mean that a similar product will be end up consuming more. But at the same time, अगर सेम बेल्ट गुच्ची में और सेम बेल्ट किसी लोकल शॉप में है, यू विल एंड अप पेइंग मोर फॉर द लोगो. It doesn't happen in the food one, because it's a perishable one. You consume it, it's over. It's majorly, it's all about the experience. It's about the taste. If that is sorted, if the quality sorted, जैसे पंसारी की टैगलाइन है, सेहत आपकी वादा हमारा. The trust, if you have the trust in the brand, price is again secondary, but the quality trust is main. But again, premiumization with respect to commodities or with respect to food is not in that segment with respect to apparels or capital goods.
Right. But is there any price point which internally Pansari Group sees as an aspirational price point when it comes to your products? Just an example, like HUL considers 120 plus, especially when it comes to the rural or tier 2, tier 3 cities.
जो कस्टमर को चाहिए, मतलब ऑनेस्टली सिंपल सा एजेंडा है कि सपोज अभी रिसेंटली हैव लॉन्च्ड ग्रीन टीज, तो वी लॉन्च्ड अ बायोडिग्रेडेबल डिप. इमेजिन जो मतलब आई थिंक इट्स द बेस्ट इन वर्ल्ड. अगर कोई देगा तो इसके बराबर ही दे सकता है, इसके बढ़िया कुछ भी नहीं है. सिंपल हर्ब्स एंड ऑल. बट व्हेन वी लॉन्च्ड एंड हमने जो टीजी करा था, इट्स वेरी निश. तो अब हमें क्या करना, मतलब वी लाइक ठीक है, लेट्स डू अ डबल चैम्बर, सिंगल चैम्बर आल्सो. So this is like whatever the customer is wanting, you can't, it's very hard to, people, big companies do such marketing activities ki nahi, we'll change the customer. But companies like us, we follow the trend.
Right.
We is like we get inspired what is being the masses.
Right.
Instead of making a trend, we generally seek here what is going on, what is customer want, what is the customer wants. It's much it's much safer, I would say, and it's much accepted.
Right.
It's like here क्यों experiment करना है, and why do you want to do it? If you see a good audience, and we have a strong network, we have a strong channel, we have 15-16 depots across India, company owned depots. तो होता है ना, जैसे inventory and all those things are that well managed. It's all channelization. And trust me, in any industry, मतलब at least in FMCG, it's always about quality. It's premiumization or value cost. It's way below it. If the quality of a premium product is also not accepted, doesn't mean whatever the brand is.
Very well put. So Khushbu, Samir, Shami clearly giving an indication of this thing being prevalent more in your sectors. Khushbu, if you would like to start.
Yes,
first.
fashion is a victim of premiumization, obviously. And then you have these brands, legendary brands. But we in Campus Sutra believe in affordable fashion. We bring fashion to India, and the segment that doesn't, the college going kids, they did not have any fashion brand for them. They did not have, clothes to say that this is what we want to wear and this is what we believe in and this is what we are wearing. This is fashion. This is what we aspire to wear. So Campus Sutra brings that to India. And I think a lot of more brands are coming, and I'm happy they're coming in this space, and the money is not going out of India. It's here to us. Yeah. So premiumization, I think in India, premiumization is happening with homegrown brands, and which again is labeled with sustainability and local sourcing and using manpower in India, artisan weavers. And I think the premiumization of that should be done, because obviously support local is what we all believe in. Yeah.
Absolutely. Samir, How do you see this aspirational category when it comes to these cities? I mean, you would be in a better position to tell.
I definitely here I somewhat disagree. Fashion is never the victim. The brands or companies that don't keep up with change are the victims. You have to be quick on your feet to adapt to what the consumer is thinking as premium. If you can offer that with your values, brand values intact with the best price or the qualities, I think that's a win-win game. The consumer is definitely driving the brand progression. They are the director. You have to follow their direction. What they want. They want uh, celebrity-inspired lehengas or outfits or cuts or colors. You need to be quick to adapt to that and have that as part of your product portfolio. But I mean, I definitely feel everyone amongst us, anywhere in the world, wants to be a better version of themselves. So, how do they do that? By becoming a little more premium or a little more refined at the end of it. And that's what, brands have to keep on striving to do with their companies as well, with their brands as well, with their products as well, everything.
Right, right. Akash, from an investor's perspective, if you could give us in some insights on how they are looking at these projects beyond the Delhi NCR on the metropolitan region of Mumbai. When it comes from an investment perspective, how much of the investing class is willing to invest on the bets taken by real estate developers in these cities?
Mean that if you want to buy a shop,
Buy a shop, yeah,
Yeah,
obviously,
right,
yeah.
that way. So yeah, because see these tier 2, tier 3 cities, the prices are anyways low as of today. If you
Right.
compare with any other metro city or a tier 1 city,
Right.
so there is and the disposable income is actually growing now. The
Right.
people are getting retired in those cities and they have disposable, so they need to invest. And so if they are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and if they see that there's a nice development coming in, so they rather invest into their own city rather than going somewhere else.
Right.
So there is a huge demand as well in terms of investors per se. If we build a nice neighborhood shopping center or a high street kind of a retail, yes, investors are very gung-ho about buying these. We have huge demands.
Right. Okay. My last question to all three of you in terms of the marketing strategy, catering to the design language, of course, brand loyalty is dwindling in such competitive environment. If you could shed some light on that, especially the strategy adopted through social media when it comes to social commerce as well. Samir, if you would like to start.
Sure. I think hyperlocalization has happened.
Hmm.
Instead of influencers in general,
Right.
you brands are now moving towards local influencers. Like you said about the Sarpanch being the influencer in a small town. Every town has their own local influencer. So for brands to tap into that database and making sure that through them their products are marketed or promoted is what now the name of the game is. I mean, one of the biggest case studies worldwide is this brand called Lululemon, and how Lululemon actually partnered with athletic sportswear, leisure wear, yoga wear, and how they partnered first with yoga instructors. Gave them their products to use to wear, um, get feedback on, and then sort of fine tune their own product mix. I think that's a great study to follow. If all brands can do that, give it to a select few people, get their feedback, and definitely work on it.
Right.
Be it at a hyperlocal level, that's the ideal situation.
Right. Thank you. Shamir, if you would like to comment.
Uh, like as you mentioned about brands, I think it's very important to first you see where you want to position your brand. Like under Pansari, we have 7, 8 different brands. Most people, I don't know if you know, Oriel is also our brand. In Oriel, we do premium cold press oils. So Bata and Hush Puppies are from same company, or Lexus and Toyota is the same parent company. So it's very important how you see your brand to be perceived by consumer.
So the positioning statement, your TG has to be very clearly defined. होता है क्या कि we think यार ये प्रोडक्ट सबके लिए है या ये प्रोडक्ट all geography के लिए है या फिर all tier 2. It doesn't work like this. It has to be from packaging to the brand positioning, what your brand communicates digitally. So मतलब digital media में भी या print media में भी has to be very clearly. मतलब generally we hire expert agencies and they do all the market research and the मतलब together we conclude with some of the brand values, brand playbook. So as you mentioned, the price point about being, how do you see the price point? It's all depend how your brand communicates about the product. Like Pansari is for masses, is majorly for masses, the quality product and affordable price. But we have like Oriel brand for the cold press oils. So people who buy from say Food Hall, Modern Bazaar, so we'll get our products placed over there, a nice English packaging with our tagline of a drop of trust. So it's all about how do you position your brand? It's very important, and all the communication should go via according to the brand values only. And when you say ki what communication to choose, these days, I think everybody use YouTube. So we as a decent FMC brand, we have a followers of over 250,000 YouTube as well. Now these days, WhatsApp community, WhatsApp channels are coming. The more you engage with your retailers, customers, consumers, it's not bombarding the social media with the messages. It's majorly giving them the education information. So this is that has been really working for Pansari Group as a the more you communicate, the more you engage. We do a lot of on ground exhibitions across India. We do approximately 60 to 70 exhibition per year. मतलब चाहे छोटी बड़ी से लेकर. There we get to meet end consumer retailers and get consumer insights as well. So it's very important. Whatever your brand is, you have to be very clear. मतलब it's very hard to say no to a customer, but if he's not our customer, we have to align कि नहीं यार, this is not our right TG. So we have to मतलब stay out of that market as well.
Right. Khushbu, if your concluding comments on this.
So, as he rightly said, content these days, what you generate for your brand, the visual as well as the videos that you make and the pictures that you take, that play a very big role. These days, customer need a tailor-made plan for them, that with this I'll wear these shoes, these bag, and I'm set to go to this place. So that is what we give to the customer, a complete solution. And also, rightly said, micro influencers, because today the customers become very experimental. They want different fabrics, different styles, different, they're more exploratory in that. So micro influencer works to reach to your target audience, that this type of category, if this influencer does, this is the customer that I want to target to.
Right.
So that works well.
Right. One last question, because since and Shami very, precisely mentioned about the growth in quick commerce. Now, yes, we've seen that for the grocery segment, but now we see even the apparel segment coming up here. So how do you see the growth potential here? I mean, it's just 5% of your channel online, but now that apparels are coming even on quick commerce as well, both of your comments on as to how you see the growth potential on this.
For me, I've always believed in the touch and feel factor of apparels. I honestly feel that's always there to stay. I mean, don't get me wrong. We are a retail store first. I mean, we're a physical brick and mortar store first. We have an e-commerce presence. But, unicommerce, omni-channel, phygital, those are the buzzwords that, each brand has to follow and sort of cater it to its own. For us, we are very clear. Our expansion is more in brick and mortar than in online. I mean, we've experimented. We were one of the early adopters of technology, even as far as e-commerce is concerned. But with apparel, especially with the premium market, they want that touch and feel factor. They want to definitely, try it on, experience it, what kind of feelings they get when they're trying out an outfit, how confident a person is. And that can only happen with brick and mortar stores. I mean, definitely with ease. If you know what you want, you have brand loyalty, this size fits me, this color looks good on me, all that, then your options just for the ease of convenience is sorted. But everywhere people are now looking for their, that third space. So malls, stores, coffee shops, community hubs are where people like to hang out more. And for us as a retail brand, it's just simple maths that, be present where people are present, and automatically you'll get eyeballs, you'll get sales, you'll get footfalls, and take it forward.
Right. Khushbu, you would like to add?
Yeah, so being from an online first brand,
Right.
so we always read the customer, and we discussed earlier that the customer is getting impatient. So I think quick commerce is the way to move, and it will work in our advantage.
Okay.
And I think that is what our brand,
Very
looking
rightly
forward
put.
to, yeah.
I have 2 minutes left. Are there any questions from the audience that they would like to pose to our panelists?
Sir, maybe I can pass it on.
My name is Rakesh Singhal. I'm chartered accountant by profession. See, my question is to Mr. Shami Agarwal. Over the last 40 years, I've been doing shopping earlier from the normal shop and to shifting to the online like Amazon. What I have experienced, and I'm telling based on experience, the brand, when you initial year, the brand is very aggressive and giving the best quality to the customers. Then you expect customer loyalty to the brand. Or gradually over a period, when the brand is established, you look for the brand valuation from financial point of view and diluting the quality of the product. I can give you example of Harpic. When you buy the Harpic from Amazon, the viscosity is reduced by 20%. It's a hard fact I'm telling you. You go to a food shop like Haldiram, after 4 years, the paratha size get reduced to by 20%. So this is what the hopeless brand value is there in India. Okay, so this is brand value is going up, everything, but the quality is diluting over a period of 15, 20 years. Many examples I can give you, prove it practically, be it a Parley biscuit or anything.
Should answer.
Yes.
For any brand, I'm not commenting on the case studies you are having about it. For any brand, they will trust me. They will have the single SKU or single quality across all channels. But when you say the quality of Parle G, it's not the quality, it's about the case size. Inflation jab aayi, to Parle G wanted a biscuit to be sold at 1 rupee. 1 rupee ka Parle ka biscuit aata hai. So what they will do, they have reduced the grammage, they have reduced the pack size. But with respect to quality, I think, I'm not sure about the Harpic as well. None of the brand can deliberately do it, that they have different, different quality in different channels. Imagine you maintaining a different quality in e-commerce, different quality, but they can have a different pack size, because in quick commerce and e-commerce, majorly smaller pack size work other than the offline stores. And also in offline stores, when Mr. Samir talked about touch and feel, for commodities, for food, it's not required touch and feel. किसी को आटा चाहिए तो they want a 10 kg आटा, you won't, मतलब rather these days वो अपने local grocery shop को बोल देंगे फोन करके, भैया 10 किलो आटा भेज दो, instead of touch and feel. So for product which doesn't need a touch and feel, other than fabrics and capital goods, it's very much easy for quick commerce, be it online and Blinkit. And trust me, the volumes they are generating, if the brand would have been doing such things, तो brand value तो आजकल social media में एक one negative comment and it's all gone.
No. Let me give you example of one very well-established brand. I will not name because the guy from that company was sitting here. I went for the 100% cotton shirt, and I found that it's a mix. The same shirt when I was living in Poland, I could get 100% cotton, made in India. So why they dilute the value customer quality in India, and the same product goes outside, they give the excellent quality. Am I right?
Sir, I'd like to just give you an example. I can't, I mean, it depends on companies to companies. Don't get me wrong. Me and my family love mangoes, but the kind of quality of Alfonso mangoes that are exported out of India are far better than what you get in India now. So, it's where you, as a brand, I think, can get more money. So for that brand, that priority is set. They want to earn money, and that's good on them. As a consumer, you are aware. So I'm sure when you found that, you did not buy from that brand. And now going forward, you will be, doubly sure of any other brand that you, do business with.
No, I think he raised a very interesting point, if I could rephrase it. I mean, although I would not completely endorse that, but there is this perceived bias against Indian consumer that he doesn't understand quality. What's your view in general? I mean, I think Akash just talked about this quality issue that I think the moderator friend, he talked about that people do want to pay for a quality, but there's this perceived bias ki inko to kuch bhi tika do. Is that still prevalent? What's your first? I'm not saying that is my view, but I'm just saying.
Again, for different brands, I think their priority is different. For me, as Meena Bazaar, I'm very committed that our tagline is the best range, the best price. We are very committed. It has to be the best of what we can offer. We are family-run business. So for us, every product that we sell has to pass by one member of the family. So we know that if we can wear it at home, then only will we, put it at the stores. Obviously, there are, some mistakes along the way, kisi ka color bleed ho gaya, but there's all part and parcel of the game. But intentionally, as a brand, we are very committed that it has to be the best quality.
Shami ji, you wanted a
Yes,
quick
I
take? Yeah.
want a quick one, sorry.
Yeah.
It's like the perception is not there at all. Matlab, rather, Indian consumer are the smartest. Indian consumer will be the only one जो review लेकर जो सारी चीजें करेंगे if they felt like cheated, like the sir is standing in front of everybody and telling you I've been cheated regarding online shopping. We've been exporting to over 80 countries, and trust me, the quality which other countries demand are way lower than Indian market. The rice which they want is the cheapest. They don't want basmati. Indian people eat more basmati. The kind of all the things. It's just the mental perception you guys have. These days, digital media have done educate. मतलब everybody is super educated. मतलब you go to a store, वो store वाला ना हाथ पे तेल रख कर मंगा देगा, अच्छा यार तेल तो बढ़िया है आपका. These kind of मतलब it's like basic things. So it's more of education. If Indian consumer are these days very educated, and all brands and digital channel are making sure that people gets more education regarding the content. It's none of the perceived value. Trust me, it's majorly only we're talking only 5-10% कि लोग सोचते हैं कि Indian consumer को बेवकूफ बनाना आसान है. That's not the case. India is the biggest market.
Well, that's all the time we have. My screen showing time's up. Thank you so much, panelists, today for talking about as to what retailers are looking for in the cities of tomorrow and the value proposition that they're seeing there. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience. Can we please have a big round of applause for them?
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and also to Arjun for doing that. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, please. And with that, it's now time to move ahead with our last panel discussion for the day, which is on value versus premiumization. How are retailers navigating that? And to share their views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Abhay Batra, co-founder, CFO, Clovia, Gautam Chaudhary, chef and founder, Demiurgic Hospitality, Nipun Kochar, founder, Jewelbox, Samayesh Khanna, co-founder, Beanley Coffee, Mahesh Reddy, CEO of GoPizza India. And this session will be chaired by Vivek Sethi, Vice President, Hello Verify. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen, to the stage. For our friends in the audience. You have the awards upcoming. Your Josh can't be this low. Let's try it again, no? Let's try with a warmer welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
First of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a correspondent. So my name is Vivek Sethi, and what you see on the left is a wonderful panel of experienced people. So I will start with Gautam ji, which will give his introduction, and then we can go further.
Well, hi. My name is Chef Dr. Gautam Chaudhary. I'm a chef by profession, as the name suggests, and have been a part and parcel of Hyatt Hotels, Radisson, a few brands that I have been associated with as an employee had been Great Kebab Factory or the Pink Popperum. Pink Popperum was rated as one of the finest Indian restaurants in Asia. This is 2009. Right now, I operate a company called Demiurgic Hospitality, which operates multiple brands. The prime bread and butter being the catering company, the Catering Inc., and we do catering events all across the globe.
Good evening. I'm Mahesh Reddy, CEO Go Pizza. Go Pizza, it's a South Korean company. And now presently at South Korea and Singapore and Thailand, Indonesia, Hong Kong. And we started India just 1.5 years back. South Korean company started in South India, started from Bangalore, and we're at Hyderabad, Chennai. So we reach 50 outlets now. I will explain about how different as a pizza company we are. Yes, it's a food tech company. And we should be coming to West and North in the coming quarters.
Hi, my name is Samesh Khanna. I run a coffee company, and I think I'm on this panel of premiumization and value growth because we're at this cusp in India where suddenly the Indian consumer is going through this large premiumization curve where we see a large number of millennials and Gen Zs upgrading their everyday beverage from tea to coffee. And I think we've been the largest disruptors of that category today. And I'm hoping all of you have had green tea before.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nipun Gochar. I'm the founder of Jewelbox. By profession, I'm a chartered accountant. I am a two-time founder. With my current venture, Jewelbox, we are basically selling a premium product, diamonds, right? Lab-grown diamonds at a value-seeking price. So the whole idea is to democratize the diamond industry and revolutionize it and make it accessible for everyone.
Thank you, guys. Good evening, everyone. I think it's the last session of the evening, so we should keep it quick. I am Abhay Batra. I represent Clovia. It's a lingerie brand. Now we do other stuff also. When we get to it, we'll get to it. But yeah, and we are now a Reliance brand since the past 2 years and one of the biggest exits in Indian retail. So we'll share more when yeah. Over to you, Vivek.
I'll give you my introduction also. My name is Vivek Sethi. I come with 25 years experience in retail. My last assignment was with companies like Samsung, and my journey started with Raymond's. So that is what it is. And what we'll do is we'll start off with this topic. It'll be slightly more different because what we've done is we've done some homework before we all came on this floor. So I believe in some homework to be done before we come. So the topic for today is value versus premiumization and how retailers navigate it. And what I'll require Abhay to talk about is segmentation, because that's primarily that's the key in terms of when you have to look and analyze your TG market and look into if you want to how you want to cater to the value customer and the premium customer. So Abhay, to you.
Okay. So for this, I have to share a little bit of context of how Clovia started. We started out as first a bra and brief brand. And even in bras and brief, we started out as an online first brand. So the intent of the brand was to, and when we started, we went to the Shai Exports and Orients and all the big manufacturers, thinking that's where you will get the quality. But what essentially happened is they told us the minimum that you can buy from us is 20,000 pieces for one SKU, right? So, and a bra is if you only look at one color, so you have a range. In a range, you have multiple designs. In one design, you have multiple colors. If you're talking about core, there'll be multiple colors. If you're not talking about core, you go to fashion, you'll talk about prints. But so in a bra and the kind of sizes that you have, you start from 28, you go till 44, and you have A, B, C, D, E in all of those. You go to Punjab, you'll take a double E as well. But what happened is that nobody would manufacture for us. So why we started online first was that we wanted to manufacture small quantities, put it out in the market and see what's the feedback. And if the dip was good, then we went back to our manufacturer and we said, you manufacture more for us. And this, the barrier to entry in this industry is the supply chain, essentially inward supply chain. So what we did, we got 5-10 manufacturer, 5-10 employees from these bigger companies, gave them the seed capital, they put up their factories. That's how, and some of them are still with us. The journey's been more than 10 years, and they're doing revenues of 10 crores excess annually. So for us, the segmentation, market segmentation was more. And when we started online, we wanted to reach the tier 2 and tier 3 markets, because tier 1 is already saturated. You already have the Marks and Spencers and the La Senzas and the jockeys of the world. Of course, jockeys everywhere, but essentially you in tier 1, the woman is not looking for more. She is looking for the same thing and at the right price and the same quality. So we went to the tier 2, tier 3. Even today, 70% of our sales come from tier 2, tier 3. And when we finally, today we have 75 exclusive brand stores. We are at 1,000 large format stores, and we are also in distribution. So what we found when we went offline is the same product that's selling online at a certain gross margin won't make sense for me if I go with the same gross margin to the offline market, because the offline market, the share of the retailer is such that you will not be able to get your EBITDA in place. So for us, it was more not out of necessity, not out of choice, but more out of necessity, that we had to have different ranges. And of course, when you go offline, the person can do a touch and feel. She wants a better quality. Online, for example, you can still push economy product, but offline you have to make sure that you give her the right, the absolute best, because she will compare you to a Marks and Spencers, because it's the store by the side. So for us, the market has been the differentiator. And then when we went to distribution, we saw that distribution has even more margins to be shared. And that called for another range, a simpler range. Today, Clovia works with 90,000 SKUs. And for those 90,000 SKUs, if I want to go to distribution, it's impossible, right? Even in Jockey, you go to a distributor, you go to a generic shop and you ask, I need a bra. They will show you what, a white color, maybe a blue color if you're very lucky, and a beige. But when you go online to a Clovia store, you will see an assortment that won't run out. You will run out of time. So those are the differentiators, and basis that we have decided what to push where. And the price segmentation comes more like it's more a backward study than a frontal thought.
Those discussions we had, Abhay, was, is this occasion based also in terms of segmentation?
So, see, lingerie is not, one brand will not give you everything. Of course, brands are trying to do everything, but you have to realize that you will be, or I will be, somebody's lunch, and maybe La Senza will be her dinner, and the mornings are maybe a jockey. So, and the early mornings are Nike for a sports bra. So you have to, and that's where you define your customer, and and then you do segmentation. So even today, after more than 10 years in business, we don't cater to all subcategories of a bra. There are so many of them that it's impossible to get the supply chain in place to manufacture a sports bra as well as a Nike, and do a core as well as a jockey, and do fashion as well as La Senza. So you have to pick your battles, and you have to find the right fit for you.
Thanks, Abhay, for your wonderful thoughts. And I'd like to get the catering man on board, Mr. Gautam. What is your understanding on, especially on the hospitality side, on the product assortment? Because the product assortment, especially on the events, would be very different. How do you manage that in terms of creating that premiumization?
See, I think it's a very, very vast subject. I think, Vivek, when we talk about product categorization, we do the same thing what a dhaba does or a restaurant does or a five-star hotel restaurant does. The catering companies does the same thing. It is when you go to a dhaba, the selection is limited. When you go to a restaurant of a hotel or a standalone, the selection is limited. In a catering setup, we get multiple restaurants, the concept of multiple restaurants on one board, on one platform. We create one restaurant, rather multiple restaurants in one evening. Right? It operates like a geared cycle probably, or just as a geared setup. So every segment has a different gear. Every segment has a different ideology and a setup in which the decor comes in, plays a role, the flavors comes in, plays a role, the manpower comes in, plays a role. So every segment is very, very different. Um, uh, we can go on and on, but understanding from when we talk about a product, as I was saying, that all these setups, they do the same production. Their cost will necessarily be the same. If, for example, hypothetically, a portion of dal makhani costs 50 rupees in a dhaba, probably in a five-star hotel, it'll cost 60 rupees, 65 rupees. The cost difference doesn't come from the product. The cost difference comes in from the value-added services that we get into. In a hotel, the air condition cost gets added on. The manpower is more premium, more specialized. That is what gets added on. Rentals get added on. There's so many things. Absolutely, there's so many things. The water which is being served is not a regular brand, not naming any brand, but not a regular brand, but the water quality gets improvised. All those things absolutely makes a difference. That is where the product cost, there's a famous saying, तेल तिलों से ही निकलता है. So bottom line, आप अगर दाल मखनी के 500 रुपए दे रहे हैं तो भी 400 रुपए की कॉस्ट आ रही है, considering the setup cost and the overheads. अगर आप कहीं पे 125 रुपए दे रहे हैं तो भी 100 रुपए की कॉस्ट आ रही है. मार्जिन वही 20, 25, 30% का है. रफ अप्रोक्सीमेशन, not pointing out on the percentage factor, but yeah.
Gautamji, one more thing. Don't you think it's more personalization also? The cost in terms of value customer to a customer who wants a premium product, right? The requirements are very different. Somebody could come with a requirement which is more basic. Somebody comes with a requirement which is more elaborate.
So as I explain it to a lot of my guests, coming back to the same factor, तेल तिलों से निकलता है. अगर आप मुझे, for example, hypothetically, you're giving me a price of 4,000 rupees per head in a catering setup. My setup would be very, very different. You give me a price bracket of 2,000 rupees, my setup will be very, very different. For the same menu that I'm catering at 2,000 rupees or 4,000 rupees, my cost factor will still be the same. My setup cost will change. My service manpower will change. My counters will change. The quality of water that I'm using will change. All those things.
Thank you, Gautamji, for your insight. I would like a man who is going to be surely calling us to Bangalore to eat his pizzas. Okay, and these are Korean pizzas. So, so over to you, sir, Mr. Reddy.
I wish we had this panel discussion before I launched this brand.
Yeah.
So all the answers would have come and solution would have been there. Yes, there was Domino's, Pizza Hut, but huge competition, and a South Korean brand to launch and a pizza. There's so many players. I was thinking, how do we launch this brand and how do we make a difference? And what should we do different? We started with 4S, that is shape, size, speed, service. The shape of the pizza, we launched an oval shape. It's not the round shape. Pizza normally takes 15-20 minutes. With our technology at backend, we ensure we give the pizza in 5 minutes. And the service, it becomes faster. The space, the format, The format can be made within 50 square feet to 2000 square feet. So that's the model USP. So when we thought all these four USPs are ready post-COVID, what should we do? So we set the backend with technology driven, all imported Koreans. So we at the factory, we have only 10 staff who takes care of the backend. Rest all technology takes care of that. Then we thought now, okay, technology is the backend, but the customers have to come, customers have to understand, customers have to accept the pizza. Even for me, oval shaped pizza, because I've never seen that. How do I accept it? So yes, we thought it has to be a value for money, and that's how the pricing has to be defined. Normally at Singapore and at Korea, it's $10, $15. Here we ensured less than $1 to start a pizza because the competition sells at 49 rupees. So you can imagine how a competition tough it is, but we have to ensure everybody tries it. So that's why we ensured we name it Go Pizza, Pizza Everywhere Company. The company, the pizza where anybody and everybody can afford it. And what better place than India if you can make entire population to try this. And that's the biggest market which I ensure that I told Koreans, that's the beauty of India if you enter the India. So they said, we will not invest, we will not come to India because we don't know what you're talking about. Even 99 rupees a pizza can be sold and you can make money. So we did open the formats in different verticals in malls, airports, high street, colleges, highways, everywhere. So I made one format in all the verticals. Luckily, all the which you said were at revenue share model because I did tell them that the amount of top line you will get more than the rental what you're getting. So all the formats were profitable, scalable, and that's how I ensured the format when in a high street, if you say एक हाई स्ट्रीट में एक रेजिडेंशियल एरिया में खोल दिया आप देखिए अगर चंडीगढ़ में जाएंगे एक एक मोहल्ले में एक एक स्ट्रीट में कितने आउटलेट खोल सकते हैं अगर एक मॉल में आप सक्सेसफुल हो गए चाहे इफ इट इज ए हाई रेंटल और ए लो रेंटल यू कैन इमेजिन द पोटेंशियल और इट एंड एक हॉस्पिटल में बिकॉज कोरियन सेट हॉस्पिटल में पिज्जा कौन खाएगा हॉस्पिटल में पिज्जा पेशेंट नहीं खाते लेकिन पेशेंट को देखने के लिए 100 लोग आते हैं वो वेट करते हैं वो खाते हैं बाहर to become patient or impatient in whatever way. So that's the opportunity what I showed them. Then they said, how will your backend will work? I feel India, the logistic, the backend, the roads, though we say there are so many holes, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the roads are well connected. Agar aaj raat ko, if I put it at Delhi, it will go to Bangalore. That's the beauty of logistic. Whereas in Singapore, agar aaj raat ko hi dalo, to pani uske baad पानी होगा या उससे पहाड़ होगा क्योंकि द सिटी इज सो स्मॉल सो दैट्स द पोटेंशियल व्हिच आई हैड टू शो टू द वेंडर्स यस आफ्टर ओपनिंग 10-15 outlets I launched the brand and I showed to the global investors not to the Indian investors because I never wanted to go to Mumbai to show the brand at Juhu or Qatar कि इतना बड़ा signage से पैसा आएगा no I was very clear the model has to be profitable and scalable so when 15 outlets and when I did the road show at Singapore, US, everywhere. Then the global investors, I wanted the global investors to come and invest in India. And that's how it was easy for me to show them the model. And then I raised the fund of $25 million, which helped me. And that made me to open 50 stores. And now the pressure or the pleasure is to open 100 more outlets this year. And they want India to contribute 70% of the global Go Pizza, which we are at 300 outlets presently, because by 2025, we have to hit NASDAQ. So that's the potential of India, which is shown, and that's the money which I can get into the country. And I feel that's the potential we all have. If you show a model, scalable, profitable, investment will come.
Now, so Mahesh, very insightful, and I believe you being associated with CCD and work with Siddharth, I believe it very clearly shows your thought process. And it's unfortunate that he's not there but it's very clear in terms of his learnings with his people who worked with him, right? So now what we are going to be talking about is brand positioning. And I would expect Nipun to share his insight. He's the Shark Tank person, a celebrity here. So
Absolutely not.
welcome, Nipun.
Yeah. So hello everyone. So my brand is Jewelbox. We are into lab-grown diamond jewelry. So I think 2021, when this idea hit us that a market for lab diamonds can be created in India, there was hardly any precedence. So there were no players selling lab-grown diamond jewelry. We do not come from background of jewelry, so it was a completely new line. So first thing that actually hit us was that who are our customers? Uh, there's no precedence, there's no one to follow. And without knowing who the customers are, how can we build a brand? So we did a lot of research just to identify who can be our potential customers. After doing the kind of research that we did, we realized that our customers, potential customers, can be divided into two cohorts. One would be people who aspire to buy diamonds, but they can't afford one. So basically the aspiring audience. And the second one would be people who do not think that diamonds are an investment. So the value seeking audience. After looking at, sorry?
Or the men.
Or the men, absolutely. So we realized that much later, and we are now in the process of getting a men's collection also. But yes, not just because we are taking a share of your wallet, but also because we want to sell something back to you. So what we realized was we want to go after the value. We want to go after the masses in India who aspire, but they can't afford one. So from brand positioning perspective, it had to be premium. It had to, the want needs to be there. It is just not a need, it is a want. So, but from the perspective of who the target audience will be, we wanted to build it for the Bharat and not just for India. One thing that we have realized along the journey is brand positioning has to be premiumization, because that's where you will be able to charge a little bit extra that will help you create a brand. But at the same time, as Mr. Reddy just identified, India, the masses, the population is such a big opportunity that if we look at the 40%, 45% of India's population who has never owned a diamond but aspires to buy one, that's much more than the US population. And US is world's largest consumer for diamonds. So the opportunity over here is vast. So with Jewelbox, what we are building is a conscious luxury brand, luxury and thus the premiumization. But at the same time, we are looking at the masses as our customers. So that's how we want to bridge the gap between, value versus premiumization.
I believe you just opened 2 outlets in Kolkata.
Yeah.
So brick and mortar,
right?
How does that create for you a value or a premiumization?
So I think brick and mortar is the way forward. I completely agree with everyone. Most of the people think that D2C is the way forward. I have certain inhibitions about it. The reason is you rarely find D2C brands who have touched or crossed that 100 crore mark, right? But rarely, as I said, rarely. So their exceptions will always be there, right? But it is very difficult to reach that mark. But with offline, you will find local 30-year-old, 40-year-old stores breaching that mark. So the potential is definitely with brick and mortar. Yes, brick and mortar, the rentals are too high, staff costs are too much. But I think that's also an opportunity, because to hit 100 rupees in online sales, we are already spending 20 rupees and giving to Facebook or Google. Why not give 20 rupees as rentals, make the country grow, let someone else also earn from it, and then build your brand. Plus, for jewelry, it's a touch and feel product. So I think 95% of population over here heard about lab diamonds in the last 6 months and not before, right? So if I tell you that the product exists, which is physically, chemically, and optically same as a diamond, and a gemologist cannot differentiate, you won't believe it till you don't see one. But the day you see one and the day you buy one, 95% assurance you'll never buy a natural diamond.
So it has to be offline for us at least.
So thank you, Nipun, for your insight.
Thank you.
And now we have Sumesh here to talk about Bentley. And obviously, it's going to be marketing that you'll be talking about, marketing and communication. And how did you decide that you want to be part of retail world? Actors use advertised here, and there must be some thought process behind it. So if you can put that across, that could be one of your key points.
So, like I mentioned very early on during this conversation, and when you introduced me, I think the one reason I'm part of retail world is, and this particular panel on value creation versus premiumization is what we are creating in a lot of ways. Over the last few years, we've had this large clarity that we're in the beverage market more than just the coffee market. It's a large enough market for both these beverages to coexist. India by numbers consumes 12 cups of tea in comparison to every cup of coffee that we consume. Over the last decade, that number has been changing very drastically. We've already come up to nearly 3 cups of coffee for every 12 cups of tea that we consume as a nation. And that number is rapidly going to change. We've largely been an online first brand, and over the last 2 years, retail and offline presence has grown very organically for us as a brand. That's been the largest reason for us to foray into retail and into the offline space. And I do resonate with what Nipun has said, that categories of tomorrow will not be created with a single channel in focus, though D2C remains for us a very heavy acquisition channel. We do feel our largest repeats do come in with customers going to offline stores when they run out of coffee suddenly. And that's where we feel a lot of our customers have consumed us, and that would be the only reason that would be the one reason we would attribute large offline growth despite limited marketing efforts on offline. Again, to come back to answer your question on how we chose to enter this category and why we came in here, the world has been going through a large disruption in coffee as a category. Coffee has grown in different waves. If I were to explain to you, the first wave of coffee was when coffee went from being a commodity that was brewed in someone's home to being an instant coffee beverage, which came to be known as Folgers and Nescafe. The second wave of coffee was where the CCDs of the world were set up, and we brought it to a community. The third wave of coffee was where specialty coffee and a lot of effort went into creation and of coffee post procurement, which is your plantation level integration of coffee. Where what we're entering today in the world is the fourth wave of coffee, and is sort of recreating the second wave all over again, where we are suddenly saying that coffee is a speedy beverage. It's a beverage on the go, and consumers are going to consume it in multiple locations, be it online, be it offline, but it's going to be on the go. And largely what we've seen with the brands like Luck and Blank Seed being created in China, in the US, and today even in Indonesia, there is a large disruption happening in the category. And I think we're happy to pioneer and lead that change in India as it comes.
Thanks, Somesh. Here we have Mahesh, who comes from a CCT background. So Mahesh, what inputs you would like to give to a friend in terms of if he wants to get into the online as well as the offline space?
Coffee is a product, but it's an experience. The product can be anything. And the coffee, what you give, if you do not give a value addition to that, that experience will become a concern. When I was the part of the team, we had already opened 1,500 outlets. I feel we are ahead of the time. And today, in the same street, I see within not even 10 meters, there's Third Wave, there's Starbucks, there's Coffee Day, there's Barista, there's Costa. But is that the consumption increased of the coffee? I feel it's the lifestyle which has changed. Uh, at that time, to afford the coffee, the GDP or the population was not ready. But today, they're ready to consume this. My suggestion to you will be in an online, whatever this cloud kitchen formats or the dark or the ghost kitchen formats, I feel you'll have to spend lot of discounts goes on that. It's a more experience which happens. It's a dining experience which happens. Teach the customers know what is coffee, but you have to tell them what different you are. So एक कहावत है, जो भी कॉपी करते हैं, कॉपी करना भी कट कॉपी पेस्ट करने हुए में भी अगर सेम करोगे तो टीचर को पता चल जाता है. कुछ तो अलग करना पड़ेगा, and you might get better marks than even if you have copied them. And that's what is the reality in today. So my suggestion is please look into the experience so that the customers come again and again, and you can, because it's available everywhere and it's a convenience part. But if you can reach out to everywhere and make it affordable and experience, you can open more and more.
Thanks, Mahesh. And would you like to say anything to our friend, Mr. Mahesh?
No, agreed. I think with a large amount of experience, well taken. Like there have been, I feel there have been multiple pizza brands that have existed. There will be multiple coffee brands that will exist, and coffee as a category, I think for us, looks very different from when it did at CCD. When Mahesh was at CCD, they were already running 1100 plus stores with a top line of 2,200 crores plus. Today, CCD sits at a market share of 800 to 849 crores with 600 stores live and operational. So the change is right in front of you for everyone to witness. And I think this is cyclical. Brands that evolve with times 100% go through change and accept it a lot better. But the consumer knows better always.
True. So do you think the millennials have moved on and they changed it, the preferences have changed?
Absolutely, because if you look at the last 10 years, if we look at market capitalization for coffee as a category and as a beverage, it's changed tremendously. One thing where I 100% do agree with him, we have gone from a country that that could not consumer did not consume coffee on a daily basis to a generation that today is today our median age as a country is 28, and every one of them wants to aspire to be more West. Like we are today going out and consuming every Western beverage out there, and coffee has been the largest part of change. A younger kid, 25, 28 years old, is not going out and saying ki, can I take a girl out on a date and take her out chai peene ke liye le jao? We're aspiring to go out and have go out over a cup of coffee, and it's becoming your beverage of choice on a daily basis. So that's been a large reason for this growth, and it's only going to become larger. If trends are anything to go by, China, which was known for as a country of tea, was known as China tea. The country was known by tea, is today largely dominated by Luckin, and with by 12,000 plus stores that they run there. We've seen this huge wave that has taken Japan by storm, and we've had the likes of blue bottles being set up there. You've had the likes of Percentage Arabicas coming out of Japan. Indonesia, which is a country I would assume is growing far slower than what we are, has created $2 billion coffee brands over the last. Asia as a market has been very exciting for coffee as a category and as a beverage, and I only reiterate that this new wave of coffee is very different from what it was back then, and it's only going to be something that we'll all have to witness to believe.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks. So obviously the last part of this was most important, that is customer experience. And what we rightly say is customer, customer, customer. And Abhay, would you like to
gives insight on the customer experience that you provide on your platform? And how do you take care of customers who come in for the first time and somebody who's a old customer, and how do you reward him and so and so?
So thanks for the question, Vivek. For us, what time of the day do you wear a bra? You know, you wear it when you wake up. And what time do you take it off? You take it off when you're about to sleep, when you're almost half asleep. So for us, customer experience is through the time that she's awake. So first thing that goes on and the last thing that comes off is a bra. So for us, customer experience is not just how many clicks she has to go to the website to buy. Of course, that's all now hygiene. But for us, the more important bit is does the hook trouble her by the time she's back from office? Is the elastic fine? Is she feeling the pinch? Is she able to open the hook fine? You know, those kind of nuances is what for us, and we are realizing more and more and more as we look inside, is that if you have the right product, everything else just falls into place, and the customer will tell you what she needs. You know, when you have the right product, she will call the customer care and spend those 5 minutes and tell them that, guys, this is the problem that I'm facing on the website. Fix it and get this done for me. And that's on the online bit. For the offline bit, we are, of course, we are now part of Reliance, and Reliance runs the kind of foray in offline that Reliance has is unimaginable. And still, even today, although small, the lingerie vertical is very separate from all other verticals, because the kind of service that you give to a lingerie customer cannot be matched by any other retail section of, even whether it be employees or whether it be the in-store experience or whether it be the VM experience. Anything and everything is so different. So lingerie is a very typical category to sell. Anybody you hire at an offline store will take about 3-4 months at least to learn the product before she can start pitching it. I'm talking about a new person. And so for us, a product journey, even with the person starting, is very, very critical and crucial, you know. And like I mentioned, that the kind of subcategories that a bra has, even us as bra smiths are not able to capture all of them even till now. So imagine a person selling it. How difficult is it for her to gauge a customer as to what she really wants and whether she can push it, and whether you push the right thing, or whether you just you agree that you don't have that proposition as a brand. So experience is a typical thing in lingerie. And
Thanks, sir.
and for the longest, and I'm sorry, why did we come up for the longest? Uh, just try and remember when for me, I would consider myself young. How would my mother buy a bra? You know, she'll go to a store and uncle would tell her, "Ki madam, this, if she's going for first time, he'll tell him, madam, this is your size." She will not even have a say on what size is her size. And that's the experiential change that we are seeing in lingerie, and we are still on the way. We've not reached a place where, you know, even today, when you walk into a Victoria's Secret, the person selling at Victoria's Secret will not know exactly what you want. So it's extremely typical in lingerie.
I get your point. Okay. Thanks, Abhay. And I'll give the similar question to Gautamji. Would you like to put insight on the hospitality side in terms of customer experience? What would you ideally like to do in terms of creating that wow experience so that the customer keeps on coming on a regular basis, and whatever events he has, he calls up Mr. Gautam?
I think that's a very, very wonderful question. Happens to be today's customer is widely traveled. He has traveled across the globe. He knows what is being served in UK, what is being served in Paris, what is being served in towards the southern eastern countries. He knows what's happening around the world. So it is very, very important. And he is very, very experimental in terms of food. Today, people do not want dal makhni and vegetable biryani and butter chickens anymore. They want butter chicken pizza. They want butter chicken burger. They want sushis to be served in different format. Experimentation is on a rise. People want to understand that what other creativity aspect or creative aspect that you can offer to them in their caterings, because Sharma ji ki beti ki शादी में तो वो हो चुका है. अब वर्मा जी की बेटी की शादी में उनको डिफरेंट चाहिए. सो आई थिंक दैट एक्सपीरियंस और दैट exponential growth in terms of categories we provide. Mashed potatoes have been served for ages, for generations. We serve mashtini. You talk about conchaos. You talk about churrasco barbecues. Barbecues is very, very common. But we do segments which are experimental in terms of churrasco barbecues. Bunny chows is becoming very common these days. Though it is started by an Indian, it's a different category. It's a concept which has been launched by us in India. Bunny chows is started by an Indian, but in South Africa. That is on a rise. So this is probably experimentation is on a rise. People wants to try something new. They want एक घर में एक शादी हो चुकी है, second शादी में they want something very, very different.
Don't you think the present millenniums or the younger lot, especially when it comes to hospitality, they would just want to create that experience? Maybe they don't live for later. They want to just have it at that moment and experience it. So how do you create that in hospitality?
So coming back, I'll give you as an example, probably the one thing that I was speaking about was mashtini. A mashtini is nothing else but a parmesan mash, mashed potatoes, which is served along with a textured vegetable or a meat product along with the sauce. Now, how experimental or how experiential that you make it is you utilize multiple ingredients. You make it as fresh as possible. So from frying to tossing to assembly, everything happens at that particular stage, at that particular life station. That is where that segment comes in. Just probably recollect 15 years back, एक vegetable counter होता था on a catering setup, जैसे live तवा सब्जी बोला करते थे. Today, it is the same concept which we are bringing with an innovative concept. So that is where.
Thanks, Gautam. Mahesh, would you like to elaborate on that?
I remember the first time when I wanted to have a pizza. I asked my mother. She told, "What is pizza? वो क्या रोटी के ऊपर कोई sauce है? और क्या 300-400 रुपए?" 25 years back. But I feel the trend has changed. The time has changed. Today, we do not have to teach the born kid. For the birthday parties, instead of milk, they will order pizza. That's how the trends are helping us. To add to it, for me, especially the Korean trend, we are from Brian Adams era. My son, the BTS or the Netflix Squid Game, we launched the Dalgona Desert, for example. I saw the kids or saw the families coming and licking the Dalgona Desert to win that game. That's how the crazy it was when we launched this. And now we have BTS music at all the outlets where the kids are not going to the school, they're sitting at the outlet. The birthday parties are happening because of the K dramas. There's a K drinks, K starters. There's a queue. So I do not have to actually teach them the media, the TV, the Netflix. They're helping them. So earlier there was a time we had to do a door hanging to sell a pizza. But now the customers come to you, but that's how the marketing has changed. The Insta has changed.
More than customer experience is Korean experience.
The Korean experience has changed. Earlier, like it was Japanese, now it's Korean experience. So it's helping me to launch the brand at the right time, at the right place where I only had to say I'm a Korean brand. And with the Korean products, along with the pizza, it's easy to sell. And it's an experience which kids are coming, which I don't have to pay for anything.
Okay, we don't have much time. Thanks, Mahesh. So what we'll do is we'll open the house. If there are any questions for any of our panelists, please go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Mihraj Dubey. We hear a lot about merging segments. For a few years ago, people used to talk about categories and segments, and we still do. But there's this huge conversation around that, segments are merging. You can't really categorize products and industries into a category or B category because people say the needs, it has to be need based and not really segment based. Geographies are, blurring. And so anything on that, especially because all of you or most of you are selling your products on online, offline as well. So what's happening to that thought? Anything that you experience?
I actually didn't catch that question that well, but I will try and you correct me if I lose context. Yeah. Same with the question. I mean, boundaries
It's like selling a bra, right?
Yeah. So there are 4 tenets as a brand that we sell. And the first is a solution, right? Second is affordability. Third is fashion. You need variety, and fourth is that you give a premium experience to. Somebody fell down. The fourth is premium. So you sell a bra at 225 a pop, but you give her an experience that we've seen customers calling us and say that I don't expect this kind of service from an international brand of your repute. And we were neither old nor international. So so you are essentially selling a need and putting it in her or his mind of the idea of a brand. The essentially, why will she come back? And today we sit on a 70% kind of a repeat ratio, which in our category, I will not say it's out of the world, but it's a good one to be in any industry. But and so today, if I say that I understand her body very well, and lingerie as a category is so intimate to her, to the lady, that you have to know her body to the fullest extent. Every curve you have to map, because otherwise you won't get the right fit. So when you know her body, why can't you give her the right corset? Why can't you give her the right shapewear? Why will you not give her the right nightwear or sleepwear that will be comfortable for you, for her? So I don't know, does that answer your question? Because yeah.
I'd like to just reply to him. There was this ad that used to come far off way back. Neighbors envy, owners pride. That continues till date. So segmentation will continue all when it comes to product, because our, especially North, I can tell you, I come from a consumer durable industry. The number of SBS that sells out of North, nowhere else sells. Primarily because your neighbor has a SBS, which is a side-by-side refrigerator, and you want it in your home. So that is what it is. While South and West, the customers are very different. The profiles are very different. They want to look at the product, the features, the fitment to the house, everything will be looked into. When it comes to North, what does the neighbor have? That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Mohit here. My question is to Nipun. Nipun, when you talk about lab-grown diamonds, you say this is a replica of real diamonds. But how is its acceptance in the market? Don't people say it's like a first copy or some original jewelry. Like there's artificial jewelry for gold, and then it's for diamonds. Likewise, I say it's a first copy shirt. If you don't see the label or it's an original, you don't recognize it. So how is the acceptance?
Okay. So from acceptance perspective, let me just start. When did it start, right? So lab diamonds has been in mass existence, mass production since 2008. It's not new, right? Unfortunately, in India, we were not being told about this. We look at, I just mentioned that US is the world's largest market, right? So today, 36% of US market is already lab grown. So essentially 18% of world's market, just because of US market share, is lab grown now. So acceptance is there. Now, why the acceptance? Just imagine in this room of 100 odd people, right? 150 odd people, let's say all women, 30 people are wearing a particular size of diamond, right? It is giving an indication of certain value associated with it. If that 30 people increases to 80, right? Remaining 50 people buy a lab diamond at 1/10 the price. What is the perceived value? The perceived value of those 30 people is 100 rupees, or the entire is 10 rupees. So the way we think of lab diamonds is it's a fashion accessory. We do not say that it's an investment product. It is something that you wear it for different occasions. You will have different varieties, right? Why should you just have one single solitaire? Why not have different shades? Why not have different styles, right? We are changing our clothes every day. People who can change jewelry, they are changing those jewelries. People who can't will now be able to do that. So in terms of the whole opportunity out there, it is humongous. From value perspective, my question is to the natural diamond advocates out there, why will the value of a natural diamond exist? And the day that perceived value goes away, I think, which is happening. Last 6 months, natural diamond prices have fallen down by 40%. Majorly because US market has shifted from 23, 24% to 36% in last 1 year. So the change is there, and we just discussed also, right? Change is the only a constant. At one point of time, aluminum was supposed to be the world's most costliest metal. Today, it is not there in even top 10. So either we stick to natural diamonds or we stick to not a replica. It's an actual diamond. It's a test tube baby from analogy perspective versus a naturally born baby. If you love the design, you love wearing it, then you will love it. If you're thinking from value perspective, then yes, it might be a short-term phenomenon. But that will be there for both natural and lab grown.
Thank you. I think I should have brought my wife today.
So, rightly said. I also said the same thing, very similar to Nipun. Next time, I'll definitely introduce my wife to you because it'll save me a little cost, right? Okay. So we done for this panel. First of all, big thank you and applause to the panelists. Yeah, they've done a wonderful job. And before we leave, I just would like to say here is when we talk about value and premiumization, it's very important that we create a balance. And if we create a balance, I believe the profitability automatically increases, right? Every customer has a different need, a different market. So therefore, please look into this part of your business. Don't expect that your value customers are there, but you have enough premium customers to also cater to. Thank you. That's it. Thank you from us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you, Vivek, sir, for doing that. Well, while they're clearing up the stage, and while all of you also wait, the awards, the second annual PW Retail World 40 Under 40 Awards ceremony, we have two short and sweet and quick keynotes to be delivered. We shall first have them and then, thank you, move ahead with the awards ceremony. We wait for them to clear the stage. Okay. Our first keynote session, it's going to be delivered by Rakesh, called the MD and CEO of Live Fearless. Please welcome sir to the stage, everybody. You know, I believe you me, it was only his stage that, I mean, only his table that was clapping for him and cheering for him. Everybody, let's please welcome him, no? Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. So I think, let me be very frank and open with you. This keynote, I was not even aware that I have to do this keynote. And Ved is a brilliant guy, and with Dr. Anurag Batra around, I think I couldn't have ever refused what they asked me to do. Wouldn't say much. I was a part of the jury which oversaw all the nominations for this BW 40 under 40, and you know, it was a whole day exercise and for around 8 hours, and we just went through some of the most brilliant presentations of the business models what we have seen across. You know, I carry an experience of 28 years and worked on various business models. But you know, one thing which I learned on Saturday when we were all looking at, you know, each of your presentations was a big phenomenon, which most of you might be aware as well, is that business outcomes are more you know, business results are more an outcome of the experiences what you give to the consumers, not the other way around. So whenever you start a business, you don't look at the end result. You just see what are the kind of the experiences you will deliver to the consumer over a period of a time. So it was enthralling the other day to look at each of you, you know, presenting various business models across, and doing a great amount of effort in order to make it a success as such. I won't take much time of yours. You know, I would like to just talk about something which over the past 2 decades, 2.5 decades of my experience I've witnessed is, you know, we have created so many new businesses, so many startups, what we call. And while we all talk about the efficacy of the startups, the scalability of the startups, one of the foremost and thing is that how has India evolved over these periods? You know, it's a completely different India than what it was in 2019. Much of the globe is like that as well. But one of the mindset changes, one of the shifts which we're seeing is a great amount of cultural mindset change, I would say. And you know, unfortunately, one of my business leaders could not be a part of this business, this event of 40 under 40. But let me tell you, and I want to take you through what that business leader has done. I think it's probably revolutionized the concept of what a cultural change in the Indian mindset has happened over the past 1 decade, and how he is utilized to create a business model. 5 minutes for that with your patience, please. So, you know, if you talk about water, water is a very, very, a sensitive subject for Indians. Because if you understand, you know, we carry 17% of the world's population, but we just have 3% of the world's water resources. And out of those 3% of the world's water resources, 92% of the water is not potable at all. So as we are here, we are staring at a water crisis across the country. You all hear about that Bangalore was without water, you know, a couple of days back. Chennai has been without water for, days together last year as such. And as you go across India, you see different qualities of waters across India. You know, somewhere the dissolved solvents will be high, there will be arsenic, and all other, metals which are poisonous in nature. So India is staring at, you know, a possibility where the quality of the water is absolutely very, very poor. But still, let me tell you, despite all this, the Indian population, we have just 6 to 7% penetration of actual electric water purifiers in the country, which means 92 to 93% of the households don't have an electric water purifier. And all of you are, very much aware that the water which we come to our houses through our taps or municipality is not the best for the water. So what exactly was this reason, and how this reason got broken down into a cultural mindset which the Indians carried on is, you know, in terms of ownership, is something which you can reckon. We started around 2 to 3 years, and we really understood that what exactly were the problems of the consumers. The consumer was not happy buying a water purifier because he believed that after every year, when he buys a water purifier, he pays 40 to 50% of what he spends on the acquisition of the product in terms of building the service, what you call the annual maintenance contract. Crores of business people, crores of air conditioner companies, and all those make tons of money out there. So that was a real pain. Besides, there were several sources of water which he believed was good. There was boiled water. There was, a so-called water filter which you put on the taps in the earlier days, which was called a zero B. And then there was all these plastic water bottles which are in front of you, itself a $5 billion market as such. So much of the Indians, which we realized was, there was a pain in the minds of the consumers. And what we started out was basically, this business leader started out was completely alien to an Indian mindset. And this alien mindset was that, Indians always believe in ownership. Indians believe in whatever they have in their home, whether it's a TV, whether it's a refrigerator or a washing machine or any other consumer durable or a phone for that matter, is to be owned. You need ownership as such, and you're proud of your ownership of whatever you have, whatever means you have. And probably what this cultural mindset, what we saw was emanating, which I'm sure much of your business leaders should think about and bring about certain business models. And this is that the Indians, the millennials, is the young generation post the 1990s and 1995s, or rather say 2000 onwards, actually did not really believe that ownership is a great thing as such. They believe that they have access to various products and services and they don't necessarily need to own it. And believe me, I mean, we actually started something called water as a service, where which actually believed that consumers will pay us as you go. They would have water as a service, which means water on subscription. When we thought about it, it's completely alien that we go across to a consumer's home, install the water purifier without any cost. We don't charge them anything, and then they start out a plan of, say, for example, 299 399 rupees and goes to unlimited. And herein the consumers have actually evolved to such a significant extent that he doesn't have to pay for any services anytime after the year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. If he is working in Bangalore, he wants to shift to Gurgaon, we'll do it, the shifting at virtually absolutely no cost whatsoever, no acquisition cost, top quality water. These are all IoT machines, and real time we can diagnose the quality of the filters. The consumer does not have to worry about whether the quality of the filter has gone bad. We'll receive an alert on our CRM servers, and we can actually do an outbound calling and tell the consumer, look, your filter's going bad. Can I come in and replace those? Completely seamless experience built on pure rental model, so to say. So the Indian consumer evolution in terms of consumer mindset change today, we have got more than 300,000 consumers, and we believe that we want to reach out to more than 10 million Indian consumers through the subscription economy and give purified solutions as such. So I think the original thought of what I told you about was business outcomes are more a result of the experiences what we give the consumer, was reflective in a complete mindset change today. And as we go to our consumers today, they say, why don't you start giving air conditioners on subscription? Why can't you give other products on subscription? So you're really overwhelmed because we don't produce those. So what I'm trying to say to my young leaders out here who are under 40, there is enough opportunity for you to start and scale up a business on these lines where you got to actually see the mindset change in the minds of the consumers. There's a whole lot of cultural mind shift change. Let me tell you, out of those 300,000 consumers in subscription service, 50% are families. So it's no longer a taboo that you go to somebody else's house and he says, oh, I own a rental water purifier. Doesn't matter as long as it's giving him experience, seamless experience. So there you go, leaders. My whole idea of telling you about this particular business model was, I was enthralled the other day by the kind of businesses which you have started, where your whole focus has been on consumer experience, and how because of that consumer experiences you have derived brilliant business models. So go and look out these cultural mindset changes which is happening rapidly by the day. Being a CEO and a managing director for the last 13 years, I probably have lost much of my, probably my hair and mare is grayed in the last 2.5 years, because the dynamism and the consumer changing landscape in the last 3 years post-COVID is happening so fast. The consumers are changing so fast. Let me tell you, before COVID, you could probably sleep for a month and the business would not change. And nowadays, you can't even put off your foot off your pedal for even a day. The dynamism and the business landscape changing is very rapid. I would urge all my young leaders out here to keep on looking at these mindset changes, keep on looking at those cultural nuances which the Indians are adopting at a much faster pace than anywhere else in the globe. We are very, very fast adapters. If you see, modern trade came in America in 1962s, then mobile came in 1980s, then e-commerce started with Amazon in 1992. But when you see, and pagers came in 1970, but you see in India, the pagers were launched in day one, year one, the mobiles came in year two. Modern trade got launched, modern trade large format stores we saw in India in year one, and e-commerce got launched in year three. So we are very, very rapid adapters. And hence the dynamism, the business model changes, we all should clearly follow and watch out for. And this is my my 2 cents on how we as the young business leaders sitting out here should keep on looking at the evolving landscape, and particularly the cultural mindset changes, which is happening very rapidly, let me tell you. And I wish you all the best. I know we had some of the brilliant nominations out here, and obviously not everyone could have won, but some of the work done was really exemplary, and would love to keep in touch with those young leaders in future. Thank you from my side. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rakesh, sir, for doing that on impromptu basis. But thank you. And now for our last keynote session for the day before we proceed ahead with the awards ceremony. It's always a pleasure to have Sir speak to our audience. Please join me in welcoming on stage the Executive Chairman of Law Opera, Kazim Samandari, everybody. Please. Now the energy of clapping has only gone from table 1 to table 2. How are you, sir?
Distinguished guests, dear awardees, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a true pleasure for me to share a few thoughts and a few words with you. I would like to keep this as short as possible so that we can all proceed to the main purpose of this session, which is the recognition of the awardees and the distribution of the awards. When I was asked to serve as the jury chair for this year's Retail World 40 Under 40, I accepted it without any hesitation. Not for the title, not for having to spend over 7 hours from 10 a.m. till 5:15 p.m. with my fellow juries on a weekday and conduct some 60 interviews, but as a sign of gratitude and for giving back to the society the blessings that me and my family had been bestowed upon. India is at a turning point in its development. The potential for a brighter future for the generations to come is undeniable. However, realizing that potential is not a foregone conclusion and a certainty. It is too easy to expect everything from our governments, our politicians, the authorities, our bosses, our elders, simply from others. It is much more difficult to assume responsibility, accountability, and to become the dynamic actors for shaping the future ourselves. This starts at a very, very early stage and age, and at a moment of our lives when it is influenced by values we acquire and later practice and the objective we set for our lives. Obviously, our parents, our families, our teachers, our gurus, and our supervisors, bosses at workplace play a major role in this process. Building a developed nation requires many ingredients, starting from basic services such as elementary, secondary, and higher education, to primary and advanced healthcare, physical infrastructure, social and administrative institutions, among many other requirements, but also a strong and thriving economy. This is where the dynamic and creative forces of a nation come into play. The under 30s, the under 40s, the under 50s, and in my personal case, the significantly over 50s. This is where we need researchers, entrepreneurs, manufacturers, logisticians, service providers, infrastructure providers, and obviously retailers. In my early student days as an engineer, I was wondering what positive contribution the retail sector provided to the economy. In a sense, I thought this was just an unnecessary additional layer. Soon after sitting and listening to the lectures of my economy classes and marketing classes, I realized the vital role of distribution and retail in the economy. Over the years, retail has dramatically changed with the advent of new technologies, logistics, and the appearance of mega distribution enterprises, such as it was mentioned, like Amazon's and the like, the online marketplaces, B2B, D2C, B2C, personalized manufacturing, production to order, under 10-minute deliveries, and who knows what the future holds in store for us. Events such as this one, organized by the Business World Group, are definitive positive contributions to understanding and developing the sector besides the excellent networking opportunity they represent. The awards part of it is to provide encouragement and recognition to those who have excelled in their particular segment of the economy. It was our mandate, as understood by all the jury members, some of whom are present today, that we should identify a maximum of 40 candidates under 40 who had made a significant effort towards innovating the retail sector, had made a personal impact, had respected the imperatives of sustainability, and were engaged in scalable activities. I personally, as my colleague also mentioned, enjoyed every single interview, as did my other fellow jurors. We learned from the candidates, put sometimes tough questions to them, and came to collegial decisions as to the final list of the awardees, which was less than 40. That speaks for the quality of the selection. Everyone, all of us, love to be recognized for his or her accomplishments in all walks of life. This is very human. Each and every one of chosen candidates at tonight's ceremony deserves his or her award solely thanks to their personal achievements, without any trace of favor or particular treatment. Those who did not qualify for the award are no less important. They shall have their opportunity again in the years to come. I would like to close my remarks by congratulating all the awardees in advance and inviting them to continue their professional pursuits, aiming at excellence and with the common good and service to the society at large and to the nation as their ultimate goal. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for delivering that address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from those discussions to the evening's celebrations. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you once again. And this time it's for the second edition of BW Retail World Building Blocks of Retail Summits and 40 Under 40 Awards. Tonight, we come together to celebrate all of you, the visionary leaders, the experts, the amount of efforts that you put in your innovations, and all of which eventually helps you in shaping the future of retail with your unwavering dedication. Once again, I take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our banking partner, IDFC First Bank, our associate partner, Signature Global, organized by BW Business World. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. Before we move ahead with the jury process and also then followed by the award ceremony, to formally open this evening and the awards ceremony, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, the chairman and editor-in-chief of PW Business World and founder of Exchange for Media Group. Sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Samandri, for your chairing of the jury and for your address today evening. You've been associated with this in the first year in multiple ways, And first of all, our awards are all about our jury and the jury process and the jury members and the jury chair. So please give Mr. Samandri and all the jury members who gave time for this initiative, because it's pro bono time, and the only ROI is to be able to meet new talent that is building new formats in retail or doing something in retail tech. So you discover new people and new ideas. That's the ROI. Second, I just want to also thank all the other jury members. Mr. Rajesh Jain of Lacoste was here in the afternoon. Some of the past jury members are here. Also, I want to say, I've said this repeated in the day at the women's, Mr. Samandri summed it very well. We don't give our jury any brief. We don't. The only brief is your experts, based on the presentation by the applicants and the shortlisted applicants, choose them, give everyone as much fair. Mr. Devani is also on the jury. He spoke today. There may be other jury members. Mr. Raina is also here. He has chaired our experiential marketing jury 4 or 5 years back. So he knows we have no brief. We don't say, do it for this person, don't do it. Namita ji, welcome. Namita ji, Ms. Namita Chadda is a leading lawyer. She contributes to retailers by going to retailers. That's her contribution. And that's my contribution too. I was very happy to meet, I'm still grappling with his name. So I go to a retail store for the last 27 years. The store's been around for 30. And people who talk about turnover of employees, I give the example of that store. So I met the founder of the store today. I go to the store in Vasant Vihar called Salad Chef. And it's the best salad. And, particularly I'm fond of chola bhaturas and samosas. I'm not a salad person, trust me. I'm not a salad person, but I got married 23 years back, and there were 3 months between me and my wife getting married. She had a chance to run away, but thanks to her father, she couldn't. But she married me. She tried, but it didn't work out, right? But I used to take her to Salad Chef those days. So, sir, I'm Mr. Agarwal, right? Ved, that's the name? Mr. Agarwal. Sanjay ji, kahan pe hain aap? He is left. So Sanjay ji, I met outside. And for 20 in COVID, I would order from there. And one day I just landed up there. I love the salad. And it was shut. So I was calling people. They have the same store manager for the last 25 plus years. The same guy serving. So clearly they're doing something right. Nobody stays in an organization that long. And good people always get opportunity. So clearly he's respecting his people. He's honest in his craft. I met him for the first time. I don't know who owns it. And I've taken maybe 100, 200 people to his store. It's a next to Golden Dragon in C Block Market in Vasant Vihar. And it's my favorite. So I'm very happy that, like Mr. Sunil Chauhan, who's the founder of Fab Cafe, I think they mix something in their salad, like he does in his food and his coffee, right? Because I go to Fab Cafe every day at 10 a.m. or if I can't go in the second half to drink my coffee and eat there. So clearly they put something in there. We have to figure out what. But on a serious note, awards are about discovering new people. I also go to La Opera, sir, to drink your coffee. And I gave Mr. Samandri the recommendation that he should do freshly brewed almond milk, which he does. You do Tetra Pak almond milk, and that's why I go there more, though your store is closer to me, right? But your store's ambience and the food quality is outstanding. I don't think anybody can match your quality in the bakery and the nuanced taste it has. So, but coffee I like to drink there because they do freshly brewed almond milk. And, I live to eat. That's what my wife says. I start planning what will I eat in the morning, tomorrow, lunch, dinner. Coming to retail and awards, this is the second year of the BW Retail World 40 Under 40. Initiatives are like children. They grow up and do you proud. You have to keep nurturing them, keep putting into them, and really send the right values. In our case, our values are our jury members and the parameters that we put. Mr. Samandri was right, and he has a very interesting story. Someday we should just get him to tell his story. And I'll briefly say it. I met him many years back. I have another business, which is my first business, which is like my wife. I was at a party 4 or 5 months back, and I told someone, he asked me, how many children do you have? I said, 4. My wife was next to me. She said, 4? I only know of 2. So I said the other 2 are Exchange for Media, which came before my children. I started it 24 years back. And Business World, which I acquired 10 years and a couple of months back. And Prarthana and Prasan were my children, my daughter and my son. So really thanks to Exchange for Media, the chairman of the largest French advertising agency, which is the 6th largest holding co, was here. And at the dinner, we hosted a dinner for him. They asked us because Exchange for Media is the #1 in advertising. And that's where I first met Mr. Kazim Samandari. And since then, there are 3-4 things about him I'd like to say. One, he always keep. When he says, I'll come at 7:30, he'll be there. He'll respond to a text. He'll respond to a mail. He takes notes. He has a small pad. He carries it with him. Like you tell him something, he'll write it down. Right, Mr. Samandri? He does that, right? Second thing I want to tell you about. So he's, correct me, he's a Frenchman, but he's a Lebanese French, right? Iranian French, right? He's Iranian French. And, he did many businesses, but he made money in many businesses and so on. But he was an advisor much before advisor equity and mentor equity came in. He was an advisor to a health tech company, a pharma company. And he started doing business development sales. So APAC region he took from them. And I have a friend who's my schoolmate, Sunil Sapra, who lives in Singapore. And I got him its Bits Pilani form, and he always thanks me for that. Sunil started doing the same in the cyber media, and he's retired. He's my age, he's retired, doesn't work because he started doing sales and marketing for cyber. So he did that, and then company was bought by a large MNC, and he had a windfall because he created, he had equity because of his efforts to grow the company. So, and that's how, for his passion for India and fashion for French bakery, he started La Opera. His son, who's a winner, was a winner last year in BW 40 Under 40, and Mr. Samandari was not part of the jury. He did not participate in that selection, right? And we don't give brief to the jury. And if you have a conflict of interest, if your son or a client or somebody you do business with is involved, we request you to recuse. And most of our jury members are such that they themselves bring that up front. So that's one thing about him. The second thing about him is, India really truly believes in the spirit of Atithi Dev Bhav. The number of expats doing in business in India is a lot of them. But to be able to build a business and then to partner an Indian company to grow it, everyone needs growth capital. Whether you're first generation, Namita ji, हमें भी चाहिए होता है growth capital. Sumit ji, आप सुन रहे हैं ना? ठीक है? So, he was partnered with the DS Group. He's the executive chairman of the group. And his son, Laurent, he's like the CEO of the company. And I have a very close friend. I don't know why he's not here, Daksha ji, who on 9th April will be 85, he'll start his 86th year, and I met him 30 years back. And he's like my friend, though he's my dad's age, but he's my friend. I talk all kind of jokes with him, everything. I don't filter. He's like my friend. And, he goes every day, the hat man. He's every day, all his meetings are at an opera store. He loves your coffee and your bakery. So clearly, I just want to tell you, with the passion, he's built a business. I think it could be a playbook for expats to be able to not just build a business, but build relationships. Kazim has built those kind of relationships. I've gone to the launch of the Bikaner House thing, the kind of warmth, because he sends out that warmth, genuinity. He's a very relationship-oriented person beyond business. Of course, in business, sometimes we have to be transactional. That is also okay. And the third thing I want to say about him is, whatever I've called him for something, me and Ved went to meet him, and he got us fruit beer, teetotaler. I only drink with billionaires, don't know too many. No, I know a lot, but I don't drink. So he got us a fruit beer, right? He's a great host. Whenever I met him, he'll make sure that, he gets us the right things, and, I'm trying to eat less. So I remember, the fact that I remember all this says a lot about you and your warmth when you meet someone. I keep telling people, don't exchange cards. People comment, I do 350 conferences of my own. Card is okay. Talk to the person, get to know him or her, and then you exchange that. People come and they put the card in your face. Right? And I'd also give it back. But you have to the reason he and me became friends, because at that dinner that I hosted for our friend, chairman of ours, he's Noor's very good friend. Our group editorial is calls Noor on who to hire as a CEO. And Noor is world's best journalist in advertising marketing media, not India. She's the only journalist for last 10 years. She does a workshop for all journalists in Cannes on how to report on Cannes, because she's been going. I started sending her. She's worked 21 years with me. 19 years back, I first sent to Cannes. And Mehraj, Noor, how good she is. So I just want to say that our process is about the people and their integrity, our jury members. You cannot buy our awards. We don't sell awards. We do a lot of commercial things. We have to run a media company, and we do it upfront without being coy about it. And I like all media companies. All media companies have an impact. They have a role. They provide employment. And my friends are from media. It's a community. It's not even a business for me. So I'm not, but we don't sell awards. We do a lot of things. I saw the list 5 days back. I called Ved, and he showed me the list. Sunday. I was morning in Bangalore, and I asked him, can you share the list? And I called him. I said, it's a very good winners you selected, right? And Mr. Raina, the reason he could have done better on your count, Mr. Call. Mr. Raina is my Sanjay friend. I call you, you don't have to change your name, sir. I'll call you Mr. Rakesh Call. Okay. I know your name. I don't know. All Kashmiris, I call them Mr. Raina because of the Sanjay Raina impact. Right? Mr. Call, the reason because he went to Dehradun to see his father. That's why he forgot some things. He forgot 2-3 other things. So don't think he forgot only your thing. Right? And second thing is, I said in the morning, what is the point giving awards in any category to people who are already up there? Now you give Mr. Ambani the retailer of the year. He's done it. You have to discover new people. Call sir, वापस आ रहे हो ना? हाँ. Right? So we are all the 35 that I saw, some of them have been rewarded, but most of them, they're on the cusp of being very, very big. So we discover people. What is the point giving Mr. Kishore Biani? I mean, he built a great retail business. Financially, it didn't work out. He's a pioneer in retail. Nobody can take that away from him. Nobody. And the second thing I said, what is the point in giving awards to? It was in context of women awards to sons and daughters of famous people who are big businesses. I'm sure they'll be successful. When they're successful, when they apply for the award, go through the process, give it to them. But just to make your list good, don't give it to people who are already established. I don't believe in that. The job of a media company is to bring new people to the fore, discover new people, amplify their stories. I think we do it well. Our jury does it well, right? So my gratitude to you. I don't want to stand between you and the awards. My friend, Mr. Ved Shukla, has curated this. Bani and a lot of other colleagues have worked with him. So Ved, thank you for curating it. Retail has to be big. As I said, retail is going to contribute more to the GDP of this country in terms of employment. And every format of retail is growing, whether it's D2C, it's physical retail, it's online. The omni-channel approach in retail is really firing on all cylinders. And I said, retail is also leading to a boom in logistics, e-commerce. It is leading to a boom in supply chain. So retail is the driver of India's growth, and the government can enable it. It has been a big enabler, but it can enable it even better. All your stories will be on bwbusinessworld.in, BW Retail World, and it's in early days for retail. It's only 2 years. Give it 2 more years. We'll be in the top 3 or top 2 or hopefully 1 in the retail media space. That's our ambition. We'll get somewhere. I've been trying to grow here for a long time. I've not got there, but I'll get there. So all the best. We have only 35 winners. That is because Mr. Samandri and jury members chose. They thought that 40, where they were pegging, they found 35 of them. So really, Mr. Kaul, Mr. Diwani, Mr. Samandri, Mr. Jain, Mr. Sunil Chauhan, these are the people who have selected the list. I only saw it on Sunday, and Ved is a friend of mine, so I totally trust him, high integrity, and really puts his passion into what he does. So the list you see tonight is being done through this editorial process of shortlisting, and then the jury process, and then finally approved by the jury chair and all the jury members. So thank you for being here. All the best, and look forward to celebrating your success. Go on, be more humble. Go on, be more nurturing of other entrepreneurs, and most importantly, look after yourself. In the quest for building businesses, we sometimes sleep less. We sacrifice in entrepreneurship. Is a very tough job. Whatever skill you are in, you sacrifice a lot. It doesn't matter whether you're a retailer, you're a chairman of a F&B retail chain, or you're a F&B entrepreneur who's a chefpreneur, as I call. It takes a lot to build any size of a business. So really, I compliment you on your strides to make your business impactful and relevant, and continue to build it to a scale that does not only the industry proud, but the country proud. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for doing that. And picking up from where he had mentioned about the awards and the jury process, when all of you, when winners like you and when champions like you, or when innovators like you apply for these awards, it becomes really difficult as to who should be a part of the list and who shouldn't. And of course, as Mr. Samandari mentioned, that all of you are already winners if you're nominating yourselves, at least for us and for the jury. But from when you nominated yourselves to arriving at this list today, what all happened in that entire process? We would like to show you that. We have a small jury AV. Can you please play that?
It was a great pleasure and honor for me to be the jury chair for Business World Retail for the Under 40 for 2024. Together with my fellow jury members, we interviewed close to 60 candidates who presented their case, and we put questions to them. I was sincerely impressed by the quality of the candidates and also the wonderful activities they were engaged in. I want to congratulate all those who won the award and wish them the very best for the future.
It was an honor and a pleasure to be part of the jury at Business World 40 Under 40. Enriching experience personally, top quality contenders, and immense talent, I must say. Often it was not easy picking winners, and that too with narrow margins. I wish to congratulate all the winners and the participants and my best wishes. Thank you so much.
I would like to congratulate Business World for organizing 40 Under 40 awards for specifically retail industry. In fact, I'm very happy to have been a part of the jury panel. And entries were so incredible that we could envision that some of the future leaders would emerge from these entries only. And since entries were amazing, it was becoming very difficult to choose that who else should be the winner. We have tried to pick the best amongst all the entries, but it doesn't mean that the others were not good. Almost all the entries were extremely amazing and good. And to the winners, I wish them all the very, very best. Keep shining, all the very best.
I think the jury members deserve a bigger round of applause. Though not all of them are here, but still. Okay, now towards the awards. Tonight's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwretailworld.com. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW Building Blocks of Retail. A couple of notions and requests to all our winners. Once you've received your award and you step down, please proceed to stage left for your individual picture. And then also stay back in the end for a group picture, both for online coverage and also a humble request to all of you. Once you've received your award, we request you to please give an acceptance speech, talk about what you do in that specific brand of yours, or if you work with somebody else. Please try and keep that to as short and crisp as you can, because a couple of our winners have flights to take back home as well. Yes, so humble request on that. And उसी के साथ let's start with the award ceremony to present awards to our first set of winners. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Kazim Samandari, and also Ved Shuklaji. Please, gentlemen.
Clapping is good for heart muscles. So can you clap for the jury member? And when each one of you come, clap for each other so that when you are on stage, other clap for you. Clapping and applause is karmic. Whatever you do, it comes back. It's like life. And second, my friends who do yoga tell me clapping is very good. It helps your heart. So do it for your own selfish reason. If you haven't walked in the morning, please do it. Clap. Dr. Narula. ये भी नरूला साहब है.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, and the first member to join the BW Retail the World 40 Under 40 Elite Club for this year. Please. Article was the founder, and article was the design. Please, everybody.
What better day to be winning this award? I signed my 250th project today, and receiving this award in front of my mother, who I owe everything to. I think I'm very, very lucky, and I feel extremely, extremely fabulous tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you.
By the way, this is a coffee. There is a coffee hamper from Beanley, personalized for Atikam Manzar. So, they're also starting a store, by the way. Yeah, Samesh and Rahul are here. They were here. I don't know where they are now. They're in the bar drinking something else than coffee, but possible.
Congratulations to you and your mother as well. Moving ahead, the next member to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club this year. Please. The co-founder and chief data scientist at GeoQ. So, hi everybody, please.
Thank you to the esteemed jury members. This has been an extremely gratifying journey for us to be working with leaders in this space, helping become a part of their growth journey, trying to disrupt the expansion space in the retail sector with the help of data. And this one goes out to my team at GeoIQ, as well as my co-founders and our investors and partners who've shown faith in us. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, the customized Beanie box for you as well. Moving ahead, the next member to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club for this year. Please. This is the CEO of John Jacobs Island. What a big day, everybody. CEO of John Jacobs Island.
I'd like to thank the jury members. Youth is a gift, and often when you're under 40, some of the endeavors that you do are labors of love, and to be recognized for something like this is truly phenomenal. So thank you very much.
And I just want to make it, all of you want to give your merchandise to other winners or jury members, you're most welcome. Or an off, and I mean it seriously. The idea for each one is to know each one of you, to collaborate with each of you, and if you want to do a goodwill of, a gesture of giving, it's not about the gift, it's the feeling behind the gift. And I was telling her, I met her for the first time, but I said she's so tall that she's always looking down on people. And that I figured out from a book I read about a guy called Michael. You heard of his name? He's very short and he had Parkinson's. So he beat that and he wrote a book called Always Looking Up. It's a metaphor for being positive. So anyway, give Apeksha a big round of applause, and I'm sure the offers are following. No, you don't know.
Oh, no, I'm like, we're super, super proud of our product, and it's a given. And I'm going to be getting in touch with the BW team for not just the winners, but also the jury members, because this is something I love doing. I love people experiencing a product. I truly believe that what we do is globally some of the best things that in the world. So yes, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for being so grateful.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club for this year, please. Oscar Jain, the co-founder and CEO of Ayurveda.
I would like to thank you, this team's jury. It wasn't an easy journey for us. We started with 25,000 rupees, and today we are evaluated at 100 crore, that too bootstrap. And we are looking forward an expertise from all of you to reach us, to help us, building a company which can bring health and wellness back to India with the help of Ayurveda. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations and more power to you. Winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then also the group picture in the end. Yes. And with that, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club for this year, please. It's hero of the business manager, Justin Jones Jr., bestseller, India. Go ahead, please, everybody. The business manager, Jackie Jones Jr.
Thank you. I manage this brand, which is Jackie Jones Jr., the first kids wear brand of bestseller in India. We started during lockdown and doing really good today. Thank you, everyone, the jury members, business world, bestseller India, and the retail industry. Thank you.
I'll tell you why.
Thank you. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club, please. Sorry, it's one of the director, Last Format Retail and E-Tail at Lenovo, India. What's okay, everybody, please? You louder, no?
Hi, good evening, everyone. And I really hope you are all having a great time here.
First of all, congratulations to all the fellow winners. And, I'm deeply grateful to the jury for selecting me for this honor. I guess not many women in our country are making their career in sales. I chose this field long years back, and happy to see today I have made some difference. And with that, I think I definitely am feeling grateful to be a part of this esteemed group of individuals, and looking forward to maybe 50 under 50 here again with some of you. So yeah, thank you so much. Lastly, I am grateful to my parents, especially my mother, who really encouraged me to take, MBA as a career, leaving aside medical, which I chose to do initially. And, my organization, who has really given me the platform to succeed, in the slightly unconventional area for women. Yeah, so thank you so much once again, sir. Thanks.
I just want to say that Kazam and the jury has been very unfair to the men on the participating side. I'm saying it is statistically, okay? It's not a opinion, it is statistics. Second is the awards have intrapreneurs and entrepreneurs. Even our women awards that happened in the day, we've enlarged it to bring intrapreneurs. You have to be an entrepreneur in a company to be able to even do what you do. So all the best. So she's an entrepreneur. The last winner was an entrepreneur, and there are lots of entrepreneurs. So just want to say that. But Mr. Chauhan and Mr. Samandri and Mr. Kaul, please select some boys also. Don't be so harsh on the boys, okay?
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. And also thank you so much, Kazim sir, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much. Everybody wants for sir, please. Jury chair, thank you. Now please request Rakesh Kaul, the Managing Director and CEO of Lyft, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards. Sir, let's welcome sir, everybody. I think I forgot to tell you that my script, I think it didn't say this time, that as Dr. Batar always says, ki you only get dinner if you make sure you clap for everybody. Yeah. And I really mean it. You all got the coupons or not? They're coming, that means. Okay. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. It's Ramachandran, Center Director. Next is Select Malls. Everybody, please, for Sekhan.
Thank you so much. I'm incredibly honored to be receiving this award. My deepest gratitude to all the jury members and the business world and the Nexus Malls for recognizing me with this award. So Nexus has shaped me deeply in the last 3 years. At Nexus, we try to change the retail landscape by constantly resonating the ethos of diverse catchment. And we are taking the shopping experience to the next level in the coming years. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. Please. Also, for the retail, environment, social, and governance. Again, the next is Select Malls. Go ahead, please. Everybody for Harsha. Again from next to select mold.
Thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury, for selecting me. This platform has given me opportunity to evangelize for ESG, getting new business ideas into sustainability for the retail sector. So thank you very much.
Congratulations, please. Congratulations, winners. Don't forget picture and then also a group picture in the end. With that, moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club, please. And continue. This time it's Megha Serene, the senior manager. Alliances and cooperative again from Nexus Select Molds. Can we have everybody, please?
Thank you, jury and Business World, for selecting me. I'm very honored today, and I would like to dedicate this award to my mentors and my parents. I had the content at Nexus Malls, and I work with various internal and external stakeholders and brand partners. I curate content which involves association with leading influencers and leading digital marketing campaigns. Thank you so much. I'm really honored.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club, please. Continue. From ahead. We are this will end be again from the Nexus Select Molds family. That's how everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, jury and Business World Group. Just a disclaimer, this is not rigged. The people that he mentioned that have to take the flight is the four of us. So really sorry to break the queue. On a very serious note, we all have thanked people, our organizations, but a very big and a special thank you to the two biggest women in my life, my wife who's here and my mom who's back home right now. Thank you for allowing me late nights out to finish work. Thank you.
I think he's more happy of winning the award so he can thank his wife and get extra nights out now. Congratulations to you, to ma'am, and of course everybody from the Nexus Select Malls family. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club, please. You can get the founder and head revenue at the women's company. Ruben, please, everybody.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you.
So, sir just asked me a question. So, I'm the co-founder of the women's company. Firstly, I will share this joke, but I would like to thank Business World, of course. I'd also like to thank the industry for giving young entrepreneurs like myself a field to really work on. We try and make a difference to menstrual hygiene in India, and we have realized it's a big, big canvas, which is yet to be colored. But I will still continue. When I came here, sir asked, "Are you wearing your own brand?" We make sanitary napkins. Yes, I do wear my own brand, and I want lot many more people to wear biodegradable, sustainable pads which are not plastic. So thank you.
First of all, my apologies. I assumed I thought it's an apparel wear company. So my apologies for. So it's okay. And I can tell you, my daughter, when she was 15, she's 20 now, her first talk at a big forum, I coached her on some other topic, and she said, she had written an article for the Hindu, I think, and she spoke about menstruation. And today at the Visa, we had another company, I've forgotten the name, but my team will tell you, who was in the same space, was awarded and sustainable, I've forgotten, but Prachi is the girl's name. Vyomini. Prachi was there and she made a long speech. So again, India needs companies and brands like that. My apologies again. I assumed. Yeah, I assumed this. Assume you will always be wrong. I thought it's an apparel brand. Kazam, I think I need to read who does what before I come on the stage. I think next time I'll do that.
Congratulations. Dr. Batra, when you were at NSD Delhi, the first lesson they taught us NSD में कि यार लगना लगाना तो भूल ही जाओ. तुम सब अपनी जगह के हो, शाहरुख खान बन के आए हो. लगना लगाना थोड़ी कान के उसको लगा, मुझको लगा ऐसा होने वाला है या होने वाला था. Nothing of that sort. Just remember from that. Congratulations to you. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. Please. Mahesh Reddy, Chief Executive Officer of Go Pizza. For him, please, everybody. He'll promise you pizza, so we clap louder for him.
Thank you, jury members. Of course, my team, the Go Pizza family, Indian team, and my family. But I owe this award to South Koreans, my founder, Jae Lim Hum, and the Korea HQ team, who believes not only in me, in India, the potential of India, that the scale and the speed which we can open 1,000 outlets in next 2-3 years. Thank you, Business World.
So it said Go Pizza. I still asked, what does your company do? So, I am a quick learner, huh? And I want to get it right on almost everything. And, he said that I asked him the passion. I said, so what is your differentiation? Because I have not heard of this brand and it's my loss. Nothing. And he said, it's different in every way, shape, size, very sweet service. So clearly full of passion. And I hope you can at least send all the winner and the jury members one pizza as a just sampling. It's not a big deal. We'll get the teams to send you address. Yes. And this is after. We don't ask before. We ask after. Kidding. You didn't say yes. And this one has made me to open the outlets in North.
So he's saying we're opening outlets in the north. Come there, pay and eat. But congratulations and all the very best. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Rakesh ji, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants a sir, please. With that, please join me in welcoming on stage our next presenters, Chef Sunil Chauhan, the founder, Fab Cafe Foods and Chefs United Food Take. And joining sir is Noor Fatima Wasia, the Group Editorial Director at BW Business World. Let's welcome them in louder, please. For all our friends there, अगर आप भी हमारे साथ मिलकर तालियां जाएंगे अच्छा लगेगा winners को. Because you also be here at some point, no? Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 and the 40 Elite Club. Please. Uncle Chaudhary, the retail head at Nasa Consumer, Mama Earth. For him, please, everybody. Ankur, what are you promising them along with your speech?
I think definitely whatever you are looking for, we'll definitely arrange. We'll get in touch with BW team. Thank you so much, BW team and this team jury members for honoring me with this award. I would like to dedicate this award to my front end team who was still running the show, opening stores are still operational and they are handling and delivering the great customer experience. Of course, the mentors which I had over last 1 decade and our co-founders, which is Varun and Ghazal, thank you so much. And last but not the least, my parents. Thank you so much, BW team and esteemed jury members once again. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Dr. Batri can also add the anchor and the team also in this list, no? They're also in jury and winners. सर ये बात हमको माइक पर नहीं बोलनी चाहिए कि कोई नहीं दे रहा है हम कोशिश करते रहेंगे सर आखिरी अवार्ड तक Moving ahead, the next winner is on the list of BW Retail World 40 and the 40 Elite Club. Please. Sanjeev is the founder, Chandlis France. For Sanket, everybody, please.
You. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am really honored to get this award from BW and overwhelmed that I was chosen by such an esteemed jury. As a serial food entrepreneur, I've just been very fortunate to accidentally find white spaces within crowded verticals in the food space, be it creating a branded company in the OOH food space, which was Urban Spice, which I sold in October 2019, and now Scandalous Foods, which is a post-meal impulse consumption of Indian sweets via the restaurant industry. That's what we do currently. And I truly believe that it takes a village to make a man an entrepreneur. So I would really like to thank my team at both Urban Spice and Scandalous Foods, my mentors, my investors, my co-founder, my family, and my chosen family, which is our friends. And as I've already promised, Anurag, I will get in touch with your team and ensure that we send our frozen sweets to everyone to taste. And for those staying in Bombay and the South, most of the cloud kitchens do serve our sweets anyways. And thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. And I just want to, I said this story briefly, but it's a BW Retail World initiative, and we are BW Business World. And I've make it really quick. About 6, 7 years back, I went to a social do and I met a young girl, and she asked me, "What do you do?" I told her, I work at BW. She said, "I go to BW almost every day. I don't see you." I said, "I go whenever I'm in Delhi. I'm in BW." So after some time, I figured out she was referring to BW, Black and White, the nightclub in Surya, and I was referring to BW Business World. So clearly there was a mismatch. So we are BW Business World because BW can be Black and White, the nightclub, and many other things. And this is a BW Retail World initiative. Ved, I'm plugging it for you. I hope I get some money from you. Okay.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 under 40 yearly club. Please. Now, the Vice President and Publicist, lead Publicist Commerce at the Publicist Group, India. Orchestra, please, everybody. I can only see like 4 to 5 of you clap for them. And now more.
You work with my friend.
Thanks a lot, everyone. So out of 250 plus nominations getting selected and awarded, I'm really grateful to the jury. And also congratulations to all the fellow members. I guess I would like to also thank the brands that I work with who give me the opportunity to experiment, get my hands dirty, and deliver outcomes, business outcomes as a result. So, and obviously thanks to my family for being there and being supportive of taking a decision. Thanks to all the critics as well who have discouraged me from entering the retail sector from performance marketing space. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget the individual picture here, and then, of course, in the end for a group picture, both for the online coverage. Just to ask, how many of you are under 30 here in the list? There's one. So you are evergreen. So 16 you are. How happy he is. 2. I see 2. You also. I see 4. How many under 40? Anybody under 50 here? Yes, thode kam hai. Anybody under 50? Just asking. No, this one no one's going to be a part of. Why? He's asking why. They also have another list coming up. But okay, moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 under 40 League Club. Please. Lalit Kumar, the national head of Retail ID Landmark Group Max Retail. Well, Lalit, everybody, please.
Good evening. And really thank you, Business World and all the jury members, plus the work family at Landmark Group and Max, and the family who is living at home and contributing equally in this achievement. Really appreciate all the patience and challenges throughout this journey. Mr. Anurag, I don't have to give anything back to you, rather inviting all of you to our stores where we do the visual merchandising and will show you what exactly we do. Thank you.
He's promised us business class tickets on Vistara to Bangalore. Of course, we won't ask you for anything. We'll come and shop there. Okay, send us some cars. There should be at least S-Class Mercedes.
So he's invited us to visit them and understand what do they do. Congratulations to you, Lalit. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. Please. I'm the founder and CEO of the Indian Garage. Join everybody, please. Come on.
Good evening, everyone. I would actually like to start by thanking the anchor. I think a big round of applause for the anchor. Thank you, sir. I've been a part of the awards before, and it's a real honor and privilege to be here. Accepting this on behalf of all the entrepreneurs in Indian Garage, I think without whom this journey wouldn't have been possible. We bootstrapped our way to about 250 crores, and we've closed at a GMB of 400 crores for this year. Thank you so much to the jury members. Really honored to be here. Thanks.
All the discount on the capital.
I think winners are more pressured now. Only hoping what will Dr. Batra ask next. Don't forget the pictures. Moving ahead before that. Thank you so much, Sunil sir and Noor ma'am. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Once for them, please. May I please request Mayank Mohan, the CEO of Mohanlal Sons, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards. So please. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. The co-founder at Bump Family Care Consumer. For him, please, everybody.
Deepest gratitude to BW Business World and the jury members. So just like a newborn baby, our brand has been full of falls, crawls, and lots of growth. And today we will be closing this year at a top line of 500 crore plus. And we definitely aspire to become the largest baby care brand of India. And aspire to inspire more people in India to move towards entrepreneurship and build more homegrown brands. Thank you very much.
I thought you were going to say inspire people to have more babies, but you surprised me. Please give him a big round of applause to Mayank. God bless you.
Just a humble request before we move forward. The amount of energy and love that we manage to and tend to give to the winners who and the top 10 list, I mean, it's just alphabetical order. I promise and I also request you, please give the upcoming winners as well the same amount of love, because if they're last in the list, it doesn't mean that they should deserve any less of your love. Yes, a humble request you, please. We're moving towards the last set of these awards. That's the only request I have. And with that, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. Please. Michael, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Anurag sir. Thank you, Ved sir. Thank you, BW. And thank you all the jury members for selecting me and also giving me this recognition. As a designer, this is very motivating. It really inspires me to create meaningful retail design solutions, which are innovative, sustainable, and also more engaging. This award really belongs to everyone at Elephant Design and all the team members who work relentlessly to make sure each project that we do reaches its full potential. So really, cheers to Elephant Design. Cheers to everyone who has mentored me, supported me so far. So thank you again.
Of course, I know this company very well, the founders, because of my advertising media background. And a couple of 3 years back, we Exchange for Media, we launched 24 years back to build a marketplace for media in advertising, but we were ahead of time. It's 28 and a half then. And he tells me that I know that Elephant Design and Ashwini did the logo, our new logo. In fact, it's now E4M. The Exchange for Media is a little long. So he designed the E4M logo. So I'm very happy to meet you. Thank you. So, we love the logo. It's simple and it's Vastu-wise right. The reason Naval took so much time to come back, he sent it to me. I had sent to my Vastu and Astro guy and then come back. So thank you. Grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Congratulations to you. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. The founder at the Jury Box. Everybody come here, please.
I would like to thank the jury, Business World, Anurag sir, Ved sir, and everyone. I think this is my first award for Jewel Box. Completely all kudos to my team. They have been working very hard for the last 1.5 years since we started. Let's hope we get more awards in future. Thank you.
And my friend Mehraj got you to apply for this award. And you ask him about how's Exchange for Media. Ask a person in advertising market.
I was running
a media agency. You're the same guy. And he was on also Shark Tank, right? You were on Shark Tank, right? So, and are you going to gift your goodies?
So we
Off कर दे यार 20%.
वो 100% done.
100% off. Thank you so much. 100% off on his products. Okay. But jokes apart, there's no pressure. This is just for fun. But I really believe, I encourage, for example, I didn't know what was scandalous food. That was a mithai product. I mean, he just said, he went to a business group. He said, after dinner, blah, 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 blah product, you know. So you're the simpler product, and I'm sure we all will experience it sometime on our own. Thank you. Bye. You didn't thank your sister. You said your team. Okay.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. You are the co-founder, Chief Operating Officer at Keynote, a hero group in India. For him, please, everybody. Connect him.
Thanks, BW Business World and the esteemed jury for this trust and honor. At Cubo, we've taken on the task of building smart connected products out of India with full stack engineering and R&D workforce sitting in India. You can look us up at cuboworld.com. I will be sharing a special heavy discount coupon code with the BW team right after this. And thanks once again. And this is a great booster for my entire team back at Cubo. Thanks once again.
Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then the group picture also in the end. We almost reached our last set of winners. And the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. Please. Priyanka, I'm the managing director at EcoSale. Everybody for Priyanka, please.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, sir, and the jury members for this prestigious award. And today, I would like to accept this award on behalf of hundreds of women who are working with us in the rural part of the country, who have worked. And the amazing fact is they have been working with us from day zero, and there is no attrition, sir. Because you mentioned that there was no attrition. It's the similar way, although we are a 4-year-old company, but still it takes a lot of effort to expand your company from with a bootstrap to 11 countries. And today we are standing at a valuation of 600 plus crores. And I would like to thank my team, entire team and family who are there to support me on an everyday basis. Entrepreneurship journey is anyways very difficult, and awards like this will help us to keep us keep our war against plastic on going. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 under 40. Nima, the co-founder of IGP. Congratulations, everybody.
Yeah, the experts there. Hello, everyone. Thank you, jury and BW team for the recognition. IGP is a go-to destination for curated products, gifts, and hampers for every occasion and festival with delivery across globe. We aim to make this world a more happier place with by strengthening relationships. And I'm blessed to have and grateful to have the fantastic family that I have. They always push me to do better. This one is for the team. It's all their effort that we are here. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
You forgot one thing.
I told you, right? We are gifting experts. So next year or like next function, not next year, I'll be in touch with you.
God bless you. My wife wants to gift a husband. Can she do that? No, I'm kidding.
Please give my contact number. Congratulations to you. With that, thank you so much, sir, for helping us with the award. Everybody wants for sir, please. Please request Harbinder Narula, the CEO of BW Healthcare World, to please join us on the stage, along with, once again, Rakesh Kolji, to give away the last set of awards. Please, gentlemen. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the list of BW Retail World 40 under 40 Elite Club. Yeah, Please for Samir, everybody. Oh, what happened?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Really grateful to the entire team. Meena Bazaar is a family-run business, and they say at one point of time, the business is for the family. After that, the family is for the business. So I want to here thank my family, my wife, and my two lovely children at home. And more importantly, my entire Meena Bazaar family, the team that has been with us for 54 years. Really, really grateful for everyone and looking forward to adding one store every 30 days. Thank you so much. Oh, and as a thank you, sir, I've instructed my team to create a discount code BW Retail World. So for all the lovely ladies here and all the men who want to surprise their better halves, discount code on meenabazaar.com BW Retail World. Live now. Thank you.
Congratulations. Right, Durustai. Lovely. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of VW Elite Club 40 under 40. Siddhant Bhavingir, founder and CEO of Wow Agritech. Siddhant, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the entire jury for this amazing award. I dedicate this to the entire retail team at Ugao because they are the ones standing tall for hours, attending the customers, educating the customers. I feel this is just the start. We're trying to organize a very highly unorganized market, which is plants and gardening. And we hope to elevate your plant shopping experience through our retail stores in the coming years. Thank you once again. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner will join the BW Retail World 40 under 40 Elite Club. The first award here, Retail Gurgaon and RY DLF Malls. Money, please, everybody.
Well, Mr. Anchor, I have always high values for you because, yeah, I'll definitely, because as much you can speak and you can say, I always forget when I hold this mic in my hand. But today I'll not forget a couple of things. First and foremost, I would like to thank Ms. Pushpa Bector for making me and grooming me the person I am today. And along with that, we are marketers and we work for malls. Our life is always a roller coaster, day and night. And I would like to thank my wife who bears with me every day and night, sleepless nights, calls every time, no holidays. So this one for you. And my bosses are standing there, Mr. Manish Manotra, Mr. Siddharth Natu, Mr. Gopinath. And thank you for always motivating me and many more to come. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, you forgot to gift everybody a shop in the mall.
No, I can't forget the jury members and PW for this one. It's like dream come true. It's my first one. It took me 38 years to bring it here. And trust me, it's beautiful.
Thanks. Congratulations to first and to many more. Please don't forget the individual picture and then also the group picture. In the end, we now have the last awards, which the winners couldn't come. So, of course, we've asked the team members to join us for that. So, we have on behalf of these awards. The next winner to join the BW Retail World 40 under 40 Elite Club. This is everyone, the co-founder and CEO of Campus Sutra. Please.
No, that's right. So thank you, Business World, and thank you, this team jury. I am Khushbu representing Khushbu. I think there was some confusion. So Campus Sutra started out of a 400 square feet haunted building space, and today it's the biggest bootstrap fashion brand, and we are present in 22 countries. And this award is a reaffirmation that we are on the right path and there are new heights to scale, and we're going to do it. Thank you.
Congratulations. So that was Khushbu herself receiving the award, the co-founder and CEO of Campus Sutra. Moving ahead, before thank you so much, Rakesh, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants to sir again. He's very kind and patient to do this. Kazim Sabha, please request you to join us for the last year awards, please. Let's welcome, sir, everybody, our jury chair. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the list of BW Retail World 40 under 40. Retail operations to receive the award of the other. Moving ahead, next winner is one the BW Retail World 40 under 40 Elite Club, please. Join us on the stage and let me see the one of Rachel, right? Congratulations, Lalit, again. Winners, please stay by. Group picture, 3 more to go. And our next winner will join the list of BW Retail World 40 under 40 Elite Club. Yeah, without you are marketing also we are some not receive the award on behalf of the Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Retail World 40 Under 40 Elite Club. The VP of Finance and Accounts to receive. Receiving the award for the founder of the CEO. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Retail World 40 Under 40. Manager at Noida from the past activity. Everybody wants to see that as well for friends. Oh, well, activity we aren't done yet. Congratulations. And now for the last one of the powerful list of BW Retail World 40 Under 40. Founder and principal consultant at Sweat the senior associate the award. Everybody for them, please. Winner also team member to receive the award. Congratulations. Okay, with that we come to an end of the winning ceremony and the award ceremony for BW Retail World 40 Under 40 for this year. A big congratulations to all the winners, and with that, of course, you can clap for all of them collectively for yourselves as well. And now, may I please request all the winners to join us on the stage with their trophy only to receive, to get a picture click. First with our jury members and then only the winners. With your trophy only, please. Aye. And also the ones who have received the award on behalf of the team members, please join us on the stage. If any of our jury members are present in the hall, we'd request you to please join us as well for the picture. Congratulations to all of you once again. Dinner awaits all of you. And have a safe evening. Okay, first the center camera. Paparazzi, thoda piche please. A humble request. We'll do this first and then of course your individual cameras as well. The center camera please first. No, we've got more on this side. Please wait, please wait. One with the winners only. You can occupy the chairs. Thank you so much to all the jury members and presenters. Winners, please. You can occupy the seats. Center camera, please, first, and then your individual cameras and phones. Congratulations to all of you. There's another one. Thank you. Congratulations. Enjoy the dinner. Thank you.